to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul.
Welcome to a very special day. We're on the last day of the regional qualifiers from the LCK. I am Valdez, and we have a surprise TriCast here with Ox and Chronicler, the mythical trio, joining you here for the last day. And it's a very important day because only one of these teams can make it to Worlds. The other one gets nothing.
Yeah, that's very accurate. And I think
I'm already regretting this. Can I go?
A lot of people were hoping for KT vs T1. The Telecom War to decide the final spot is possibly the most hype setup that we could have possibly gotten. But it's also going to be heartbreak because there is so many, not only just popular, really lengthy career players, but so many world champions in this matchup.
I apologize in advance. This is going to be a narrative overload of a series. There is Deft versus Faker. There is 2022 Worlds Finals. There is defending world champions. There is... we're going to keep going throughout the entirety of the day, but...
The parallel
it's not even,
universe theory.
The 2022 DRX run. Really, way too much to talk about, and we'll get into that throughout the day. But what's really key to note here is that KT beating BNK, that didn't come as a surprise. But in the minds of many, even though we didn't do predictions, I imagine all of us would have predicted T1, given how that matchup played out in the playoffs, and given that DK has not been able to beat a higher seeded team for such a long time.
And as we know, if everyone was to predict T1, then, you know,
we know.
Matchup, it would be a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, I think KT, they definitely had a rough game one yesterday, but kind of looked better over the course of the series. We've seen many telecom wars between these two teams. Definitely been T1 who have had the edge in recent history and overall.
And the last time these two teams met in a qualifier was actually in 2013.
Yeah.
So that's
just 11 years ago.
Yeah, that's a good amount of time ago. Obviously.
What were you guys doing 11 years ago?
I was in university.
Playing video games?
Well, I was doing that as well, actually.
Dan was in high school.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
That's a long time.
Back in the day. There's only one spot left. Which team will claim the 4th seed? That is the main narrative point of today. It's, you know, we can talk about what these teams have done up until this point, what the seasons have looked like, what their achievements have been from this year. But at the end of the day, you just got to win one best of 5. And that's all that is going to matter. The Mapo High School duo, these two guys going to Mapo High School, looking to qualify for their 9th Worlds. Unfortunately, only one of them can qualify for the 9th Worlds and will become the player with the most Worlds appearances in history out of any player ever.
Which is really insane, honestly, when you think about it. And the thing is, sometimes it's taken for granted, especially when we look at the top teams, but in a region like the LCK, it is not easy to consistently make it to Worlds, especially with changing rosters, changing teams, Deft even changing regions for a time.
Oh boy.
I think I can speak for all of us that Corki has really felt like a bit of a bait, has been extremely highly prioritized, but has seemed less impactful than something like the Tristana. I really do think that Corki feels great to play because you do have a lot of early agency, the way that not a lot of mid picks, like the Yone, like the Tristana after the nerfs have felt. But what does it actually get you? And the unfortunate answer is not a whole lot compared to a lot of the more impactful picks, and I think Tristana and Yone both in their own way have shown to be a lot higher impact. The Azir is another one which has been banned away consistently, and we'll see whether it's going to come through here today.
There is T1 reigning world champs, and obviously hoping to return there, being a bit of intermittent form over this season, and looking for redemption after that loss, that close loss to D+.
Yeah, I think that's going to matter a lot. You know, you see Carrier walking out of the stage with a smile. You know, you got to run into this one not being... he was hiding behind Guma there. I'm like, where's Carrier? You got to come into this one with a little bit of a light heart because if you're too nervous, then you're just probably going to lose, right? KT is a very strong team. T1 is as well, and KT do have a big mammoth in front of them.
And T1 should be the favorite here today, but a lot of the line them for them as well, particularly if they don't make Worlds. This roster has been together for 3 years. The iteration with Kana instead of Say is for even longer. And if they don't make it here today, it could be the last that we see of them.
On the other side, KT, obviously a lot of recognizable faces. Beryl, the 2-timer, looking to make it back to Worlds again. the team as a whole, always one that we see with high spirits, no matter the circumstances, and often doing better when the team is here as an underdog, as they are today, not doing as well when they are the overdogs.
And there are a lot of fans here that have gotten a seat for the KT Rolster side and are hoping that they can pull off the upset tonight. And you know what? This roster of KT, especially these three guys, are very good at winning when there's not a lot of pressure and when they're not expected to win. And it might just happen again tonight. You know, I'm not really sure what we're going to get. We do have to talk about our support matchup, which is Keria up against Beryl.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Keria, we haven't seen as much of the, you know, innovative picks that we typically get from him. The meta hasn't really allowed for it. He has been putting in decent performances on the standard tank supports. Beryl's being a little bit more out there, but it is really just down to the impact you can make on these engage picks. We may see something more varied, but I know for one thing is that Beryl is always dialed in this matchup.
What's interesting is also to note that Beryl, a player that I think is generally known for how much impact he has on the map. When you look at his highest level performances, right, going back to 2020, going back to 2022, actually having really high duo proximity with Deft, at least on this patch, from what we have seen. Some of that will also be the picks, things like the Seraphine, you're not really expected to get out of lane the way you are, or things like the Alistair, like the Leona. That's going to be a big one. Another is that I think BDD, even though KT at moments looked a little bit off yesterday, as they always do, I think they are KT from day to day, can, even within a best of 5, it can highly vary. But BDD looked incredible, right? Looked extremely, extremely solid. This man, though, has got to step it up, because I think BDD into a currently still underperforming Faker should have a really, really good time. But does that matter if the jungle matchup doesn't go the way as well? And I think Owner didn't have a great series, but Pioshik had, I'd argue, an even rougher one, and that was into Raptor, as opposed to who Owner was playing into recently, which were Peanut and Lucid, which obviously very, very strong opponent.
And I think most people would say that Owner has been the overall most consistent
in summer, for sure,
performer for T1. And it feels like, you know, up against Peanut and Canyon, that is a difficult matchup to face into, so I think there's kind of a little bit of pass for that. I think it's a good matchup for Pioshik, and often we talk about the lane matchups, mid against mid, jungle against jungle. I really think it's down to Faker and Pioshik, which of those can step up today to really take over that combined mid-jungle matchup.
It's just one best of 5. And we saw this. That's the right
Very
there.
different vibes
that's
in the different coaching booths.
That's
you know, if you're a KT coach, that is the approach that you should have. I commend that completely. I think the fans at home, if you're a KT fan watching, you should put your hands together, put your head down, you should join in.
Might as well. I mean, it might help. You never know. We're getting ready for game number 1 here. T1 will have side selection. They pick the blue side. And I think the draft is, as always, going to have a big effect on the way these games play out. We've seen a lot of Corki losing, and that has been the main go-to for Faker. We've seen Tristana band away and said, hey, go ahead, play Corki if you'd like. Also, Ziggs is just a tyrant in the current meta.
This is really telling that they are looking towards that initial prioritization of Ziggs. I still don't think Gumayushi is amongst our best Ziggs. I think Deft, interestingly enough, a good Ziggs with build choices that are very questionable. But I have, fortunately, 2 Ziggs experts. If the champ doesn't get banned away, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if KT end up banning it here in the final rotation. Would leave Azir open, and both mid laners obviously absolutely love the champion. I think the last time we saw Faker on, he didn't actually look that good. I remember a couple of shuffles that didn't go the way that you really wanted to. So Ziggs, Azir, both open here, and my guess is that T1 is going to prioritize picking up that Ziggs, and it is the case.
And this is the danger, because if KT decide to prioritize the Azir here, they're leaving the Tristana open. And Tristana Ziggs, we've seen that combo be so good, so powerful. They opt not even to lean into it, instead securing the Lilia. It is something we've seen banned quite heavily against Owner. The last of the AP jungles to really be high priority. And the MF, not the worst pick into the Ziggs. Ashe is definitely a lot worse, she struggles so much, but not a huge fan. They need to make sure they get some setup. The sleepy bullet time combo is powerful, but you can't always pull it off.
And I'm wondering, there are 2 options here. Either you go for the blind Tristana, or you go for the Azir. Azir does mean that you go very heavy on the AP. And again, normally Faker on Azir, Classic had probably the most iconic play of the last World Championship, but I don't think in recent games that he's actually been able to make it look as good as he did back then. And both Yone and Tristana are now available for BDD, both of which I think go really well together with the Lilia and have an incredible amount of power and play well into the Azir.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this Azir pickup here, especially if they're going to lock in the Skarner. You're so heavy in terms of AP. You really don't have the 80 damage, especially against picks like a Yone, a Lilia, and MF. They're not tanky picks, but the atomization makes them feel bulkier. The Bloodthirster for MF. You know, we've seen a lot of Bruiser, Yone, Lilia with the healing, and often go on things like the Andrews. So if they start to atomize some MR, T1 are really going to struggle. And the thing is, Zeus can obviously pick a champion with AD, but he's not going to have counterpick. So some major concerns. We do see the Yone coming out for BDD. He's been very proficient on this pick.
Looked incredible yesterday. Goes really well together with the Lilia, provides additional setup. And it works both ways, right? Yone can set up for Lilia, Lilia can set up for Yone, and then you have the MF ult on top of all of that. Definitely something that T1 is going to have to find a way to pilot, as we do see. And I actually really like this. As you point out, Zeus is going to look to try and get a carry here, because otherwise I think you are really lacking damage towards the top side of the map. You end up locking something like a Cassante, Skarner, Azir. Really isn't going to be the early pressure that I think you're looking for. And you want to play towards those grubs with the Ziggs already there for you. And what KT can do is just, if it doesn't get banned, Barrel will just R4 Leona here. And then they get the counter pick for Perfect. This still makes me wonder if they're looking to just blind a Renekton and give the counter pick over the Barrel to try and punish the bot lane.
Yeah, they could also just end up taking like the Rel for Barrel, although I do think the Leona is so good with the Ziggs and denies
also good into
MF. Yeah, so I think picking the Leona on 4 makes a lot more sense to me. And even, you know, as much as Renekton is an AD pick, not really doing enough damage to be a massive threat, especially the bot side of the map would be so lacking in that area. But actually, I'm not a huge fan of this. They've definitely lent on this in their series against BNK They put Perfect on Cassante a lot. But you have red side, you're into Zeus. I think giving him counter pick is dangerous.
We'll have to see what Barrel's going to bring out, right? Because that's the sacrifice that Perfect is making here. Not giving him counter pick, going for something that in lane can get bullied. And this shouldn't come as a surprise.
Not at all.
It shores up the topside weakness, incredibly strong into tanks. I'm wondering if KT want to look for a lane swap, but trying the lane swap into the Ziggs team can feel quite rough.
Yeah, I think this might be the thought process, is if the Leona's picked, then Barrel could go the Poppy or the even the Alistair works well into Leona. So T1 toying with the idea of not coming into Leona here. I think this is a mistake, even though the Leona obviously does struggle a bit into the Poppy. You know, you now limit yourself to that ability to cancel that MF ult, which is so powerful for a Leona to have. So some decisions I don't necessarily agree with here, although, as you said, the Vayne, no real surprise, and does provide that damage threat.
This is Barrel. He could do something crazy. It's just going to be Senna, which, you know, coming into 14-16, we were like, this is one of the big picks on the patch, and we haven't seen too much of it, but it comes in here, and, you know, honestly, against the poke of the Ziggs, you get a lot of healing, but I'm not sure about this, what this is going to look like.
The sustain on this pick is absurd, and it really makes it hard for Ziggs to land effective poke. The fact that Keria blinded the Poppy was clearly like, okay, we expect you to pick an engaged champ, we expect it to be Alistair or Leona, we're going to pre-pick the Poppy, and they lean into this, and Poppy is not going to have too much pressure into the center. You need to have Flash. Flash, slam them into a wall, that's only the real viable threat you have in it, otherwise you're just getting outranged. The lane is going to be rough, they might have to swap to avoid this, the level 1's going to be brutal.
What's big as well is that they pick it as an actual Enchanter support, right? There's plenty of damage between the MF, the Yone, and the Lilia, which is also avoiding some of the weaknesses that we saw of this Senna back when Hanwha Life picked it all the way back when they got like, what, a 5k gold lead, and then they were playing into Nasus with only a, what was the Azir for?
Yeah.
It was rough. I think this time around there is actually enough firepower. On the flip side, I do think the Vayne pick actually makes a big difference. And it remains to be seen whether this Senna counterpick was worth giving over counterpick to Zeus, who's a player that loves trying to get the most out of a laning phase.
Either way, this is very exciting. I feel like this draft already taking some twists and turns that we did not necessarily expect. Both teams having a very specific idea in mind coming into this first game of the best of 5. Let's do it, game 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
And here we go. Already, the slow is happening here to Zeus, and we got Carriot and Owner and
Level
Kuma
1.
all coming in. There's the slam into the wall. Perfect's in a bit of trouble, and he doesn't have flash. He's gonna go down to the 6 already. T1. Not sure if that was a bait or what, but Perfect absolutely overchases and gets punished. And speaking of which, we are just gonna face check and die. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing, but Guma has 2 kills now.
Well, I feel like every single point we made up the draft kind of out the window now. You know, there's concerns about the bot lane for the Ziggs. This back, gonna be able to get the tier, the fairy in the bottle, whatever it's called, not as much of an issue.
That's
but
what it's called.
Glowing mode.
Oh, glowing mode. But the fact that you start with a tier already, the fact you have a 2-0 Ziggs, minute 1, this couldn't have backfired more for KT.
And now, as you guys mentioned in the draft, they're probably going to go for lane swap, and they're leaving Ziggs in the bot lane, who has 2 kills, and is going to be hitting a couple of turret plates very early on in this game.
Yeah, so Perfect's death at least felt like it could be the result of, like, obviously him overextending, but also a bit of a miscommunication with them wanting to try and chase and collapse, because we saw the rest of KT coming in, but him just overstepping. Deft, though...
just took a tower hit as well.
Yeah, so Deft trying to cancel the back really didn't... Against the Poppy in particular, like, you just can't really afford to do that.
You know, I'd understand more if he had his Make It Rain.
Yeah.
But he didn't.
No.
You could really just snipe the recoil cancel from a distance.
And it would have been good if that was the case, because then you can, you know, generate a large lead lane. Even though Perfect ends up going down, it might be worth it. Not the case this time around. We do have Perfect now TPing towards the bottom half of the map, and isn't really at a threat of a dive. Also do know both junglers really just going for pretty standard clears, both starting on the bot, and now moving towards the top side of the map.
I like that synergy, you know, Def took a tower hit, so Barrel's like, I'll do it too.
He did walk in there and just straight up walk into the tower. Obviously just checking to see if Zeus is still there. But we do have a sneaky Poppy in the brush, and Deft is not exactly healthy here. Owner as well up there, but they're going to back away. They're going to play it safe, and Zeus, that does mean that he gets a lot of this farm under the turret.
It's just funny we got like a different flavor of, it's still an 80 carry support 2v2, and it's just Ziggs laning against the Cassante. The Cassante, who still has 0 CS, by the way.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there. Must have just had a really tough time, because he did actually TP to the wave.
Yeah, I think he didn't last in the minions, if you're wondering.
Folks, very helpful.
Yes, high-level analysis here. Thank you, guys. Not hitting the minions generally means that you're not going to get the gold from them and get a big fat 0 on the scoreboard.
This is something where, like, the Def initially, this is a player that is in his first really, obviously he did play a little bit last year, but was still eligible for Rookie of the Split. Is still sitting on 0. Like,
how is he still on 0?
Oh, that's my
4 minutes.
So that's what I was going towards, right? Like, I actually think that getting an early Def like that for a player that is in his first qualifier, extremely high pressure situation, might lead to a bit of tilt. And the fact that out of the, I imagine, what, like 10, 12 CS that he could have gotten, he's only gotten 4. That's not good.
Yeah, nice little angle here onto the Senna. Barrel almost definitely going to have to flash. Doesn't even bother. He's just going to take the death and die. Down he goes. That's a kill over to Zeus now. If you were wondering how the carries were doing on the side of T1, they're pretty excellent right now.
The threat with this trio of the Vayne, Skarner, Poppy, if one of them hits you into a wall, you're going to be there until you're dead. Like the Condemn and the Wall Slam, I think Barrel made the right choice not flashing there, because you're still just going to die if you do. So saves us summoner for later, but it kind of shows these double-ranged bot lanes so much more vulnerable to ganks in comparison.
Now the situation here for KT right from the get-go, obviously feeling quite rough. Sizable gold lead here for T1 at 5 minutes, right? 1.3, 1.4k. And the goal also going to basically the ideal people, which is the solo lane Vayne and the Ziggs, who now is a lost chapter at 5 minutes. Dev did pick up a call, so at the very least, he'll be able to generate some additional gold. Pioshik has also been able to out-farm as expected, but Owner did get a successful gank off already. And KT, they're going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting in team fights if we want to have this be a competitive game, because right now, looking like a bit of a blowout here early on. Owner will get spotted, but still, we're going to have to try and keep his distance.
It's also just an absurd point of the game. Like, we're 6 minutes, and Guma already has Lost Chapter tier. These are like the items where when you're playing Ziggs, you basically have infinite mana after this point. Still has a biscuit in inventory, still about to get a second biscuit as well. So he can just push endlessly, and Deft, in comparison, you know, later on the MF gets Bloodthirster and you can have more presence, you know, healing up off any poke. That's not going to happen for a long time now, so we see Pioshik able to get one of the grubs, but T1 moving into challenge. You can see the wave pushed up top, and they will contest those.
I also think that Perfect being behind is actually a really big deal as the CSing struggles continue, because if you look at the KT composition, outside of Perfect being there as a front line, like the rest of the team are pretty fragile, right? You're looking at maybe Liliac can set up a play like here.
Oh, he's going to flash, or rather satchel out of the way early, and then he will flash. Really respecting the potential setup of the Lilia. Pioshik trying to flash in to make that happen. Here comes the Ghost out of Perfect, trying to punish the Vayne. Not always an easy thing to do, as Zeus is being chased down the lane, and Perfect doesn't quite have the range to do it, and now you're being run down as he gets that third bolt into Perfect. But a gank out of level 4 Senna. Not always the most interesting. Here comes Keria, but he's just going to walk by.
Yeah, just some ability there for Zeus to get away from that one. And the thing is, this Senna not doing too much damage at this point, really. And obviously, if going Enchanter build, never really will. So Zeus does lose sums, and it is a bit of a trade down because Ghost is shot a cooldown, but Zeus still in a pretty fine spot. I think Perfect just happy he gets to hit minions for a little bit. But the wave's actually in a bad spot. It's frozen here, so this could end up being a rough spot for Perfect overall. You can see he was walking towards bot lane and kind of changing his mind here.
You see Beryl very desperately trying to get it. Should be able, or gets it into the turret now, so not going to be the end of the world though. Nope, Zeus is able to pull it. And obviously, like, Beryl has to respect they know that there's plenty of people towards the bot side of the map.
But then who goes bot? You know, I guess they're going to reset and send Death. They just have to.
Yeah, he does have, can make his way over quickly.
It feels like they have to do so much work just to try and accommodate the rough spot this Cassante has ended up in. I mean, it was always going to be a bad lane matchup into the Vayne, but yeah, a lot of switching around just to try and minimize the deficit. But it's still, I mean, look, the CS gap in the top lane. There's a CS gap opened up in the bot lane. On top of the fact, Guma has those 2 kills. Leads all over the place right now, and you can see the XP lead as well. Guma the highest level in the game by a hefty margin.
Beckons the question, was it worth it to blind this Cassante into Zeus? And thus far the answer is very obviously no. We'll have to see how much value Beryl is going to get out of the Senna as the game progresses. Obviously, once Echoes is finished, he's going to feel a lot stronger. And the heals are still going to be, hopefully, a good amount of utility for KT when we get to mid-game. But if you're getting into mid-game already being like 2-3k gold behind and you don't have any item finishes, then that's not really going to feel that great regardless.
Yeah, also a big thing with the Senna is if your team is sort of even. Oh.
Yeah, Beryl's in a rough spot here. He does have a splash. He will flash that one. Here comes BDD, who's just going to be swept away. And he is super low Beryl as well. A big bop coming over the top, but I think they have the chase potential. One more auto would do it. Baker will get the kill. They have gone very deep for this, though. As Carrion thinking about helping out. He's not level 6 yet. As now Pioshik not going to hit anything.
Doesn't it flash?
And there's a disengage cone right here, so KT just have to back away. It's just a kill that goes over to T1 basically for free.
Wondering if maybe Perfect could have gotten the Dragon Owner there across the wall. Could have been the difference maker, right? If you get that Skarner underneath the turret, at least you trade back 1-for-1, but that's going to be the Dragon going over here to T1, and yet another successful pick in KT. Quickly crumbling here under the pressure.
Yeah, this is just everything going wrong really in this game. It's 10 minutes, there's a 3,000 gold lead already. And you're into plenty of picks that scale exceptionally well. On top of that, you know, the center, we talk about the value this pick can have, but if you're behind, people will just die. Like, you won't get a chance to sustain them up when a Ziggs ult and Q is just deleting them from the map, especially a center who ends up being so squishy when behind.
So funny now to watch, you know, even not on a first item, Zeus is just like able to trade with Barrel. You know, Def can't even really join in it. He's just trying to push the wave in. It just feels like they're trying to put out fires everywhere. And, you know, if you want to, you know, dig into the beams, you can say, hey, KT are really trying to lower the expectations for themselves.
They're doing a great job of that.
In this series, it basically looks unwinnable from here. It's not unwinnable, obviously, but it does make you feel like, hey, there was so much hype, so much potential for KT to really, you know, do a number to T1 and maybe even take their world spot away. But right now, what we're seeing is T1 are just kind of bopping them over the head. And T1 are just playing a pretty basic playing game. It feels like KT are not really meeting the expectations right now.
Yeah. And here, even with Barrel not getting slammed into the wall, BD doesn't actually get a big ultimate off, immediately gets knocked back, and Carry has Prior on the play. Add to that the fact that you have the Ziggs ultimate to come in as support, and then the fact that they can't really isolate Owner here. KT don't end up getting anything.
It just feels like there's very little threat. You know, T1 managed to disengage from the situation, and other than getting dragged over the wall, they just kind of get a walkout. Definitely looking a bit difficult, and now Def chunked out here. Wow. Again, doesn't have the blood.
Yeah, there's Carria, and he just swings by, hits him once, drops the Ignite, and gets the kill. And Def doesn't get to play the game at all.
He didn't even hit the E on Def.
Nope.
It was just a, what was it, a drive-by ult that killed him?
I think maybe Ignite Buckler.
I don't think the ult even hit him.
I think it was Ignite Buckler.
I think he just autoed once and ignited. And that was it. I mean, Def doesn't exist right now. Zeus, does he exist is the question. He's still got a flash. Meanwhile, there's a fight going on between the supports, and Carry is winning that one big time. Can he actually get the kill? Yes, he can. And now he's on the run here. Might be in a bit of trouble, especially with the TP coming in. But Perfect basically just TPs for nothing, and they eventually kill Carrier while Faker's solo farming bot.
You know, in terms of the fact that Carrier got gold, no assist, and BDD got the kill in return, in terms of gold distributed, that's worth for KT. For the mental edge, Carrier definitely gets it from that one. Solo killing Barrel there. I want to see how that came about, but this is that first moment where he Hex flashes over the wall. Death super low.
Yeah, just literally.
I think it was the Q caught him, Q and Ignite there.
Yeah.
Over the edge of it. And then here, just half HP. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's very straightforward. Gets the catch. Also, I do want to note, as we see there, the TP coming in here from Perfect, like an answer to the TP that came through from Guma. But it does mean that Faker just gets to be completely unmatched in bot side, just shove in that wave. More CS is going to get missing, and it even further builds upon this gold lead that is being found, as Carrier is just running this map on the Poppy.
Yeah, also Guma has been extremely accurate with his Qs. Can sometimes be difficult with the weird balancing mechanics and stuff, but he's basically just plopping it on the heads of every enemy that's in his range, and nobody gets to play the game against his fed Ziggs. Meanwhile, Barrel, well, he's in the game, but he's not really, as he's dead again for the 4th time at 13 minutes. And there's the satchel coming in, maybe asleep here. There's the flash as well. He does have teammates nearby, but not quite close enough, as Guma finally does get punished. And now Owner will go down as well, and finally KT gets something on the map.
Great bait by Barrel there.
Yeah! Classic Barrel!
A lot of resources burned by T1. A bit of an overcommit. More happening.
Yeah, Carrier's just kind of getting in there, and this is actually a bait because the TP's here, Faker's here as well. Def is just dead, and now Faker gets the scoop here on a Pyosik. Nice Senna ult to help out, and BDD is desperate, but the Condemn comes in, and the knock into the wall. It's exactly what you were talking about. You're just up against the wall forever, and now the Vayne is going way too deep for this, actually, and will get punished. BDD will survive.
The healing from Barrel coming in a little bit clutch there. A very scrappy back and forth. You can see the plates though. Guma missing out on the 15 plate dream, but that is so much gold in favor of T1. So even with this play, a bit of a comeback from KT, they are still so far behind. And yeah, so they use a lot onto the center. And then Guma ends up stepping here. And the critical difference is Pyosik lands the passive, so the sleep comes in, the flash doesn't end up meaning anything.
And then here, Ona tries to extend the play, doesn't actually get the knock into the one, even if he did, wouldn't have really made a difference. As a result, KT think that they have an opportunity, have vision as well, so know that Carrier's coming in, but it's this TP, crucially, that ends up being a big problem. Def just ends up going down, even with the Yone trying to make his way back in. And then this is so painful for BDD. It's what you were talking about earlier. Condemned into stun. And the fact that he's playing into Poppy as well, which even limits the dashes even more.
Oh.
And the healing there means that BDD doesn't die.
Oh,
is that enough?
Here we go
I
again.
don't think so.
Owner gonna miss his ult. Also went for the Zeeks here. Pretty common on Skarner, I guess. One of the only junglers as a tank in the jungle to actually still get that item. Faker is going to take out a turret. And this is the second Drake of the game. It's a Cloud Drake. And already 2 going in the hands of T1, making it a Mountain Soul on the cards for them.
Yeah, and I think, you know, yesterday our first game between KT and BNK4X was very slow. Took a long time for things to get rolling. This is kind of what I expected from these two teams. It is still a massive advantage for T1, but it's definitely been a lot scrappier recently. But now, T1 have already taken all of the outer towers. It's 16 minutes, and it's so easy for them just to look and threaten these tier 2s. That's one down already, and they can just repeat this play on the other side of the map, and I don't think KT really have a response right now.
Yeah, if you'd be looking for code, we'd be saying it's a calibration game. I think, unfortunately, though, again, come out of draft. Question was going to be, is this Cassante working out? And it's not. I think part of that is also Perfect having obviously a really rough game after the level 1, which didn't help. But it also feels like, particularly against T1, one of the biggest strengths that they have found is if Zeus gets a counterpick and gets to take over the game. And this is coming from, I think Zeus really having a very up and down year. A lot of moments where he just is able to finally, but then overextends in the side lane. But if he's this far ahead, as we have seen, like even trying to collapse on him, at worst, he generally will trade 1 for 1.
But I just don't understand why, when you're on red side, that is
well,
situation.
So you get Senna.
I just don't think it's weird. I don't.
Well,
think,
no, I don't think it's 0-4.
You know from the last series that this was the matchup that you had an issue in. We saw in the BNK4X KT series they were doing these long swaps to try and protect Perfect. And now they blind pick on red side for him? It just doesn't make sense. It feels like it's completely the wrong approach. So, you're trying to insulate your top laner, because this has been brutal. And I know obviously the level 1 impacted as well, but
yeah, it's not.
Don't let Zeus pick Vayne.
It's not just Perfect. I think Deft and Barrel have also definitely struggled, but I do think a lot of the effects follow as
very nice
BDD.
knock up here. BDD, man, this is one way you could still win the game as the denial from Cario is insane. It's still going to be a kill, but now they're in a bit of trouble as so many low health bars. We got the TP coming in. Nice stasis from the side of Pyoshing as Barrel is burning down a bit, but nobody has actually died yet on the side of KT, and they have some healing as well. So for now, it's just Zeus that has gone down.
And BDD is trying his best, okay? Someone is he's trying to hold everything together here. By itself, not enough, but we'll get the flash, we'll get the kill onto Zeus, and we're slowly starting to see the Senna value come through. If they can just stay alive and pick off members one by one, it's still a 6k gold deficit. This alone is not going to be enough, but it's got to be moments like this that maybe bring KT back into the game.
This was such a good play from BDD, but I think the deficit in terms of gold
Watch
why this was so difficult.
Oh
that interrupt area was beautiful, and they managed to get away without losing anyone, but it's so close, and I think a lot of KT members played it well, but the gold deficit is making it so difficult, and Guma, you know, one thing with Ziggs is if you're missing your skill shots, you're obviously not really doing any damage. He's not missing, and he is doing ridiculous damage right now. He is so fed, working towards a Rabadon's third. If any CC lands, there's a fair amount of CC from T1, an ult will be enough to just execute someone.
Yeah, he's going full damage builds as well. He knows that the only real tank is Cassante, who's also building armor for the main. As, yeah, this is what I was talking about. You know, he presses one button, and Barrel basically dies. Not a kill, but it is going to be Barrel out of the game for now. He will have to back away. Faker still pushing the top lane. And yeah, T1 just basically trying to do their best to utilize the Ziggs to continue to try to push in as Pyoshik just catches that one very nicely. And just trying to siege as much as possible. Here comes KT, though.
Oh, Guma just uses W aggressively.
Cassante.
Yeah, here comes the Cassante. It is 4v5 for now. TP available, though. Zoner just trying to get away. It doesn't look like they want to fight this one just yet. They have the Azir turret, and Perfect is walking over every single mine that he can find. And yeah, they're just able to disengage. KT doesn't have the best engage at the end of the day anyway.
Also, Perfect, he's got the Frozen Fist and now going towards more armor, but Vayne does true damage and Faker and Guma do magic damage, so he's not very tanky. He wouldn't be tanky anyway because he's so behind, but he's definitely not tanky going towards more armor here. He's getting shredded, and you know, typically we see the build, the Luden's Horizon focus, better against squishies, but when there's no MR, you're just going to shred everything.
Yeah, now there's 5 squishies.
Yeah, I wouldn't have really minded going for like the Koenig Frozen Heart. I know those items are not nearly as strong as they were way back, but like specifically Frozen Heart I get because it does actually reduce the damage right with the aura, lowering the attack speed. But Koenig into the Azir and the Ziggs I think would have felt really good. I imagine didn't feel like he could because of the 1v1 matchup.
It's also funny, he went the Frozen Fist for the Vayne, you assume, but he spent most of the laning phase actually against the Ziggs.
Yeah.
And you see KT trying to posture here for Drake, but the satchel is just so good. Man, our Ziggs players, they're getting a lot of practice on the Ziggs, and everybody is really upping their game nowadays as Guma is just really not missing anything.
It really is night and day as well when you compare Guma's individual Ziggs performance to when we were at the start of the playoffs, right? And given how important of a pick it is on the patch, that shouldn't come as a surprise, but it definitely is a really big reason of why this first draft feels a little lopsided, and I do think that as a game number 1, KT took some gambles, right? Perfect being blinding the Cassante, giving over the Ziggs. I hope a lot of those decisions will be changed in the next game, because this one does feel like it's kind of over. If in game 1 in the best of 5 you do have a little bit of leeway, but if KT don't make a huge adaptation in the next one, I don't think...
Guma wants his cap.
Yep.
Yeah. He's running around the map. He's like, give me your jungle now.
Oh, he's...
Look at the money.
Too.
Yep, 40. Okay. He's going to get the blue buff and back and get his death cap. That's 3 items at 22 minutes for the Ziggs against 0 MR. None.
There's 2 pairs of Merc treads, actually.
Oh, sorry.
Senna,
no, I was incorrect. Yes.
Senna won't immediately die, right?
Surely
Guys?
not.
You
can heal through the poke, right? If you're alive.
I don't think it's 100 to 0 yet, but it's not far away. Like, just the ult.
This is not okay.
I think if Carrier slams Beryl into a wall and then it's just Guma ult, I think Beryl might die to that. But I hope we get to see it for science, obviously.
Yeah, by the way, they still had the Rift Herald, so they just saved it until 23 minutes, and now they're using it to push down the mid wave and the mid lane and try to really get into those turrets. Faker going 1v1 against BDD, who eventually does have to rebind, but the rest of T1 are just pushing mid, and this is without Baron, and 1 Q does Beryl's whole health bars split amongst, 3 different guys. Yeah.
1 Q took like 30-40%. You see as well, the only point of strength that I think KT have is Lilia, who without Flash isn't nearly as much of a threat, and BDD. So if BDD isn't there, the rest of T1 can legitimately just walk up and freely poke and not be threatened whatsoever.
Yeah, I think we're obviously talking as if this game's a done deal, but it would have to be unprecedented levels.
I think Ox safe to say
of mistakes from T1 to lose here against KT. Like, they would really have to fumble this to a hilarious degree to lose from here, which, you know, kind of puts odds really low on KT.
It's never impossible, but it really shouldn't happen. Particularly because I think T1, when ahead, have generally been very dependable. It's more so when they're even or behind that we see them make decisions that make you go, probably shouldn't have done that.
By the way,
though,
yeah.
Started up, why not?
I mean, their Baron damage is just disgusting. With the Vayne, with the Azir, with the Ziggs, who isn't even hitting it. He's just zoning Yosik away. That is 2 abilities. I guess 3. Just going to be thrown in, and Perfect's like, I'm here, guys. I'm ready to help. And the Baron's gone. T1 take it down 24 minutes in. There's nothing that KT can do.
You know, we've seen so many games where Ziggs has been strong, effective, maybe even a little bit oppressive, but we haven't really had a game where he's been this fed, this snowballed, this ahead. It's very ridiculous.
It's pretty rare in pro.
Yeah,
to get this level.
Yeah, generally we don't see him get a double kill level 1. I feel like that might might have been a big factor in this.
Yeah, I don't think that was in T1's game plan, but they adapted pretty well.
They pivoted really well. It's actually very impressive. Well, TP behind. Hail Mary.
BDD he's still trying his best, but now he doesn't have a health bar. And with Baron buff, this is just even more oppressive because your siege is already fantastic with just the one guy. And, you know, you have some healing, you have some ability to, yeah. But not really.
Well,
he's got 10,000 gold behind.
He's got ult again. With the slow hit from, I think if the slow hits from Ona on Beryl, they can just ult.
Yeah, force a flash.
It's so funny because Beryl is actually healing, but it just doesn't matter. Even the Luden's proc!
Oh no, Beryl! Oh no! And the ult, you know, optimistic, but they do get the heal. And I guess that's something. They already got 2 inhibitors, rather, and they're going for number 3. And here we go, the Impale comes in, gets double flash away from them, just burning, just eating the summoners as they're trying to get on top of Zeus, and they might just do that, but who cares about Zeus when Kuma is this fed on the Ziggs? And you got the 1 carry, but you didn't get the other 2. BDD desperate to try to take something down, but guys, this game is over, and it is out as T1 are looking to take down game number 1 in flying fashion here in this finals of the regional qualifiers. As one last ditch attempt from Def, but this one is done. So 26.5 minutes, and game 1 goes to T1.
I think KT needs some more prayers after that one, but it's really simple fixes. Don't give Ziggs double kill level 1. Try and get a better matchup for Perfect, and maybe just honestly everything that happened from like minute 1 to minute maybe 6. Don't do that again. I think it's that easy. And then maybe we can have a standard game where you're just not massively behind immediately.
The red side plan from KT was a complete disaster. As I think Hirai's expression really says it all. After that one, there was basically no point where we felt like KT could do anything. And I do think, again, a lot of that goes down to level 1. But ideally, when you make a gambit in a game 1 draft of a best of 5, at least you get data. I feel like you also don't get any data because of how the game played out. Like, maybe in a game where Guma doesn't do 35k damage and gets a double, like maybe the Senna works, right? Maybe you can make it happen. Instead, Perfect ends up having an absolutely rough game. And part of that was the match, but I think also clearly this player having a tough time of dealing with the pressure that he is under right now. And then the bot lane also not able to keep it together in this first game.
They went boom. In so many ways, they went boom. Let's see if they can bounce back for game 2.
Yeah, Ziggs definitely had a great time in that first one. Guys, we're going to take a break and have the space to break down game number 1. We will be right back.
풀어볼게요. 풀 많이 빠졌거든.
나 자긴 한다.
천천히.
얘네 높은. 나 봐도
아래.
아래 상황 좋은데.
아래 맞아.
괜찮겠다. 상황 괜다. 아래 좋아. 봐줘.
싸움 이겨. 릴리야. 얘네 풀 많이
잡아.
다섯 풀.
요네 노플이야.
너네 저을만 할 듯?
오케이.
이거 나머지들 둘다 풀이야.
끝나겠다. 세나 힐 빠졌다. 나 3초, 스킬 3초. 나 오모고 있고. 그냥 매면서 해봐.
야, 밀면서 해봐.
들어간다.
너플. 나팀.
안
템
해볼게.
패션.
나이스.
with the world spot on the line. Two of the biggest organizations in esports going head-to-head for a huge spot here at Worlds. And we have a stinker of game number one as T1 take control in this best-of-5 series for the slot at Worlds 2024. Welcome to the space, Digon, alongside Wadid and Wolf. And gentlemen, everything was about the stakes of this one, the familiarity of it, 8 of the players returning back from that Worlds 2022 finals, and it just exploded in the first 2 minutes here, Wolf.
I mean, at level 1. And let's talk about the draft, because my biggest question coming into this series, especially because T1 has blue side for game 1, was what is going to be the answer to the Ziggs. I like the Sejuani ban. They could have banned Ziggs, right? But they banned the Sejuani. Would have preferred this to the Azir ban, because owners played a ton of Sejuani recently. But the Jhin was always going to be banned, right? Yesterday they got away with it against BNK. You're not going to get away with that against T1. They learned from Hanwha firsthand that this pick is very strong into Ziggs. My biggest issue comes with the Cassante that's picked blind. When T1 have Zeus as their top laner, it could pick this Vayne, especially when one of the big problems, one of the big issues with their composition is they need some additional AD damage in this comp. So you gave them the perfect opportunity to pick exactly what their comp needed and give them the counter matchup.
Yeah, I mean, their 1-2-3 was pretty nice. Getting MF into Ziggs and having Yone and Lilia as a mid jungle was great. But yeah, as you said, why do you pick Sante into Zeus, you know, especially when he has special counter picks? And I feel like they kind of screwed up at the end, but also this kind of game, you really cannot get anything like out of it, you know? So we really don't know if this draft was bad or the players.
Well, I agree with that last sentiment, because as we take a look at highlight number 1, minions had just spawned, hadn't even spawned yet when we get our first bit of action.
Now, if you freeze here, you're like, oh, this looks really good for KT, man. They're chunking Zeus out. This is going to really help the lane. And you could be happy with this, but then we go a bit too far, right? And as soon as Deft sees, all of T1 is here. Pyoshika has the full scout as well. There's all 4 here. Yeah, you lose Perfect. That shouldn't have happened. But then Deft?
Yeah.
This
goes
is
fishing.
Not okay. Like, he wants to get vision, but this is just not allowed. I mean, straight up, you cannot make a mistake like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think he wanted to like kind of screw up their tempos, but like you need to assume that they're there, so you can actually like fake and like go back, you know? Then maybe you can screw up their tempo, but I don't feel like that was proactive play.
And from there, Ghost already down for Perfect. The lane swap comes on in, and from here on out, they're behind, and you could feel KT start to realize, we got to force something, let's catch back on up, and you're seeing a ton of deaths from Beryl here across the next several minutes.
I mean, these kind of deaths are like the thing that I really don't understand, because this shouldn't happen, you know, like this shouldn't happen at all. And also, like there is so many logics that maybe you can like see why these players are doing this, but like there's literally like no logic, I feel like, because like your jungler is on the top side and you're hitting the ward on the bot side. Like, what are you doing?
Just trying to force this fight, and there were many deaths with both Beryl and Deft where they had flash up and could have actually tried to counterplay. They shouldn't have made the mistakes of being on that place on the map where they were. It's not an even game state. You don't have map control at all, and then still, you could have flashed some of these plays, and you didn't. I mean, there were a lot of more plays, by the way, that are not in this set of clips that we could have gotten. This one is one of the most egregious, unfortunately, here for Deft. I mean, you got to play respectfully, man. You have no idea where carry is. They have full vision in your top side of the jungle.
Yeah, and also, like, still the same issue. You're just face checking into Scanner and Poppy, and also Ziggs. You just get one shot easily. I mean, we didn't show up in the highlights, but we saw so many times, like, I mean, Poppy, Carrier, solo killed Varil like one time as well. So, like, there is so many silly mistakes that we cannot understand, because this is World's Gauntlet. This is the spot, you fight for the spot, last spot for the Worlds. This shouldn't happen.
Yeah, and if anything, I think about what Chronicler said right before he tossed on over to us. Usually, you get some information from game number 1. You are the lower seed, so you're on the red side, but they don't even get that. So at least they get, you know, the nerves out as we take a look at as our final highlight here. T1 closing off the game after taking Baron.
Yeah, there's not much to say about this highlight in general, but honestly, I think the bigger picture here for this game is they didn't have an answer to the Ziggs. They didn't have a strong response. They blinded the Cassante. I think KT probably learned a lot more than any of us have learned in this first game. But the game was basically, to be totally honest, over after that level 1 exchange. And when you have a Ziggs that's going to get that fed, gets to start tier, gets massively ahead, you have a Vayne with a counter matchup into the Cassante, it's just not playable. BDD, he managed his lane okay, right? He did fine, but there's just no saving the game at this point. The Ziggs is just going to get massively ahead. You and I were saying, like, at some point, maybe at 15 minutes, they could just all go mid and probably win the game.
Yeah, they probably could have done that, but here we go. Game number 2. The jitters are out. T1 2 wins away from Worlds. Let's see what happens.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. There wasn't a lot of analyzing that did go into that game. You see that Deft does have a big smile on his face. They get the jitters out, hopefully, because they're going to need to if they want to have a chance, because T1 showed up to play. So far, we haven't seen KT yet, but maybe they start here from game 2.
And it's Deft and Barrow that I think really got to step up. Perfect, again, being in, I think, this high of a pressure situation for the first time in his career. Obviously had a really rough game 1, but it's a little bit more excusable. Whereas for Deft and Barrel, we know what these players are capable of, and they're going to have to show it here in game number.
That's a big thing, though. Game 1, KT was on red side, so they didn't get counterpick, and now they're on blue.
And to be fair, as I say that, I'm like, we know what Barrel is capable of in both ways. That actually was a very classic Barrel game. It's just unfortunate that Deft was also dragged into the depths, as there was that Azir ban that we expected in game number 1. Didn't come through, will come through this time around.
Maybe that's what happens when you just spend too much time playing with Barrel. You just get infected by the wackiness.
I've watched back the 2020 or 2020 Worlds recently, and you'd be shocked at how many Barrel moments there were. Even back then, when he was, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the best supports in the world. Very funny to see, knowing what would happen in the 2 years afterwards. Tristana going to get taken away here as well. Most likely, even with the Jhin being available, I imagine that KT is going to try and secure themselves the Ziggs here.
Yeah, so what T1 are doing, they're saying, okay, you can get Rumble, but we're going to get Ziggs. And essentially, it's a trade, right? You take away Maokai, another really strong pick, and you say, we want to get one of these tippy top tier picks as well. But
so I think that's not as bad if Jin's not available, but if you end up trading Ziggs for Jhin, I don't think you're going to be feeling too bad about that, and I imagine Perfect's going to feel much better with this than what he had last time around.
Rumble Jhin also such a strong combo. The buy has been left open though, so there's that in return, but the thing with Jhin is you can actually operate at such a long distance away from any fights with the ultimate. If Rumble drops his equalizer on top of Ziggs and you just open up with the curtain call, very hard for T1 to mitigate that. Now the Skarner's going to come through. Obviously we saw last game the power can have.
Oh.
Not going for the Jhin. A bit interesting.
His Jhin is so good, we saw it yesterday.
Like, I understand, like, these 3 picks make sense. I understand why they want to get them, but you're not getting Jhin now, and I think that was a part of the reason we were like, okay, this makes sense, this trade is okay. Rumble Jhin for Ziggs, but now they'll obviously have missed out on that. I'd expect a mid lane pick here for T1 to match up into BDD, but apparently not. They think there's enough available for Faker, or at least the priority list has dropped. So instead, the Ornn going to come through, presumably for Zeus, most likely.
Wow, who could have known?
Oh, what a shock.
Does come through. Definitely not going to be fun for Zeus early, but now T1 is the team with Ziggs, so they can actually lane swap and not take too much of a hit, given how strong Ziggs is pushing power and his passive is. And Ornn obviously is going to feel a lot better in a 1v2 in a lane swap situation, if that does end up being the distribution compared to a Rumble. What is Faker going to play though? Because now the opportunity here for KT Rolster, the Poppy takeaway should come as no surprise after the previous game, into this Yone. Because BDD, I think, was the one shining light in the last game. It was a shining light in the Hurricane, so it didn't really do a whole lot. But he did try to make it work with the Rumble. Is a really strong 2-ult combo there. I think they're able to leverage that into T1.
Yeah, and the MF has been left open, so could you see Def pick up that again? Perhaps if you don't get so far behind against the Ziggs, not going to fare as badly. And banning the Senna away from T1, I guess concerned of like... I mean, I guess Senna Ziggs is possible. Maybe like a Senna Ornn bot lane and Ziggs mid. I think that's a weird... I wouldn't expect that, but just not wanting to deny it. Interestingly, they don't ban away the Corki. Maybe aware that it's lost so many times in a row and like, no, T1, you can pick Corki. You're fine to do it. But instead, looking in a different direction, I feel like they need AD with his composition, and that means Gonna be the Nasus. Gonna be the Nasus.
Of course,
I think T1 fans holding their breath as they saw the 10 lost streak Corki hovered there.
This is very, I mean, on paper, it looks like we definitely get that mid into the Yone, and then the Ornn is in the top side with the lane swaps and everything. So just waiting on a support counter pick here for Keria on the side of T1.
I'm just saying, Janna goes really hard here if this rel gets locked in, okay? I don't think it's what we're getting. I think what we're getting is Alistar. But I think it'd be cool. The interesting thing for me, though, is that T1's composition, this Nasus, feels kind of weird when you have Vi Ziggs already, right? Vi Ziggs kind of signals that you want to go in aggressively, you want to try and blow up targets in a second. I think the Ornn can do that to a certain extent, but with the Nasus added as well, it gets a little weird. Devs can now also go for the poke build, meaning that you have a lot of effective range added to this composition when you get to the mid to late stages.
I also think she does pretty hard to itemize against Kai'Sa, pretty good at cutting through bulk, and there is a lot of bulk on the side of T1. Plus, if you take out the Ziggs, it's just frontline left. So I think KT definitely have a game plan to kill Guma and then just cut through the rest, especially if Yone, if BDD has a good game, if he gets ahead, a lot of the targets just aren't able to get a cut through his sustain, and then the Bard comes through for Keria. I'm not really a big fan of Bard here. I think Bard is best utilized when you're playing into a mobile carries. You can set up an ult on them. Obviously, there's other value in his roam potential. But there's so much dive threat here. Like, as a Bard, if you're roaming around, they will just look to kill you, and it's not going to be that difficult.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of peel outside of, like, self-peel from the Ziggs. You could definitely see the Alistar. That was kind of our expected pick. That would offer you that very common into the rel, but instead it's just more setup, you would say, for T1's team fighting rather than safety for some of their squishies.
Yeah, but it does mean that in the 5v5, I think you see what the T1 comps wants to do, but like the 2v2s, the 3v3s, they look kind of clanky, right? You have Ornn, who I think in theory should be able to get through laning phase, but isn't really going to offer you that much power. And then outside of getting a really big Vi and Ziggs combo, feels like the mid game is going to be kind of weak. And I think that if you get past mid game with the power that KT have, when you get to mid to late, in terms of the role, the Kai'Sa Yone in particular, with a Rumble to boot, laning phase is going to be really hard to get through here.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by this T1 composition. I think there's some problems they're going to face in the game, and they already want to up, which is obviously good, but they're going to have to battle through if they want to get a win here.
What about a double, level 1 for KT this time?
Well, let's hope we don't see what we saw in Game 1 at the beginning of that one. Let's jump onto the rift for Game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
You can really feel, I don't want to call it desperation, but the raw emotion.
The desperation.
Of both teams wanting to make it to World so badly.
It's only one slot. And DK were able to get in ahead of T1. A lot of people expecting T1 to win that series. It did not happen. We win 5 games. DK took it down. And so we have the telecom war for one spot. And only one of Faker or Deft can get the most World's attendance award at 9. Both of them on 8 currently. But if you win tonight, you get that number 9 for those individual players. As KT is looking to invade here and set up their the top side, although Beryl is down on the bottom side of the map at the moment, so we'll see where they go with this.
Yeah, I guess maybe concerned about playing into the double ranged as ranged melee.
Well, Keria got one. Also
forced the smite.
Forced the smite, yeah. And now Beryl's just 1v1ing a Ziggs with Ignite. And, I mean, Guma, the Ziggs, level 1 is not very strong. And here comes Beryl again. That's another jump forward, although now with the wave coming in, Beryl is going to back away.
Yeah, I guess he used the W cooldown twice on Guma, so chunks him out, but not really able to do much else. Interesting adaptation, though. You know, we see the lane swap. We just get the Beryl solo lane now.
Yeah, but he has a support item though.
I think it's just more about the
teleport.
XP.
Yeah,
and
well,
the teleport's going to come in.
Still, I think Def now being towards the bot side of the map also due to... Oh,
nice reaction from Guma. Beryl sprinting straight at him. At the end of the day, though, good reaction, but Beryl is able to trade flashes with the Ziggs, which is always going to feel very nice when he's got Hex Flash.
And this has worked out for KT because they avoid Guma and Carry having a level 2 advantage, which they would typically get in range versus range melee. But they also return to the lanes quickly because they don't want to keep the Rumble away from the Ornn. I actually think this has worked out quite well for them overall.
Only one that did have to pay the price is Pioshik, right? Because Keria staying around in that jungle delayed Pioshik very, very heavily, so he didn't actually end up getting the red buff. Only got 3, so missed I think 1 or 2 of the small raptors, and now it's getting invaded. So Owner is going to be really far ahead of the Skarner very early on, as he's even going to be able to take the Krugs here with this lane getting shoved in. It doesn't look like KT is aware of this. Faker is really struggling in mid though. Looks like he is going to have to take the first back, so maybe there's an opportunity there, as now they do know. But can they go for an invade here? Doesn't look like it. BDD also backing now, so before he's back to lane, it's not really going to be a window, and Guma and Kara still have bot lane prio.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to work out too badly for Pioshik because he'll be able to pick up the Scuttle Crab. I do wonder, though, if he's going to try and re-invade on Owner's Raptors here. And you actually see Owner pinging towards the top side, looking to deny this.
See if he can do so. Pioshik, yeah, he's just level 3. He's coming in behind Faker, as they do know that the Skarner is here, and now Faker going to be knocked towards the wall. He does dodge the knock up here. He goes for the ghost, but he's basically just running in circles, waiting for Owner to come on over, who is going to bail him out. But now a bit of damage into Owner as well. The Unbind comes in and forces the flash from Owner. The flash on in for BDD, and he gets first blood, just like that.
And this is a bleed out from mid going behind. The wave bounce back. Faker pushes up. Pioshik, he gets denied the Raptors, so he goes, well, what else can I do but gank mid? Owner has to move in to try and save his mid laner. And the end result is KT getting massive boon. And the jungler who is behind really appreciating that.
Big thing there is that with the knockup from BDD not hitting and Pioshik not slamming him to the wall, I think Faker probably would have been fine just walking it up, but they actually end up looking for the 2v2 by trying to get the most out of that Conquer early on, and I think that's what ends up being the main issue. Because as we can see, initial setup here, not finding the Q3 and not finding the wall slam. With the ghost,
keep going.
It's just not enough. And
go for Vi.
The fact that Owner, I think, could have flashed a lot earlier here and denied a lot of the Skarner damage.
Got him.
Could have probably kept him alive.
I'm just questioning because surely they knew that Pioshik was there. I think Faker should have just, I know he wanted to crush the wave, but stood back and just hit it with E. I think him being that far forwards,
right?
Yeah, I think him being that far forwards, it feels like there's a miscommunication. Owner specifically went to defend his top side, and yet Faker left himself out of position when they should have known the Skarner was there.
We have a little setup from T1 on the bottom side. They're not going to go for it, thinking about diving depth, but they don't know exactly where Beryl is. Also, want to note the interesting lane swap that we have here. Not the, bot lane and the top lane, actually, but it's just Rumble in mid. They've matched the Rumble into the Nasus, which is a very difficult lane for the Nasus. And they've thrown BDD up to the top side, who already has a kill. Not going to have a lot of kill pressure onto the Ornn, but maybe with that first kill. And really just to set up this Rumble matchup makes things very difficult, even more difficult for Faker.
Faker also, because he was playing into Yone, actually going for 3 points in Q, not in E, so he doesn't have as much wave pressure you normally do. And we have Cloth Armor for Faker and Mantle for Zeus, so that means that both BDD and Perfect are playing into an opponent that's itemized for the opposite damage source. And KT looking completely revitalized here early on in the second game.
Yeah, this is a horrible scenario for the Nasus into the Rumble. The Wither obviously doing nothing as well. So T1 are adjusting their lanes now to try and compensate. They are setting a trap for Perfect here.
Yeah, a little bit of a trap. I mean, Beryl's here as well, and could try to go for it, though. The flash on in, the Ornhorn going to be blown here as well. Perfect not even bothering to flash, and it's going to bite him back as that is the kill. Owner comes in and just way too much CC, more than Perfect was expecting.
Just flash it. You know, I don't think there's a reason to risk it in that situation and see if you can survive, especially the follow-up coming in, the satchel from Guma. I think the thought process was, well, the Bard stuns down. How much more can they really do? The answer is that. They definitely had more gas in the tank.
Big thing is that with the objectives being down, normally if you end up getting or investing in a kill like that for KT, maybe you can then play for Dragon, right? Try and get a grub or two, but there isn't anything on the map. So you saw as well, Pioshik is like, can I gank bot? Was spotted by the ward, and that's just kind of the end of the play. So big win there for T1, being able to get a kill onto Owner. Fi definitely one of the junglers that uses the gold decently well. One big thing that is really nice for KT though is that once Kai'Sa is able to get out of lane, get to like at least the first item, I think she starts feeling a lot more safe. Yeah, get to just freely push out the waves, and obviously the free item breakpoint is I think where we're really gonna start to see Deft take over the game. But even just getting through the laning phase without any big experience disadvantages is going to be a really big deal.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe Perfect leaving it too late, thinking he had more time to flash, or maybe just thinking he could survive it. But either way, good setup from T1, good answer back, and punishing the Rumble.
Do you guys get the feeling that even after seeing this much Zig, sometimes players will disrespect the satchel?
Yes.
Yes. That's a... Yeah.
I feel like we see it so often, even aiming in the series against T1, just utilizing it so well. It can do a lot, and I feel like, you know, when you're getting first pick Rumble, you really want them to be doing a bit more than sitting on 0-1 and, you know, just barely being ahead of the Ornn at this point in time. So we'll see if Perfect can get back on his feet.
These lane assignments still all over the place, as now we have BDD playing into Guma. I think Guma just got his flashed forced, used his ultimate as well as his flash. BDD's ult is down, so I imagine that he was able to get, obviously, Yone has so much dive threat that Zig shouldn't really be laning into him. And Faker, due to these constant swaps and the plays that have happened in mid lane as well, where he had to back off, really has not been looking good in terms of CS. Like, and especially if you go for the Nesses with a lot of early points in queue, you want to try and snowball that and get to a high number of stacks as soon as you possibly can. It's able to, as we expected, I think, really put a lot of pressure on in this laning phase.
Yeah, getting a substantial lead, and obviously there's a lot of setup from T1, a lot of pick potential, so perhaps that's something they're going to lean on. But yeah, we can see from the level difference, BDD over a full level ahead of this Nasus, and given how proficient he's been on the pick, he is going to be a problem as this game goes on. A hard champ really to pin down as well. You know, there's a lot of CC on the side of KT, but plenty of scenarios where you're using the Unbound Soul, where even the Vi, if you ult onto him, he can just snap back, drag you into a very rough position.
Yeah, Faker going to be happy to be alone for now, but doesn't look like he's going to be left alone for very long, as he's got his team and the Rumble going down there, as now Deft is in the top lane as the Grubs are spawning here. They might want to get 6 Grubs in this game. Trying to go in his Zeus, but pretty difficult to do that on the Kai'Sa.
Also saw Perfect there at the beginning when that initial crash from Faker came through, really just hiding between the 2 turrets. Afraid that he was going to get dove again. Not going to be the case. T1 instead looking for the cross map. We'll be able to pick up the second dragon here. A lot of less impactful souls still on the map. We'll see which rift we are going to get. And it's Cloud, which there's a lot of members that I think use the Cloud Rift really well here on either side.
Yeah, I honestly don't think Cloud is that bad. Obviously, something like a Hex deck is the ideal, but particularly the Nasus benefits a lot from that movement speed at close distance.
Trying to clear the wave here. He's got Keria to just stasis everything up there, and this is an Ornn as the Impale will come in, but the stun is there from Keria, and the knockup from the Ornn, but Deft, he lives just barely, and eventually does go down to Keria's auto. Barrel as well is going to bite the dust eventually as Faker comes in, just collects a kill. Not half bad at the end of the day as T1 take the gold lead.
Yeah, really well played by Keria there to stall that out, to find the play turnaround. Not sure exactly what happened in the bot lane, though.
Looks like they were trying to set up a play onto Perfect. Ended up costing Owner his flash, and they don't actually end up getting the kill.
It's a hard dive.
Yeah, the flash from Perfect there on the Q to ensure that he's fine. But this TP actually ends up being huge because it means that BDD then can't TP to the top half of the map and ends up being a trade 1-for-1. But again, with what happening on the other side, T1's always going to take that.
Yep, absolutely. This play worked out really well. Wave pretty thinned out, but not fully cleared. But Zeus managing to finish it off there. Def starts taking tower hits, and then this ult that gets caught by the stun. And at this point, there's just nothing Def can do. He just gets taken out by Carrier.
And then the flash, and he's just within range of the Ornn knockup. Zeus also, I think, playing that really well. Setting up the wave clear, then using his W to get the remaining few minions. And now, Gold Lead has swung back in T1's favor. Could be looking for something on Faker. Again, I think this Nessus is very, very weak, but already reinforcements on the way here for T1.
Yeah, and I mean, the setup here from the side of T1, especially because Pocic is just...
dead. He's just
alone
dead.
Farming in the jungle. I mean, he's Skarner. He can go through walls. Surely he's... No, he's dead.
Yeah, he's gone through walls towards T1's base.
Yeah, only question is who gets the kill. It will be Divine. Using that gold pretty well, as you mentioned before, Chronicler, and... yeah, that's just a straight-up mistake, and it feels like, you know, KT, they had a very good start to this game. It's a much closer game. This isn't anything like game number 1, but feels kind of bad for them to really get back on the horse, but then immediately be knocked off of it once again, especially when you had Faker really in the hole. He's very behind on farm, but at least he got that kill and assist, and the Nasus is, it's going to take a while for him to be relevant in this game anyway, but at least he's not as far behind as, let's say, Perfect in game 1.
Yeah, and I feel like once he starts getting some stacks together, he'll still be a threat in the mid-game. The Wither's going to still have a lot of value on BDD in particular, and this game is feeling a little bit like for KT, BDD or bust at this point. You know, Depth's farming up fairly well, to be fair, but it feels like Perfect hasn't... I mean, he managed to get like the turnaround kill on the bot side, but I haven't really been inspired so much by his Rumble so far.
We'll have to see. KT do have the Kaisa, especially once Deft hits level 11, we'll be able to assist inside. So maybe BDD already, I think, will be really hard to match for T1. And then you can then try to use his power combined with the fact that it's easy for Kaisa to collapse as a possible source of pressure come mid-game. But that does require a good amount of finesse, which does for our KT have, I think, definitely been lacking. Perfect. Maybe looking for a back and then TPing back in. Deft's clearing this mid-wave, which does give T1 the space. Zeus on the flank has his ultimate available.
It's about to get very interesting. Let's see, BDD looking for the knockup, and now the Ornhorn's going to be called. Nice little angle, but a big engage from Barrel into the equalizer, and Impale! It's just a massive wobble that comes in. T1 are trying to turn something. They do get the 1 kill, and a massive Bard ult as well. But at the end of the day, do they have to follow up damage to kill any of these low health members is the question. Guma trying his best to do exactly that, but he can't get the 1 kill. Carrier's going to go down, and BDD is still alive. And it's Guma easier bust, but he is gone as KT win a gigantic team fight.
That's the Wombo combo dream right there as Barrel sets it up, Pocic knocks it down, and that Rumble pick toasting the entirety of T1.
Holds them still, rakes them over the coals, and KT get the ace, was still a bit scrappy. I think a big thing was the fact that BDD and Depth couldn't immediately follow up on the target. But the job gets done, a big swing in favor of KT off the back of that play. We'll see coming in, so initially Carrier kind of baiting out skills here, and this is the big factor. BDD's Unbound Soul used, and Deft also gets knocked up, so the follow-up isn't there immediately, but just holds them over the fire here. And it does get a little bit messy, you know, Deft gets focused down, Beryl ends up killing Faker and then also chasing down Carrier, which is just the most Beryl thing ever, but he deserves those kills after that ult, I'm going to be honest.
Perfect also barely living there with the shield, and BDD, if he goes unchecked in these longer fights and just can get spell rotation after spell rotation off, Yone is going to add so much damage to your composition. And now look at the kills as well. A lot of those go in to BDD. Again, also a double for Barrel, which is very funny given how this game started. That goal not going to excite you as much, but BDD in particular being this far ahead is a big deal, and now possible soul point fight on the table here.
Yeah, I mean, T1 are going to start this one up, and they're, you know, still in a pretty decent spot to try to start it, but the issue is that KT, the massive gold influx that they got from that last fight, is pretty huge, and you know, BDD's teleport I think at this point in time is going to be much more impactful than Faker's teleport, so a good lane here for BDD, but also a better guy who will be joining the fight if one does break out around this Cloud Drake.
Faker also can't cancel BDD's TP, but BDD can cancel Faker's, right? So if BDD decides to teleport in, there isn't really a whole lot that Faker can do besides try to damage him as much as possible, as Beryl does not care about your measly turret. They will just slam this down, gonna trade that for the bot side outer. This is again just continued setup. BDD does now finish his Noon Quiver, and it looks like both teams not wanting to risk it just yet.
I think it's so dangerous being inside the Dragon Pit against both of these teams. If you get trapped in there by the front line of T1 and Ziggs is free firing, it's a big concern. And on the other side, the flank threats, the dive potential from KT is there. So T1 kind of backed off, moved away from it. And now KT, they've gone for their resets. A little bit late to the punch here, and they could just end up giving over Soul Point if they don't move quickly. It's already half HP. It is a Skarner can get over walls though.
They're going to get the ults from Keria in there, and yeah, the Skarner goes in, and it just goes over to Pyosik, and they do have this magical journey. Beryl trying to follow, but he just says, no, it's not worth it. We got the Drake. We don't need the kill. We're already ahead, and we will deny the Cloud Soul Point from T1.
Really good moves there from Pyosik, and the thing is, they weren't even aware. You can see the ult from Keria used on a Beryl. Not really a major concern. Pyosik just slides in and manages to get the steal away. A little bit of an early smite from Owner there.
Going to be TP used by BDD, but also Owner's Flash as well as Keria's heal. So there are two big summoners. This match, though, definitely a lot more what I think we were expecting coming into the day. As a reminder, there is no more LCK after this. This is the final fight between these two teams. Whoever wins this best of 5 goes to Worlds. For the loser, it's over as BDD. He's going deep.
Yeah, just doing Yone things, and the Ziggs just not very much like that or appreciate.
He didn't hit so much.
Yeah.
He just got in range, and that's enough.
And he just auto attacks him.
Yeah.
That's enough. That's enough. Yeah, a little bit concerning for Guma here. And he has gone the burst heavy build without the Seraphs. So less safety. And BDD
Faker.
looking out for Faker. No ult though.
Yeah, not gonna force it.
Not the easiest target to cut through, even for BDD with the heavy armor itemization and the Wither. So not opting to overcommit onto that one. But yeah, lead now for KT. They've mitigated the looming threat of the Dragons. And Baron coming up soon. We can see already the vision's been being set up by Keria to get some control of the area. But I think we'll see KT probably looking to set traps there. I think particularly onto Keria, you could easily find a window to pick him if he oversteps.
둥지안으로 들어가야 될 때 내가?
It's just saying I have to go in.
95. There, and obviously a lot of damage coming in. The equalizer being dropped.
나이스
Don't go
나이스.
too far.
다행이다.
Oh, thank
뭐야
God.
빠졌네? 지렸다잉. 오케이.
We stole it. Great job. Okay, it's back.
He's also so tanky. Like, you saw the Vial and the Ziggs ult thrown on him, and it's like, did he even lose health? Yeah, this Skarner gonna be problematic to cut through. And that's one of the concerns with this composition for T1. The only damage really is Ziggs. He has not gone a build that cuts through bulkier targets. He has gone the squishy killer build. So Pyoshik's not going to get really DPS down by Guma. The only really major damage threats are, well, Faker doesn't have that many stacks. Owner's a Vi who struggles getting in melee range off the Skarner. I think Pyoshik's just going to end up being immortal this game.
Yeah, the real issue is that Owner, I imagine, is going to go Cleaver next, and between W and Cleaver, like, eventually it'll kill Pyoshik. But realistically, if Owner is hitting Pyoshik in a fight,
something's wrong.
Something is not going well, right? That shouldn't be a thing, as they are playing towards a possible catch on Perfect here. Not going to find it. BDD now, second item finished. Same for Deft, and it's that third item that I think is really going to change how a lot of these fights also play out in the neutral, because right now, Owner is not going to be the type of jungler that can just easily keep tanking these Ws. Obviously, both Zeus and Keria, once he finishes Warmux, will be fine. But still hitting enough of those onto people like Guma or Owner in the long run is going to be something that KT can rely on to type of set up for these dives, right? Like 1 or 2 Ws alone could be enough as...
Okay, that is a big committal, but it's a Keria ult to deny all the damage, and now T1 are perfectly set up for the wombo combo once again. Equalizer comes down. It's a perfect angle from Perfect. And T1 are burnt to a crisp as KT will win the fight and will take the Baron.
The anti-synergy on display. Carrier goes for the flashy play and then blocks his entire team's damage and hands the Baron straight over to KT. What a misplay, what an unforced error from T1.
You gotta imagine if T1 is able to go up 2-0 here, get a win after a basically completely demolishing KT in game number 1, it's gonna feel very different. The insanity that the flash redirect on the Q works, and then
even the Ornn
dodges everything.
Six ults.
I'm not gonna lie, if he'd bought a Seeker's Arm Guard and used it there, I would be saying that's one of the highest value Seeker's Arm Guards. If it would be his own team's Bard, I would have said that was one of the best Bard ults we've seen.
Maybe ever.
Yeah, the miscommunication between T1 really biting them. And now with the Baron in hand, KT can keep applying pressure.
It's telling as well that Perfect didn't actually get the toaster oven ready this time around, right? And still, they now have enough damage just between BDD and Def that the CC combo of Barrel and Pioshik ends up being absolutely huge. And of course, T1 heavily over-investing is not going to get in, but they get the turret, and that's the main goal.
Yeah. I mean, with the Baron just trying to really escalate your gold lead, and now trying to flash on a guy who's invisible, and Owner has to go in. Bit of damage to Ziggs ult over the top, and they finally do get Perfect. It's a trade 1-for-1, but Faker is probably going to go down. This is a pretty decent Bard ult, but it's only going to delay the inevitable as Faker, super low, he's in the back line, gets ulted on, down he will go. It's a triple for Deft, who is just running around the fight.
KT were just warming up in game 1. We saw in this series against B&K Fearx yesterday that game 1 was a slow one, not the best performance, but they have ramped up and they are here to contest for that Wild spot.
KT, this team, very often a complete enigma. What do you get on the day? Are they going to beat Genji? Are they going to lose to Breon?
What do you get game to game?
It is the full spectrum of gameplay as Deft, great E there, so gets the stealth, means that there isn't an opportunity for Owner. And yeah, eventually they get the turn on the Perfect, but...
Well, this is just insult to injury. Guma doesn't have flash, and I think eventually should die. There you go. Pioshik just gonna bop him on the head with a claw. And it's just a caught Ziggs, trying to satchel over a wall, but you're not getting away from Skarner and Yone. Pretty difficult.
That's a big uptick in gold recently. 2 Cloud Dragons kit as well. The Baron is about to time out, and it looks like T1, they do have a lot of pick potential, and it feels like they know they're in a big deficit now, and their approach is just going to be find isolated targets. But I think we're kind of seeing some of the targets very difficult actually to get on top of, and also like Deft can itemize into a Zhonya's, which is obviously fantastic into the Vi. They're continuing this push on the top side, but I don't think you get too much progress with just that wave.
And over the last couple of years, it's important to note as well that now that the Kai'Sa is online, he's getting bonked on the head.
Yeah, Def just is in melee range against a big Nasus who isn't very fed, but actually it's just a bait all along as Faker's running the other way. There's a Bard ult. Faker's like, I need more stacks. Hold on. Not the best timing there, and now this fight is very broken up. That's a double impale, and both of these guys are just dead. As is just caught in the crossfire. He's going to be going down as well. KT just crossing their eyes, crossing their T's, dotting their I's rather. As Faker is still just holding the wave, trying to keep the game alive.
He's just building stacks, right? It's what Nasus does.
Still farming.
Yeah,
eventually he'll get there.
Barrel's going to win this 1v1. Unfortunately, BDD on the way as well.
I mean, I guess he held the wave, but...
Yeah, BDD even QSS is the Wither, so... he just need to hit a Q at some point.
Dodge everything! Nah, he's trying his best. I mean, the Nasus can be pretty funky like this. The ult will be committed to as BDD has had enough, and they do take him down.
Yeah, surprise Scorpion showing up at the end there. But as I was saying, if you go back to the Gauntlets the last 3 years, Deft has been there every single time. Still, the most insane run obviously going to be... ironically, 2021 Hanwha, even though 2022 DRX ended up winning. The man has made it every single time, and I'm seeing this as I say that, I'm like, ooh, Not too
It
sure
was just
about
a
that
bait.
one.
It was just a bait. He landed from barrel.
He baited me. As there we see the
baited himself.
dream combo, but Deft with this supercharger still able to just run out. And then here again, we get the combo. I feel like Rumble, we should just leave. I think we are learning every time we see it that just accept that you are down a ban on red side.
Yep, and I will say, you know, the Skarner's been a pretty recent addition in the LCK, and Pioshik has just felt so at home in this pick. The amount of massive impales. Yeah, trying to maximize that magic damage for his team, a lot of value there, but he has just been on form this game, especially considering he was the one who suffered the most in the early shenanigans. He is now just an absolute presence in these fights, constantly catching multiple people, and into a team which has 3 big, bulky melee champions. It's not too hard to get high value on the ult, but he's definitely picking a good timing consistently.
Yeah. A lot of the early to mid-game was a huge focus on BDD getting very far ahead, Faker being extremely far behind, and it's really only gone further beyond that, right? As BDD once again doing insane damage on the Yone as he did yesterday. He has gotten Yone 2 games in a row, and T1 have not given the respect to that just yet, as Keria this time trying to actually set up a
Very
kill.
OP. Can't believe he just used walk.
He utilized the walk strategy.
Very powerful.
In the direction that Keria was not expecting. But yeah, I mean, BDD is just kind of running away with this game. The issue now is that it's not just BDD. It's the entire team is finally kind of grouped up behind him. He was there in game 1 as well, but he was the only one in game 1. So now he's got a team behind him, and KT, 10,000 gold ahead almost, are looking for their second Baron.
All they got to do is turn. Just don't flip, don't risk giving it over. As long as Owner isn't allowed near the pit, does a flash and ult.
Well, they're trying to keep him out of the pit, and there is the turn. A lot of wombo combo bouncy castle behind the wall there.
Dead.
Yeah, BDD goes down, and Baker's pretty tanky. A big impale, but Pioshik getting low. I think the wallets might just be a bit too heavy, though. A pretty decent fight, all things considered, but the wallets are there for the side of KT. Extremely messy, and T1 will deny the Baron for now.
It's not clean, but it's KT. Everything's fine. They have enough threats. That almost gets the kill there. Going to be setting up for Soul Point here. And again, I think a bit of a messy fight's not the end of the world. As long as you don't give over the Baron and the bounty and allow T1 to really stay in the game for another 5 minutes, that's not going to be the case.
I think considering, just watch BDD and the amount of CC he fits in, considering this game, this wasn't a stop fight for T1, it shows the wallet dip. He gets immediately violeted over the wall, then he gets knocked up, then he gets knocked up, then he gets knocked up, then he dies. That is the story of BDD, that fight, as the most fed member of the team. And still, the fight isn't a immediate win for T1, and it just goes to show like how far behind T1 are, and also the lack of damage really for this comp. Guma's going towards Rabadon's third, so nowhere near pen items. And look at the items on the other side. So the Skarner Super Fed has an Abyssal, Perfect's going to have Jack Show. You know, we have the Zhonya's from Deft, which isn't given MR, but obviously lets you dodge damage. Even just like the QSS Magic Resist on BDD. The Locket from Barrel, they are really going to struggle to cut through these targets. So even if KT does misexecute, I just think they don't have the damage on T1 to really punish.
You need Guma to get a Void Staff, right? I think that's something that is going to be at least somewhat of a difference maker. I just don't know if we're going to get to that point in the game.
There's also the fact that KT have 3 Cloud Drakes. Not always what you'll see, but just the fact that they're slowly stacking up Cloud Drakes and they might even get Cloud Soul, it's just more damage avoidance from them.
You think of a BDD stepping out up the...
Oh, okay. The Zhonya's going to have some big value there as BDD finds Guma, and you see the Ornn is desperate to try to save him, but he will go down anyway, and BDD will survive. The wallets are just gigantic right now on the side of KT. They take down the 2 carries, and that might just do it. KT Rolster looking for their first win in the series. Isaiah is desperate to just try to stop the wave from going down, but the TP will come in. And it's only Keria as Steph 1 kill away from Legendary, I believe, here, as they will look to push to end and win game 2.
And this best of 5 after game 1 looked a little dicey, but KT bounced back in a big way. And the Telecom War continues for this final world spot as the Nexus falls here in game number 2.
The Nexus will fall, and we do, in fact, have a series on our hands. Anyone can take it from here, as KT have decided it's a bit late but we will show up and actually play the game and give you a challenger against T1.
And you know, you can never really be sure what you're going to get out of a series like this as you hear the KT fans going super loud there, supporting the team. But I think one thing I was certain on is it wasn't going to be a 3-0. KT didn't really show up game one, but they are not going to go down without a fight.
It's so peak KT that Hirai has the same expression. After a game where, by all accounts, they really were in control right from the early game, able to win some of the early skirmishes. T1, that mid-game fight, that turn around Baron could have been the difference maker, but
the thing to think about with Hirai is we see so many wacky KT games in the LCK, but he also sits through their scrims, and we know the scrims are going to be even wackier, so that is a man who has seen too much.
He definitely has, maybe too much for one man and one team, as BDD's on top of the damage charts again.
He's playing with a rumble.
Yeah. And you know, Perfect had good ults towards the end. Definitely a bit of a redemption after a rough game one.
Yeah, showed up there with the team. Some really good team fighting from the side of KT, and they're back on the horse. They have a chance in this series, but we are done after game two. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
나풀 있거든? 나 틱크 잡았어? 나 살았어. 여기서 봐줘, 봐줘. 나 살았고? 봐줄게. 나노스. 나 살았게. 나 텔로 올게. 바이 봐줄 사람? 끝내자. 나 이거 가져가. 괜찮아. 없어. 막으란다, 이거 봐줄래? 나 이거 길게 하면 이 되길 것 같아. 괜찮아. 끝났어. 이거 살면 돼. 내가 핑할게. 우리 6촌이.
Round 2 goes to KT, and of course, everything is equilibrium when it comes to them. 1-1, as it is T1 and KT tied up here for that final slot at Worlds. Welcome back to the space. Digon alongside Wadid and Wolf to break it down. A much better draft, and more importantly, we got past the first 2 minutes, first 30 seconds without any deaths.
Yeah, I mean, everyone kind of shocked by Carrier's Bard pick right there, but I feel like nowadays you don't need to take care about the lane matchup, because you can always lane swap. We could already see that from the early game from both teams. They're having like Kai'Sa top or like having Rumble on mid lane. Like there are so many lane assignments like going on. So I think it was really like decent pick by T1, especially when they want to like just put on players on a comfort picks.
Yeah, I think T1 often uses the Bard pick for map rotation, weirdly enough. Obviously, for the lane prio, it can be very useful, but for the map rotations, when you're behind, it gets a little bit trickier to get value. You're mostly just running away. It also doesn't really set up all too much on T1's side post-Bard ultimate. We had a big ult that ruined one of the team fights for T1. We'll get to that later. Looking at the composition for KT Rolster, on the other hand, BDD gets his Yone again, and the Nasus answer just didn't really hit for me. I feel like we could have seen so many other different mid picks here. An 80 pick for more damage would have been good for Faker. A pick that doesn't actually allow him to... This Nasus doesn't really allow him to get any control or do any roaming. He's going to be behind on the plays, and he got crushed by BDD super hard.
Yeah, you were making a point here. BDD, one of the most in-form mid laners here in the LCK. As we take a look at the highlights, 15 minutes at Herald Fight. This is when KT took control after falling behind early.
There's so many combos in this composition for KT that if you make a mistake or you overextend, you are going to get crushed. And the Bard ultimate isn't going to be able to turn this play around, unfortunately, because there's just no damage here. Ziggs has abilities, but he's a mage, right? So he can't actually clean up these low health bars with auto attacks.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you normally pick normal like melee supports, like who has just target CC, which is just easier to team to play the game around. But I feel like Carrier did some kind of good rotation in the early game, but it didn't work out in some of team fights.
Yeah, Pyoshik with that 3-man snare, getting himself a little bit of barbecue on top of the Rumble. Then our second highlight of this match here, 22 minutes in, and you're thinking, what a pick by Carrier, and it all goes wrong.
This pick was like this timing of his ultimate that ruins everything that T1 is trying to do here was so insane. It's such a big mistake, unfortunately, for Carrier that I actually, on my first watch through, thought that BD teched in an arm guard. And I felt really silly, but then Atlas told me he actually thought the same thing because it was just so picture perfect to shut down everything T1 wanted to do. Then again, KT get those combos on the re-engage. Re-engage is so strong here for KT that if you botch that initial setup, you are just going to get crushed in the end of the fight.
That's right. Vi ult, Ziggs ult, Ornn ult, all used there and miss, which led to our final team fight after KT take control of this game. 2 minutes later, and this one was the final nail in the coffin.
I think after those T1's mistakes, like KT kind of, they were kind of on the comfort zone after those silly mistakes from T1, and also they snowballed pretty well, like the structure that they had for the vision control, and also looking for the fight on the mid lane. Like everything was great, and also the combination from Pyoshik and Perfect's Rumble was really great. But we want to point out the BDD, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to talk about BDD briefly because the man has had such an insane end of the season. Even in some of KT's big losses, he had insane KDAs. His performances on Tristana, Corki, now the Yone coming up. We know how good he is on Azir, Talia, but the man is so consistent right now that I think they need some sort of answer in the mid lane. Even in that first game loss, he was by far the best performing player on KT. Yesterday, out-damaging a Ziggs on the Yone. This man has a problem that that T1 need to solve.
Yeah, again, perfect getting himself the opportunity on Rumble as well. We saw the Rumble for Ziggs trade, but I think the sneaky caveat there was also the Skarner just constantly holding people over the fire.
I mean, I'm wondering if T1 is going to change the draft, because this game was kind of okay, like before Carrier makes mistakes on the top lane. So I feel like maybe T1 sticks to the plan that they had for game 2, and then maybe after the game 3 they can change. But yeah, it's still really important game for Qualifier.
Yeah, what do you think about T1's, I guess, changes here as they stay on the blue side for game number 3?
I think that probably move away from the Bard, maybe. I want to see Faker on something where he has a little bit more agency. Maybe if we see the swap from KT and they don't ban the Azir, pick that up and actually play an AD jungler and try to play around that. Maybe get Owner on the Sejuani. I think there are definitely some small changes T1 can make draft-wise because they have that blue side advantage.
All right, well, 1-1. We're all tied up after 2. Game number 3. Who will move themselves to match point? Let's find out as we send it on over to the TriCast.
TriCast here. Thank you very much, Spacers, as we're getting ready for game number 3. T1 back to the blue side. Gotta hope that it helps the drafting. At least will help the Rumble not see the Rift, I would imagine, as it was banned by KT in game number 1.
Yeah, we'll see if it gets banned again. Likely will. Do they swap out maybe like the Sejuani and the Vi ban to get rid of the Ziggs? But I think the thing we said after game 1 was we weren't really happy with an aspect of KT's draft, which was giving counterpick to Zeus and perfect blind in the Cassante. But we also really didn't get to see a game in game 1. It was just a ton of really crazy errors from KT that kind of made the game unplayable very quickly. So presumably that's not going to happen in this game. You would think they've learned from that and they're not going to give Ziggs a double kill level 1.
Kind of poignant there to see the KT and T1 banners with DRX in the middle, given the roster that KT is currently fielding. Now, we have seen that on red side, some of our teams seemingly get struck by the curse that makes you unable to, execute on any of the drafts. The Yone, this is 100% earned by BDD. I think, as we pointed out, even in game number 1 that they did lose, he was the one stalwart defender for KT. Rumble going to remain on the ban list here, as he should be. The Jhin Ziggs trade is something that I'm looking towards now. The Smolder, unsurprisingly, comes through as well.
So if you're happy to take the Jhin into the Ziggs, obviously we saw the opportunity for that last game, but it didn't happen because they wanted to prioritize things like the Yone. But there's time for it now. The Yone's obviously gone, so maybe lower priority to get pigs for BDD. We'd expect the Jhin to come through in this rotation, or at least before the second phase of bans. But immediately, Leona coming out, and then Ivan. Interesting. Definitely different from the priorities we've typically seen from this team. Obviously, one in barrel to have that pick with confidence. We've seen the Poppy often picked into Leona, though. I wonder if T1 bring that out.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to get more protection, you could look at the Poppy. They're hovering Xin, which I don't think we're going to see. The Ivern has been a go-to for Pyosik all season long, ever since he returned to the Rift in the meta. Sejuani just going to be the pick, though, for Owner, which has been the go-to comfort pick for him.
And it is the blind Camille to come through here. Obviously, Sejuani and Camille as a duo, a lot of power there. And it basically forces KT to say, do we pick Jax here? Or is it going to get banned away? I feel like that's the one pick that isn't going to make it through to the next rotation. And with the Ivern and the Leona already locked in, I think you can go for it. Perfect. Considering it here. And Counter-Strike value into Sejuani is always going to feel amazing, and we have seen Camille really struggle in this matchup.
It feels like, though, this was kind of T1 setting a gambit. The Camille, even if you're not going to be able to have as much presence in the side lane into a Jax, you're still good in team fights setting up for the Ziggs ult. But on top of that, you basically guarantee that KT have to make a tough choice. Jax or Jhin, they go for the Jax, so T1 will likely just ban the Jhin out here and deny that away. That being said, on the other side, KT do deny that Poppy that we've seen have a good matchup into Leona during the regional gauntlet.
Yeah, it feels like the second phase of bans, the bans should be relatively straightforward. A lot still left on the table that could be utilized by either team. The Poppy, an obvious one. The Seraphine also getting a look at here. Has been another answer into the Ziggs as, that 80 carry, quote unquote, just to, get some shielding, some healing to deal with the poke and also be an AP presence for the team.
Would imagine that the Jhin is next here on the ban list for T1. Otherwise, KT Rosa can just slam Jhin on R4 and then save the counter pick, give BDD again something that can really punish them in, because I do think BDD again has been extremely solid thus far in this series.
Interesting as well, there's no look at Tristana in this. Oh, okay.
That's just on it. It does mean the Jhin is open.
Yeah.
But maybe we want to go in a different direction. We'll see. We have obviously seen the Jhin into Ziggs like really often, really popular. There is still obviously the option of the MF available as well, which we've seen a decent amount, although into a Camille, Sejuani might be difficult ever really to channel the ult. The Corki comes in, 10 loss streak for this pick so far, but BDD decides he wants to try and break that. And then this side, looking at Talia, obviously something that with the Camille setup, great follow-up onto that.
This makes me think that they're looking towards maybe an AP carry for Deft here. Like something a little bit crazy, even with the Seraphine then, and the Ziggs already picked up. Because if you don't desperately need 80 damage, like Tristan obviously already got taken away. The Ivern combined with the Corkis is still solid. Corki is a very solid AD carry in the middle lane, as we've seen. Is that going to be enough? It looks like instead a Sivir. We saw Guma pull out as well, and this time it is going to be Deft trying to bring it in here.
It just once again
It's
feels
not like Jhin anymore?
It just once again feels like a low-value bot game. I think maybe the thought process was they expected KT to take MF or Jhin, and they're like, well, we can just bot ult to block the ult. But KT don't take the bait, they go for the Sivir instead. Bot ult, very low value against the Sivir who can spell shield it. And now you're in a situation where you have the dive threats of your composition, but bot doesn't really facilitate that so well, when you could have had something like a Rel, who you imagine the Rel diving in with his T1 composition, it feels a lot more on theme.
Really does. Also, the Talia we have not seen for a while. The only combo that we saw consistently is the Defy, because it's so easy and so guaranteed to get set up. A lot of the other setup is somewhat conditional, right? You need to either hit your ultimate. If you're the Sejuani, you need to get the Bard stun off or get off the ultimate and then actually land the timing on the stasis as well. We'll see if the blue side proves to be strong enough here. Thus far, obviously, have been able to get it done.
This guy says whenever he comes down, they win 100% of the time. 1 for 0.
Nice.
He didn't tell us the numbers, so it could be anything.
Technically, it's correct.
Yeah, 100%. Well, they definitely have a lot of setup. We'll see if it works for them in this game. Definitely wasn't the way it worked with the Bard in Game 2. Sivir comes out again as an answer into Ziggs. So we'll see if that works as well as we out of the Rift for Game number 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right. Well, both fan bases. Chronicler, you didn't want to say it before, but it does feel like desperation, you know, especially because both teams now have gotten a taste of how their team wins and in what manner, and they want more. They are greedy for that world spot. Understandably, they would like their team to go and participate in the World's Championship of 2024.
It's not just that, but it's the fact that this might be the last we see of either roster, right? Deft, we've been teasing about the last, final, real, actual, this time, actual last dance. But I feel like this time, it's really the last dance. And if
he's referenced it many times.
He has, yeah.
So
but I feel like that happened in 2022 as well, which is why there's so many memes around it. But obviously, I feel like we have now actually reached that point. I think that KT also had such a magnificent summer last year and then wasn't really able to make it work, had very unlucky draws, then met JDG and just kind of all went downhill from there. On the flip side, this T1 roster has been together, excluding Zeus, since 2021. And talk about Zeus did take a bit of a beating here early on.
Is Beryl going to try and solo kill Goomer again? That's the question.
So Guma was looking around for him. Any sneaky Leona's hanging out. There is a 8-game losing streak in the regional qualifier alone for the Corki. Faker has lost on it 3 times. Showmaker twice. Closer 3 times. BDD has not played it yet, so perhaps he will break the streak.
Yeah, we do see that TP coming down now from Deft. This is the sort of adaptation they're doing, the very light swap where they TP down so you can pick up this big wave. And Deft will end up really far ahead in terms of levels. Barrel going to soak up a little bit of experience here as well to get level 2, but Presumably still hasn't been seen, so maybe Guma gets punished here.
Oh, okay. Nice little force flash from Carrier. BDD already pretty low as the pressure was already on. We saw some slows into rocks being thrown into BDD at level 1. And just the follow-up on that coming out here.
We do see pings on barrels, so Guma is very aware that there's a Leona waiting in that rush.
You have to assume with Barrel. I mean, maybe you showed when we went looking bot lane, but you just have to assume with Barrel.
Yeah, barrel's always in the brush. BDD, though, already being flashed down. One of the big things that I think is the reason why the Corki has been so high prio is because he has so much early agency. We have seen him really struggle, but his early laning phase often feels like a very strong part of his kit. I want to highlight, actually, that Guma, or that Owner rather, was able to start on his own bot side and then immediately make his way into the top half of the jungle, which means that Pioshik right now actually in a really rough spot because he set up the top side and then Owner just walked in and took it, right? And Ivern in particular can have an insanely quick early clear, but he's really relying on the setup. So if he wastes a lot of time on setup, doesn't actually get to cash out in it. Not like he's going to be falling behind when it comes to the camps, but it does take away, I think, one of the biggest strengths of this jungler is what his early clear allows you to do on the map.
Yeah, I mean, he's just so vulnerable to counter jungling because you have to invest the time, wait, and then come back.
Hello.
He somehow messed that up. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he didn't get the first auto off.
Yeah.
Queued.
Rough.
Even a 2-time world champion can fumble that, so, you know.
With a skin for this exact champion is not a lot of mana here in Perfect. Does have a cookie.
Perfect's going to go back in with the Ivern Q and now taking a bunch of damage as the freeze will come down. The permafrost. But Pioshik's still making his presence felt. He's got double buff and he's just kind of autoing him down, throwing in some Qs. And yeah, I mean, there is definitely potential setup, especially with all these brushes. Zeus and Owner, they're really desperate to push in that wave, and they will be successful.
Yeah, I think just Perfect's a bit too low, and there are too many minions, so you can go in with a counter-strike, but you ain't gonna, like, one-shot Zeus Owner, and then the minions
still had flash as well.
Yeah, they would just mangle you, so I think trying to protect Perfect, trying to hold the wave as long as possible, but the right decision made there not to commit to something more.
How very unlike KT.
Yes, yes. Interestingly enough.
Suspicious.
We need Barrel just to send it in with an aggressive flash or something.
I'm sure he will. That's
It'll happen, yeah.
The lane's in such a rough spot here. But it will... We'll see if Faker actually holds it for longer. BDD just has teleport so he can get back, but it feels like we've constantly seen Carrier just coming mid, trying to pot BDD in an uncomfortable position, and the matchup's already pretty fine for the Talia, but it's really been pushed in Faker's favor here with the extra help.
He's going to get 6 as well off of this final cannon.
Yeah.
So can now make his way back to base, get a buy-in, and can maybe even hold on to his teleport. We'll have to see what BDD or how fast he's going to be able to shove in this wave. As not quite enough for the tier N lost chapter. Does Faker have?
Yeah, it's a sad inventory for any AP player. Just desperate to try to get that item, but can't. Definitely going to feel much better for Faker in this game compared to the last game where he was playing Nasus and basically did nothing and fell behind. Now he's the one in the driver's seat with the help of Carrier.
Those are the components where you really think about every CS you missed, and you're like, if I just hit that CS.
Yeah. Isn't it just like 180 on top of that to finish it? I forget what the combined cost.
I can't remember the exact amount, but it's not much at all.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to set up here for the grubs. And KT Rolster with the Ivern are utilizing that zone control very well. But in goes Barrel. He says, enough of the zone control. I'm just going to put my face in it. And he does do that, and he's probably dead as the knockup comes in. He gets a shield, though. Stays alive for a very long period of time, but eventually does go down. First blood goes to Faker. And all going to be thrown out here by Guma, who is level 6. As T1 will look to push them away and take the other 2 grubs.
That's what we were missing from Barrel, you know, just the aggressive.
We knew it was on the way.
It was definitely coming, and hard for the Leona really to find an angle into the Talia specifically. Faker doing so much damage in that extended play. And unfortunately, KT just not really able to follow up with Barrel, on Barrel, and kind of lacking the damage there as well to cut through some of the bulkier members of T1.
Yeah, Def wasn't there initially, but you're also looking at a Cole Sivir that was level 5. So that's not really going to give you the power that you desperately need. As Guma does have his flash, low on mana, and doesn't have his satchel.
Yeah, he just used it for poke. Here comes Deft, trying to come in, gets the Q down. Guma will flash away, some mines on the ground, but one Q could do it, or just an auto, as Deft is just going to take him down, and Guma does get punished.
There's your lesson. Don't satchel unnecessarily. It's your escape tool, and Guma ends up burning flash and still going down there. And bear in mind, Summoners didn't have to get burnt from the other side. Now, this is a replay before the brushes. Well, the banana brush helping out there, and you see Beryl immediately tries to go for Faker. Faker gets a good flash before he's stunned, and then Beryl is just shredded.
It's your main source of damage is BDD, who's like on the other end of the river. You know, he can see you far in the distance. Very telling as there. Yeah, there you go. So he didn't have vision in the brush, and otherwise they'd be like, maybe he's trying to knock Deft away so they don't have damage. But if you just knock yourself out and then flash, you're completely fine. So really big mistake there from Guma. Is going to get this Sivir back to the to that Essence Reaver rather in a much higher pace than otherwise would be the case. And I think Deft being online is really, really big for this KT comp. As we see, otherwise I think they might be in some damage struggles if BDD and Perfect are not in a great position.
Yeah, I think one of the things we kind of noticed with the Corki is that he has a decent amount, like, a lot of burst damage, you know, between like the Sheen procs and the Q ult later in the game, but it's not like a Tristana. When you have a Tristana in the late game, it will just constantly pump out damage at every situation. But I think sometimes teams have lent on the Corki as being like a DPS threat, and he really doesn't pump out the numbers as much as something like a Sivir or a Tristana, or even a lot of your traditional AD carries.
Owner taking the portal. Want to highlight Perfect in the carry versus carry matchup. Not necessarily one that I think you're supposed to win early. It really is much more about when you get to the later stage of the game, when the Counter-Strike cooldown becomes very, very low. But right now, really struggling with keeping up in terms of minions. Level down on Zeus as well.
Yeah, the trading patterns have been a bit questionable. I'd say he's being very aggressive, trying to push waves in and using his Counter-Strike, you know, aggressively. And then Zeus just holds on to his hook shot until after that. And he's like, okay, well, you don't have Counter-Strike, so here I am, I'm in your face, I get an empowered Q. And the Camille is going to love that at this point in time, especially with the Sheen done. As Pyosik is here, and so is Beryl. So
that was really funny from Carrier. He puts the portal down, then just starts recalling. So Perfect's like, okay, who's coming? No one. He's already gone. He's already back to base and running over. But it does kind of put some pressure on Pyosik and Beryl to be here to cover. Now, they will get spotted here, clearing our vision.
Yeah, they don't have the vision in the brush. So they just assume Zeus obviously went for the base there. Very interactive lane.
Yeah, Sivir Ziggs. Wow. What a riveting bot lane matchup where they're just left alone and it's just back and forth wave clearing. Now, we have Grubs in 30 seconds. So the team's trying to set up for that. Guma doesn't have TP, but does recall for his Ludens. And Zeus is going bot, also without TP. So if Perfect comes up towards the top side, Deft can stay for one more wave, reset, then TP top, and it could be 5v4 for KT.
might try to set that up. I mean, they only got the one Grub, so trying to get an extra 3 could be pretty huge to deny away from the Ziggs and just get it for your Sivir and your Jax as well in that Supreme late game. Definitely going to want that with some side lane threats. As here we go. Gonna try to come in here. The knockout comes in. There's that TP you guys are talking about. And now Faker in a really rough spot. He's gonna get Bard ulted, but there's really nobody to save him as Beryl takes a bit of damage, but will survive with the help of the Ivern. And this is the exact fight we were talking about for a minute.
I think it was the Blast Cone that ended up knocking him into multiple members of KT there.
We'll have to identify who hit it. That's always a fun bit in the replays like that. But yeah, and the bottle comes through, but it doesn't really help Faker's situation. And now Perfect doesn't even need a TP bot. Just walks down, not even a single plate lost to Zaya. So KT getting the better of that. They had kind of done the homework, done the setup, done the lane assignments, and get the kill and the grubs, and don't really lose anything for it.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if they really should have gone for that when Zeus doesn't have TP, and he's, you know, pretty obviously looking to go bot and looking to put pressure on, but maybe he just wanted to poke and it was a bit of a mistake. I really want to see the way that the fight kind of opened up, especially with that blast cone as well.
Yeah, that was the big thing, it's just the TP advantage. Zeus was matching depth, as you point out. Barrel, they will know this is really diveable. A lot of sums still available, but Leona has so much CC. Perfect as Counter-Strike as well.
Yeah, the dive a little bit unsure of themselves,
yeah,
so they're just kind of back away.
Camille Sejuani into a Jax. This is what I kind of highlighted in the draft. It's so hard to really do anything if he just pops Counter-Strike at the right time. Now, though, we get the replay.
Watch the blast cone.
Yeah, eyes on it. So the root comes in. The engage starts here. Faker.
Oh, Guma!
Faker unraveled is backwards, and then Guma knocks Faker in. I would say that's some of the roughest anti-synergy we've seen probably since last game with the bottles.
I think it's.
I knew!
It's definitely
I knew
a mistake.
it was coming.
It's definitely a mistake. He's right-clicking to back, and they do not want to take a fight pretty obviously.
No.
I don't think they should have postured that far forward, but Owner is quite tanky, but...
No, Brandon, I think you're wrong. I think Guma hates Faker.
Confirmed.
That's what we saw there.
Yeah, we have the evidence now.
Slow-mo it. You know, do some investigation. We've got it. We've nailed it.
I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, KT, they got the 4 grubs. It's going to be very nice. I feel like that's the biggest thing. Like, you got the kill. That's kind of whatever. I mean, you're feeling good about that as KT, obviously, but getting the 4 grubs and having this threat of the Jax in the side lane potentially is going to be pretty huge.
We're also seeing the fact that Barrel is on Leona allows him to be peak Barrel, which is just going in on every single play. But the Ivern gives you so much additional leeway in how you play out those fights, right? You can engage a lot more aggressively, knowing that between the Redemption as well as the Eclipse and Aftershock, you actually have a lot of power, as we do have Invade for the blue buff here.
And those 2 champs you're mentioning, Leona, Ivern, that was their first 2 picks, right? So they picked them together for this purpose of like, okay, we're going to set up Leona. Obviously, the Q lands, Leona goes in, then she can land her E onto other people. It's really nice synergy and very reliable and safe, even if you do pull a barrel, which he's barrel, so he will.
It does happen a lot.
Yeah. I think also, you know, the durability from Leona's W Aftershock really amplifying the shields from Ivern. You know, we see Leona being one of these supports who feels so tanky in the front line, but it's emphasized so much more.
Oh.
Kind of expected with those 2 early dragons being sort of lower value ones, that you get a high value soul, but it being Hextech as well, with so much ease to proc it for both sides, definitely going to be a priority going forwards in this game. And T1 feeling good about the fact that they've already secured 2.
That has been happening very consistently. I think all 3 games T1 have gotten the first 2 Drakes, right? And have threatened the soul relatively early on. As we're looking for the Rift Heralds here, there is vision. Bunch of pings coming in. And especially with the Hex Gates, potential for KT to try to come over and contest it, but it doesn't look like they will.
I don't think they should. Right now, still have 2 unfinished Triforces on the team. I think so much of the power of both the Jax and the Corki is going to come from actually getting that. Herald is just going to get taken here. Not too surprising. Perfect, again, struggling, I think, pretty consistently in terms of CSing in this series, but Jax is one of those picks where as long as you don't Counter-Strike too aggressively, you are just able to, just by deterrent, stay in the side lane and match up relatively well. But Zeus is definitely benefiting from slowly building up the CS lead, having the item lead as well.
You see moments like this where Perfect presumably recalling for the Triforce, which is obviously a big spike, but we get Zeus freezing the wave in return. So now, you know, Perfect perhaps go down and break the freeze, but he's missing out.
It's like they knew he was in the brush as they had this ward here. This kind of forced the flash out of BDD. Kind of awkward for him, as now there is definitely a lot of pressure with Sejuani, Camille, Talia, even a Bard set up that they might be able to catch out BDD in a future play.
He wouldn't even step to the turret, so this should just go down. We see on the other side, KT trying to counteract that. I think Pyroshik maybe just down here to crash the wave, but they're going to go for the dive with the companion angle.
Yeah, this is, with Carrier here, it's just not really going to happen, and KT will call that off as well.
Yeah, Bard and Ziggs both on the way. Both have really easy ways to also influence the dive from a good amount of distance. T1 not even using the Herald, right? Just getting a topside turret, I imagine just saving it for mid and then allowing the Ziggs to satchel it down so that you get the additional map control.
I think particularly when one team has a Ziggs and the other has a Sivir, the challenge of taking mid-tier 1 is amplified so much that really the Herald, you want to be thrown down there. Otherwise, you're just not going to get a window to take the tower for such a long time. And both of those picks are just situated there, one-shotting waves against each other.
It's very fun. I'm a big fan of wave 15 personally in this matchup, where you clear the wave again for the 15th time in a row.
Oh,
Very
right,
fun.
Yeah.
Very interactive.
Wave 17 is also pretty fun, but I like wave 15
So
personally.
I know this is a controversial question. What's your opinion on wave 19?
You know, I know
fact
that's
you
really
would bring
popular.
that up?
Yeah.
Well, it's a bit of a bit of downtime.
A
Hold
catch.
that thought.
There's the Bard. There is the setup. And that's really what this Bard is for. It's going to get another flash in this one. And especially with Hextech Soul and the fact that T1 have the first 2 Drakes, every single Drake is super important, and already KT are down 2 flashes.
Yeah, especially the flash on BDD, definitely one they can look to punish. In an ideal circumstance for T1, they can get on top of this backline, have the follow-up from Guma, potentially Faker as well. So see if they can set up for those angles. Also, looking at the items, already 2 items on Guma with the Ludens and the Horizon Focus, a lot of burst there. But the thing is as well, you know, the setup for the team, you really need Zeus to be on a good angle here, because Carry, we've seen in the last one, the Bard ult into Ziggs ult doesn't work that well, especially into a Sivir who can just spell shield it, or a Corki who can dash away. You kind of need Zeus to be up there, so the spell shield can't just immediately come in to counteract.
See Carrier just flying around the rift. They do have the 1 Cloud Drake, but also, well, he's Bard, so he is quite literally just hoverboarding around the rift, and he's able to stop the back of Deft. Kind of an awkward time. We still do have the Hextech Gate, so he will be here for any fight that does break out.
And now Navori done for Deft. That's a big Trident power spike. I think you're really looking for KT to get second item on Piochik, second item on BDD. The Manamuna finish always is really big. And then Deft now has already hit his. From that point on, these fights are going to be feeling a lot better for KT. Owner, cheeky steal there, blue buff, not going to be feeling too bad. And we do have a significant amount of vision control here in the KT jungle for T1, which is ideal because, again, I think you want to try and have Zays come in from an angle and hookshot straight into the backline. Because if KT gets a kite back with Sivir and Ivern, you might be in some trouble.
Yeah, this ward on the blue buff, really big as a TP threat angle. And if Zeus can push his wave in, back away, then he can threaten that pretty easily. But you see the control, though, in favor of T1. The Ziggs bomb's coming through. TP's going to come out for the Corki. And KT, I presume, are going to try and look to just push in and establish some control. But that sets up the bait with the TP. Zeus just recalling. The angle is there.
Yeah, and again, no flash for BDD, no flash for Piochik. So let's see how this one does break out. We have the Rift Heralds to be dropped in mid as Guma will sit here, try to clear the waves and pressure that one. Meanwhile, Faker's on the bottom side, has a nice angle for a wall if a fight does break out. Really trying to push in the Rift Heralds. Looks like it will get a charge, but they're not going to take that down just yet. They don't start the Drake at the same time as the charge, as Faker just going to say, well, they're all in mid, so I'm just going to take this bot turret.
Yep, good angle found there. Perfect moving over to cover, but a lot of poke coming down on a KT. They do have a redemption to kind of mitigate all the poke just before the fight. But you can see Deft about half HP already now.
Just waiting for the engage from the side of T1. There it is. They're going to throw it straight into Piochik. They know he doesn't have it, but he has actually a stopwatch, and he will be going down. That's a kill already on the Deft as Zeus just got in and murdered him, as that is 3 to the side of T1, and they will take it down.
Complete denial of the attempted front to back there from KT by T1. Coming in from multiple different angles, immediately getting on top of one of their most valuable members, Piochik, who doesn't have the flash from that earlier play. Turn that into a satchel mid, and now T1 starting up Nash, and I don't think there's anything that KT can do against this.
Ticking all the boxes for what they need, and it was all about Zeus finding a good angle here. The ult comes into Piochik, but I think the timing, yep, completely off with the Ziggs ult.
Yeah, I was like, again, I got baited like Wolf and Atlas did in game number 2. I'm like, that's definitely a stopwatch, and then I'm like, wait, why does Ivern have a stopwatch? No. It didn't end up mattering, though. They did still kill him.
A big thing is the redemption didn't come down because Piochik was in stasis. Def didn't get topped up. He was already half HP thanks to Guma's poke, so it was so easy for Zeus just to fly in there and finish him off. And that really was the sort of make or break for the fight.
In the previous one, it also allowed the rest of KT to kind of collapse. This time there was a Talia wall in place, and Zeus was on the back line, taking out Deft basically immediately, so didn't end up backfiring in the same way.
That felt like one of those fights where you really, what is going on here? P06 like, I'm going to take the blue buff. It looks like Zeus is going to just back away, and they will respect it. As the Corki was coming in, they didn't have full vision, but man, I thought he was in a lot of trouble.
Did he not get the blue buff?
He got the blue buff.
Mission successful. Didn't even ban flash for it.
It's telling, though, that like this Dragon is just going to go over to T1. They're going to get the inner. I don't think KT's going to be in a position to contest.
It's like KT got the objective bounty.
Yeah, that is very true, Veldas.
Yeah, it's really T1 getting the most value. They won that team fight. They knew they could go Baron immediately. Getting the value from the Baron, taking so much in terms of structures, and then moving over to secure the Dragon after. It is going to slow down the Soul, but it's allowed them to balloon this massive gold lead that really has put them ahead in this one. 6,000 right now between the two teams.
Yeah. Again, it really just comes down to the setup, you know, with the flashes burn, and then really just a perfect team fight around this Dragon area that nets them the Baron, actually, and now the Dragon, and now all the turrets. It really was kind of on a knife's edge in this one. T1 were ahead, and they were getting little advantages, but then really, that was kind of a back-breaking fight.
I'm not feeling good about the Corki loss streak getting broken in this one, gentlemen. Want to highlight as well, the very early death stance here from Zeus actually gets so much value, right? Between Grasp and just Resolve 3 in general, you're already going to be pretty beefy as the Camille, sitting on the level lead, and then adding a death stance into a full AD team. A lot of value.
Area doesn't have magical journey, actually. He's going to throw an ult in, and he gets a Valkyrie.
Yeah.
Not going to land this time.
Still not sold in the bard value this game. You know, it did burn some flashes, that was nice, but regardless, Carrier managed to dip away from that one. Does have the Warmogs, but I'm not sure he has enough health. I don't think he has enough health yet that he actually gets the passive, but we'll just pick up some of those W's so he can get some health back, and the team are going to continue the pressure. 15 seconds on the Baron, so basically one wave to try and crash in and get this, and they'll use the wall to do so.
The ult's going to be thrown towards Leona. Beryl just says, okay, I'm going in, and he's dead. Now we're going to have people trying to get close, and that's the issue with the Sivir. He's able to stop some, but he has to get so close to the fire. And T1 so far ahead at this point, and now with both Deft and Beryl gone, looks like T1 are looking to take an even bigger chunk out of this game 3.
Not a lot to be done here. Zeus just able to hook shot with impunity. I say that.
Got the ultimate. I mean, he's just going to use it here on the Jax. He's just frontlining. Even if he went down, this is a good trade. And he's still alive, still getting hook shots in, still getting stunts down. And T1 just biting off even more. Now, they're not going to get the inhibitor turret, which they probably should have gotten instead, but at least they got a couple of kills, I guess.
The thing is, they're so far ahead now. They're going to back off and spend. They'll be so much more powerful. You can see, look at Faker and Guma's inventory, both of them just a little bit of gold away from Rabadon's being completed. They're super far ahead. It's a Hextech Soul coming up, and it's going to be so hard for KD to fight back now. The ult misses on Beryl, but he kind of goes, well, if I'm in, I'm in. And turnaround attempt on Ona doesn't really work. You can see Def tries to follow up and just gets deleted immediately.
It's very telling that Guma can satchel offensively and not get punished, right? Play so far forward. And here, Zeus does a good job of stalling. And we also see, again, like the physical damage shield that you get, plus the death stance. It's so hard to chew through this Camille, especially with the backup damage that is there from the rest of T1. And looks like T1 about to take a 2-1 lead here in this one, barring a crazy comeback from KT. But compared to the last game, where it was very obvious what that was going to be, right? Which is like a big impale on top of an ultimate from BDD and or the Rumble. I don't really feel like any of that is here. Like, particularly with these Iron Combs, once you really start falling behind, and you have Corki and Sivir, both of which have a really tough time getting damage off into, again, Ziggs, Camille, and Talia.
They can just see a target, kill a target. You know, Guma's level 16. If Zeus ults anyone on the side of KT and T1 follow up, they're just dead. And it's a minute 40 till Dragon. The pressure isn't on T1. They are trying to apply pressure to KT. But if they just wait for Hextech Soul, that is just, I mean, the game already feels very rough for KT, but Hextech Soul is just nail in the coffin.
Yeah, it's the final one. It's before they, you know, send it down.
Maybe some extra ones, like, you know, they already had it covered, and they're like, you know what, just for good measure, you know, in case.
Just in case, you never know, yeah. I mean, it's kind of incredible. You were talking about the items and the fact that they were going to go spend. Both of the AP carries on the side of 2-1 pick up their death caps, and Faker gets a little bonus rod. And he's like, all right, I'm just going full AP. I already have Void Staff. People are dying. And he's a real threat as well. Generally, it's, you know, just the Ziggs and you've got an 80 carry, but actually the amount of burst damage they have is just ridiculous.
There's also just no MR on the side of KT apart from like the Merc treads and the Corki.
Yeah, how could you forget the Merc tread?
Oh, have to mention it.
Little engage here from Beryl, but at the end of the day, he uses his satchel defensively, and Beryl's dead. And the timing this time with the Bard is fantastic, as Death will actually run away. Keria getting pretty close to the sun, and now it's Zeus who does take that magical journey in and is looking to end this game. I see one a little bit low on the health bars, but there's the knock up, the stun onto Perfect. He's got to flash away. Zeus is not going to let them get away at this point in time. Death's desperate to try to do something, but he will be taken down, and so will BDD. So those two short-range carries will be taken out of the game, and T1 will look to end it.
And the imminent end, possibly to the last dance, can be felt as this third Nexus is gonna fall. T1 gonna go up to match point. Not a guaranteed win for them. I still think this game, despite the score early on, felt like it was decently back and forth. But once T1 got control, KT were unable to fight back.
And it feels like Zeus, you know, previous game on the Ornn, didn't really feel it, especially into the Rumble, but him on this Camille, I feel like it's not been a pick he's pulled out that often during playoffs, but when he has, the impact has been felt. He's just been able to find these great engages into fights, really be a threat, and even with the Jax being picked as that counter, just didn't feel relevant. Once T1 got control of that game, everybody worked for them. The Corki continuing that loss streak, and I think KT back to the drawing board for the next one.
Yeah, and at least for KT's sake, you know, that draft was, I feel like they went for some interesting picks, but now they get to go to blue side, and so far the blue side is 100% win rate here in this series. Sierai's facial expressions continue to deliver, as it looks like it's just, from what I can see, Deft and Beryl in that shot, but I saw someone on the left as well, as it ends up Guba topping the damage charts.
And you know, I'm going to say, there's a pick we've actually seen be pretty good into Ziggs. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but it's the Jhin. And they could have gone for that. And instead they went for the Sivir. And there was that top play when Sivir got exploded. I think that was sort of told the story of this game, really.
Of that we won a Jhin.
Yeah.
We'll see if we get Jhin in Game 4 or what the draft looks like. But first we're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
여기 나도 높으렴. 야, 뒤에 갈랐어, 얘네보다. 얘보다.
11 못 깼어. 이거 그냥 미드. 일단 11
못 잡았어, 아직. 11도 봐줄래? 봐줘. 괜찮은 거 같아, 괜찮은 거.
와봐. 이거 박을 생각일게, 우지야.
아, 해.
먹겠다? 가서.
맞아. 야, 땡겼어.
깼어.
봐도 돼. 디라인 다 높여야.
넥스 노플. Q3초.
11도 높여.
코리키.
끝내자. 미드.
나이스. 미드 하나에 더 오는다. 레오나 나오고.
미드 한번 끝낼 듯.
계속 그냥 오목을 휘둘려라. 레오나 안 써도 돼.
됐어. 1초 잠깐만 이거 와봐. 됐지?
Game 3 goes the way of T1, and they are one match away from qualifying for Worlds 2024, which means the inverse is true as well. KT down to their final game that they can give up. They have to win 2 in a row to continue with their dance. Legendary organizations, legendary players, but only one can move on here, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, KT with a pretty disappointing performance in this game. Let's talk about the draft because there was some weird priorities here. I think at the end of the day, when you look at the composition of T1, it's robust. You have the Camille with Sejuani, so it's very difficult for the Jax. Doesn't really feel like a strong answer into the Camille with this setup. And then the Taliyah coming through here is like so Faker, right? This draft feels so T1, especially if we consider there's no tanks on the lineup for KT Rolster that can actually make MR builds. And the Leona priority here for KT Rolster is insanely baffling, and it ends up leading to this weird Corki pick that they could have just picked Tristana instead of.
Yeah, and also I want to point out the Sivir as well, because, I mean, normally when you're thinking about Sivir, you get the Oli push, you get the Oli Priya, you get the lane pressure, so she can actually accelerate the game from the Oli game. But I feel like they didn't show up what Sivir is good right now, and there was a gene they could pick it up when it's already approved, guaranteed it's really good into Ziggs, but they passed, and I don't see the reason why they picked up a Sivir right there.
Yeah, that's right. Ox brought up during finals, it felt like it had been a rock, paper, scissors type situation. Ashe priority had gone up, but Ashe difficult to play into Ziggs, Ziggs difficult to play into Jhin, Jhin difficult to play into Ashe. And we just don't see that here with that opportunity to punish. And instead they go with the Sivir, and they just don't have a very impactful bot laner as we take a look at some of the highlights here. 21 minutes in. This was after a long period of farming and both teams finally settle in, and then the engage comes through.
Yeah, I mean, both support didn't have ward right there, so there was no vision for both teams. But, I mean, then, KT, you have to pull the trigger before they are going on you, because they have no vision, we have no vision, so you should be the one that going on to the enemy team.
If you don't go first as KT in this situation, you're trapped, you're isolated. Zeus' positioning phenomenal there because he can actually block out the backline with his Camille at the same time as that Weaver's Wall comes through as soon as Owner engages, so everyone is just completely cut off. There's no way back in. This was kind of a consistent theme in this third game of Faker actually isolating members of KT Rolster, whether it was in this fight, whether it was in the top lane, just cutting the team in half, and KT had no answer, and they weren't proactive enough. Once they fell far behind into the Ziggs, as you can see in fights like this, they just can't actually control the map. Like, there's no way out here, and the Barrel is just like, well, I'm going to send it because there's nothing we can do.
Yeah, I mean, also that comes from the comp as well. You have losing side lanes and also you're losing mid prior. So what's the point? What lane should you look for to win the game? Like, there was no answer. So that's why Beryl kind of looked for some unexpected engage right there. But also I feel like BDD was performing really well when he was on proactive champions, like you can go side on Yone, but with Corki you can't really do that, and also you have Ivern as our partner, so really didn't like the KT's draft, but at the same time I was kind of impressed that Keria picked up Bard once again after that mistake that he made at the game 2.
Yeah, another storyline for us to follow here. 0-9 in the regional finals is Corki. Still not has picked up a win, and it stunted BDD, who has been one of the most consistent players and kind of the rock of this KT squad, who has had a burst here at the end of the season here, Wolf.
Yeah, when you have the Ziggs, that's always going to have that extra pushing power. If you fall behind, it feels so oppressive, especially with the Taliyah there. Instead of going for the early Leona priority, I think they could have slotted the Tristana into that spot and drafted around that instead, but it got banned in the second ban phase. And so we saw some desperation, the Corki coming out. The Sivir feels good into Ziggs because you can match the wave clear as they did in that lane, and then you could spell shield some of the damage. But ultimately, in terms of how it's going to fight and how it's going to team fight, the range is a big issue, and the Jhin, I feel like, really fit the bill a lot more. T1 clearly came into that game with the read of this Yone is a problem. The same thing we were talking about in our last segment. They ban it away, and now KT looking a little bit lost.
All right, well, 2-1 is the score. This could be it for this KT squad. Will they have the fight back in game number 4? Let's find out together as we send it back on over to the TriCast.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. We'll see if KT have it in them to bring us to a Game 5, to another Silver Scrapes. We've had so many so far. in recent times here at the end of the season? Or will T1 just close it out and find a win from the red side? Does remain to be seen.
That's a question. And obviously, you know, some of the factors that we saw in the previous game was the Rumble being left open and also the Yone being left open for BDD were really driving forces in KT's victory. We did see, obviously, we know that on red side there's a lot more ban weight. T1 banned Smolder, Lilia, Maokai last time they were on red side. So we'll see how that changes up. I think denying Yone from BDD for the entire series is probably just a play. I think that is probably just the play I would go with, as he has been so effective on that pick.
KT, 2 more games stand between them and Worlds qualification. Barrel in an even year, Deft in a gauntlet yet again.
You want to talk about the parallel theory?
Well, I mean, we can. There's and even going back,
Maybe
right?
after this draft.
Yeah, which often we talk about 2022, that Worlds Finals. It was Barrel, Deft, and Pioshik being down 2-1. Ended up coming back, winning the whole thing. And if that isn't the case here, KT, this is the end of their year. Obviously had a pretty tumultuous year last year, but all things considered, still made a pretty deep run in Worlds. I think put up a good showing against JDG, and that Jin ban should tell us what you'd already know, which is this is going to be another Ziggs B1.
And they do ban the Ziggs, but that does mean the Maokai is open and available. If it is picked up by KT, I expect Ona will probably match with the Lilia. We could even see like Lilia Tristana as a secure for T1.
I actually wouldn't have minded. This is one of the champions where I think KT could have left it open and picked something else. Just given that I think Owner hasn't looked nearly as good as the Maokai as a lot of other players. The Ashe is going to come through here, and Ashe Zyra seems to be the response here. Lilia also would make a ton of sense.
There's a rock, paper, scissors though, right? Ziggs gone, and immediately Ashe is up in priority. The Skarner going to be picked up. We've seen it a lot when, you know, the Sejuani and Maokai unavailable. Not so much against the Maokai though.
Is
see
it
how that goes?
Is it Tristana or Yone? You gotta pick a BDD pick here. Tristana does feel a lot safer, I think, than the Yone does.
But I also think with the Maokai, like, you just get the guaranteed ultimate.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
BDD's Yone has been ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
So,
especially with the MF gets picked up. MF versus Ashe, obviously pretty volatile lane there. Both AD carries having a lot of power. MF, a lot of strength in the team fights, particularly with the setup of this Maokai. And Yone versus Ashe, depending on lane partner, can be probably our most oppressive AD carry if she isn't severely outranged, as it's, again, I think the Talia to come through, and Faker, honest Talia compared to the first 2 games we saw of him was night and day. Even with his only death being autoed and blast scoped into the enemy team by his own AD carry, I think you can very clearly see looked a lot more comfortable on that than on the other picks.
Yeah, it does mean that they pass over the opportunity to pick up support in this situation. I feel like the Leona would be pretty high value into the MF, being able to shut down that ult. It's a pick we've seen come in as a countless times, so maybe T1 look to pick that up on 4. Blitzcrank going to get denied though, which just indicate maybe they're going to play a ranged support. We saw the Kalista already banned out, potentially indicating that maybe it is going to be the Ashe support, and it's going to be an AD carry alongside that.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, or it's the Renata. Renata is going to get taken away here, the 2v2. Ashe Renata, insanely oppressive.
I think maybe you just take Leona. You've kind of played that gambit, but instead they're going to go for the blind pick for Zeus in this situation with the Jax. Clearly feeling confident. There's a lot of good into even picks like Gnar that we typically see as blind. I think though, you know, we've seen Perfect play a lot of the Cassante. I think there's actually an angle you could just pick it up.
I wouldn't hate AP Gragas. Yeah, actually, because AP Gragas solves your AP issue. You're playing it into multiple stationary carries on the enemy team, but this is putting a lot of confidence in the player that I think has been consistently performing the worst on KT. Unfortunately, this is his, I think, highest pressure series yet. Everything rides on this. Has not been able to stand up to Zeus, but this is a strong counter pick with Phase Rush, with the AP that you get. You can go for these short trades into the Jax. Can't really have a lot of answers to that, and the setup when it comes to the team fights for KT, absolutely nuts.
You know, I actually think this would be such a good Braum angle into the Gragas. They changed it about a year ago. Where now, before, when you threw the Gragas cask into the wall, it would knock the Braum back. Now the projectile just gets deleted completely. It's really good in that situation. You can also block the MF ult, but Carrier doesn't seem to be going towards it. He's been going all over the place with these picks.
Oh. The
There
Braum!
You found it. Found it in the end. I think the Braum value is massive here. You know, if you can stand in front, you can block the MF ult. You have a lot of auto attackers who can stack the passive with the Ashe and the Jax. It's a good lane here. The Poppy can't really threaten too much. And again, into the Gragas, you know, you can think about how the comp for KT wants to work. You put the Maokai ult down when it roots someone, you throw the cast to disrupt. It just isn't possible into the Braum.
Well, we're here at the end of the Game 4 draft, and not really sure entirely how to feel about it. I feel like KT Rolster got the better of them again, but the draft looks very wildly different from what we've seen so far in the games, especially with the bans going on to the Ziggs in particular.
I'm a bit concerned because I feel like KT has a lot of tools to go in to set up, has the Wombo combo, but I think T1 actually armed themselves with some decent disengage and peel aspects that can mitigate that pressure, you know. If that Wombo combo comes in, the Braum could do things to break it up, the Skarner as well with the Impale, and I think it's very much kite back. Play around the Talia, play around the Ashe, slow kite, and just mitigate the pressure.
Yeah, as mentioned, like particularly when playing into a lot of melee, things like Jax when he can leap strike defensively, like the Impale, very high value. I do like KT having agency though. I think that when they look good is when they are the ones playing forward, when they keep T1 on the back foot, like they did in that earlier game.
Well, looks like we're just about ready to hop on the right for game number 4. Let's do it and see what happens right now between KT and T1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game 4 of the final best of 5 of the regional qualifiers. We have 3 teams set up and ready to go to Worlds. We need a 4th from the LCK, and it's going to be one of these two. T1 on match point. They just need to destroy one more Nexus.
And we've seen a lot of level 1 strategies with the swapping and stuff, but with Ashe, Braum, bot lane, Talia as well, this is like some of the most power you can have across a bot side trio level 1. And
even Jax,
yeah.
Counter-Strike level 1, like that.
Skarner, if he like throwing the ball over the slow or even going through the walls. So KT give complete respect, completely give up the blue side. There is vision down now for T1. And you can see it looks like, again, we're seeing a swap come through with Deft, trying to get to the top side without getting spotted.
Yeah, you see they put a question mark ping down in the lane, saying that, hey, there is a chance there's a ward here to spot this. Deft hugs the wall. Anyway, until the last very moment, this will be hidden, and Perfect's going to get a ward down on the red buff of Owner.
DRX ward with the skin.
Yeah.
And now Zeus just going to be zoned off in this situation again. Probably going to be similar to what we saw before with the swap and the TP down. Although the difference is here, we saw Beryl often starting in the bot lane and just soaking XP. He is instead sharing XP mid. And Guma is just playing There's No One right now. I think something to note is that Deft doesn't have... Neither bot laner has TP. A lot of the lane matchups, like last game, Sivir vs Ziggs, both of them had TP. Both of them opting for the cleanse here, so don't have as much flexibility in moving around. But Perfect does TP down to pick up this wave. Level 1 though, but does have the cover from Beryl, so won't be any threat.
Interesting that we then have the AD carry without a dash left into the Jax, but because of the early experience advantage, Deft is going to be fine, has a big wave to keep him safe, and most likely is just looking to stack this wave, crash it, then back, and then they should swap back. That's what we've seen mostly. Although, as you pointed out before, Ox, KT definitely have been happy to just stay in these lane swaps for a little bit longer. One of the big things with Gragas is that while I think that the AP build is still really strong, because of how oppressive the tank build has been in the past, they did pretty considerably nerf his sustain, which in this 1v2 scenario can feel somewhat rough. Owner is on his way. Perfect is still quite healthy, has a cookie as well. But if he doesn't get help, I don't know if he's going to be able to survive through this.
Let's see if he's right next to Faker. He cannot TP in here, and there's a lot of damage already in a perfect. As Owner tanks it up, he flashes away. Biosik makes his way down, but it's a clean dive. Nobody goes down, even though there are some low health bars.
Yeah, beautifully played there by Carrier. Lands the Q and Ignite and just stands at the edge of tower range, tanking it up. So plenty of time for Owner and Guma to do the damage. In the end, Owner just have to flash out from the ramping tower damage, but the setup's perfect. And kind of the expectation. You know, I feel like KT have been doing a lot of these teleport down bot side to soak XP, but the notable thing was teleporting down and joining Beryl. Beryl soaking XP, Beryl there to defend the dive. They don't do that this time, and T1 instantly punish.
Looking at the early jungle here. Owner barely slowed down by setting up that bot side play. Barrier now showing in mid. Beryl has just been running rampant on the map. Went towards top side there as well, as it looks like we are just going to keep this lane swap into place. As you point out, Ox, just a very, very clean dive. Just gets the passive proc, and that's really all Carrier needs to do. Doesn't run the risk of getting taken down. And if any help is there, they can turn that around. Like, the health bars are low. Any little bit of CC could have been a difference maker, but doesn't end up being in time in case of Biosik.
Especially a Poppy makes it so difficult to pull that off with all the CC available. And there, the fact that they still had Guma Splash, you know, they were never in any danger. Just a good setup there, and only Beard wants some for it now.
Wow, okay, engage Braum. Jumping on in, and Beryl presses W and walks away.
And the hero minion.
He's not even activating Hex Flash.
Yeah. No, I mean, his Carrier's engaged Bard, or Braum.
Not really good value there.
Well, the engaged Bard has also been a little bit shaky today.
The thing is, even if the minion hadn't been in the way, I don't think that would have secured a kill. But the fact the minion did also block the Q.
It would have been flash probably, right, from Beryl?
I don't even think so. I think the W was enough to block, like, follow-up.
Yeah.
I don't even think they'd be able to stack it up. Like, I don't think Zayas could instantly stack it up, so...
Well,
flash down.
Bard can, you know, hop to his allies, so, you know, he's got some mobility.
We'll see if he pays for that.
Doesn't need flash.
We'll see if he pays for that later. Because now, obviously, Owner and Carrier without flashes, so maybe KT find an angle to punish. And Faker with a bit of help from Carrier doing pretty well in this lane matchup. The Talia definitely faring a little bit better than some of the other picks he's had into it.
What is big though is BDE still has his TP available, so will now just be able to make his way back as... Ooh, perfect, taking a lot of damage here, really struggling. That TP to mid lane, also got a signal. And he is close to level 6, but doesn't have it just yet.
Yeah, and Guma has ult, they can dive this.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect with flash. He's just going to body slam away, and... Yeah, I mean, he doesn't go down, but it's still giving free time and money over to the side of Guma, who's just taking down plates alongside of Carrier. And KT at least are getting some of these grubs here, so that will be their trade.
It feels like, you know, we've seen these long swaps from KT and no team's really made them pay for it, but finally T1 are like, fine, you want to stay top lane, you can have the grubs, we're just going to take plates. And it's so hard to trade in return with the fortification.
And dragons again.
Well, Dragon again.
Yeah, I really got to question this by KT, because also, again, I feel like when you pick something like MF, even into a fairly oppressive bot side, if you are that scared to take the 2v2, you probably should pick something else. Because Perfect wants to be in the 1v1 against Jax. Like, this is a great counter matchup where you basically, from start to finish, with that with the AP build, are able to do really well into this Jax. And that matchup gets denied, and instead you have Gragas just alone in a 1v2.
Yeah, and the thing is, the bot matchup's not even that bad. You could be excused for doing like a short swap like we've seen, just to, you know, that'd be fine. But swap back after some point. They opt not to, and will leave them in a little bit of a deficit as a result. And now, Perfect, you know, this lane that's supposed to be favorable, Zayas is ahead in XP and ahead in farm, but still not really able to do much into the Gragas.
I love body slam.
Yeah.
When Jax counter-striking, man, it's so satisfying.
It's just the way it goes.
But he's still behind. We do have BDE roaming over with the ultimate. Biosik sitting here as well.
Yeah, it's Guma and Carrier. Guma does have an arrow, and the door will be held. The cleanse comes through, but Guma's in a lot of trouble. Beryl getting under that tower, though, takes a ton of damage. Does not matter. They bring everybody in here, but now the follow-up from T1. They get the kill onto the tree, and now they're going to get the flash at a Beryl as well. So at the end of the day, a lot of rotations over. T1 do trade back.
Is that worth? I'm not so sure. Definitely a rough trade when it comes to the summoners here for KT. They get a kill onto the MF.
Summoners are there to be banned. As we learned from Carrier.
X-Flash.
Yeah, Varol enabled Hex Blast. Yeah, I think in terms of the summoners, not a good trade, but they do deny Guma a fair bit of farm. But overall, scrappy, I think is the takeaway.
It could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah, this is a good play though from Guma and Carrier. Guma blocks the Maokai and cleanses it, and then Carrier blocks the MF bolt. Still though, BDD is really the sort of linchpin in this one, where when he comes in, Guma knows there's no way he's getting out. Carrier tries to pressure deft, Maokai does go down. So it is a 1-for-1 and then a trade down for summoners of KT, but if you look at the gap that sort of opened up a bit in the bot lane, that was the value they're hoping to get. So I think both sides kind of examining what the outcome was, and undoubtedly we'll fight again in a couple of minutes to try and see who got the edge.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely can expect KT to fight. I think that T1 have not backed down from fights necessarily at all in this series so far, so would expect some more action. BDD going to come down here and match Faker in the bottom lane, as it was only 2 plates that did go over to Guma. We'll see if KT is also, once again, just going to give over not only the first Drake, but 2 Drakes over to T1. They have definitely highly prioritized getting as many grubs as possible, but at the expense of giving over the first 2 Drakes to T1 every game.
I will say this game doesn't feel as good because when you see Mountain Hextech as the first 2, there's a pretty good chance you get a weaker soul, and 2 of the strongest aren't on the card. So T1, maybe you want to reconsider if it's worth committing so heavily towards Dragon if they can find something else in return. I think that could make sense. But right now, Grubs is up in 30 seconds. Denying the 6 Grubs from KT would be pretty big. Right now, though, KT leaning down towards the bot side, challenging the jungle and forcing Faker away from the tower.
I mean, they'll challenge him, but T1, Carrier, and Owner will come in and essentially just shadow that maneuver from KT. They keep Faker safe down in the bottom lane.
Pioshik also showing off the Juhan skin here. Do have the little alpacas being thrown. And when we get to this next fight, the summoners for KT most likely still going to be down. Same for Guma though, and it really changes, I think, whether or not Perfect's there. Because I think Ashe doesn't really get to walk up the way she normally does. Just against the Yone alone, you need to be a little bit careful, but most likely we'll have cleanse available. But if there is a Gragas nearby that can just reposition you and you don't really have any way of dealing with it, unless again, Carrier keeps you safe.
Just use the door. It's so weird because I haven't played a lot of Braum and being against Gragas, so used to the interaction where you'd get knocked back by it. The first time I played Braum into a Gragas game after the change, it just felt so wrong that it literally just vanishes the projectile. It's so weird. I'm sure it'll come up in this game.
It's an absorption shield. That's what it's obviously.
It breaks projectiles.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Saves is trying to clear the wave and not get dove here.
Possible dive. We do have Owner on the opposite end of the map.
Yeah, Carrier has always been in the right spot to deal with this, as in the 1v1, Guma says, okay, I'm just going to get a cleanse, gathers it here. So knockup is going to miss, and BD doesn't do much, but the knockaway of Carrier is a big one, but the counter-strike catches all 3! And Beryl gets so incredibly low, and now we got a TP coming in. Pioshik has to flash away. And that dive did not work out the way they wanted it to.
They're lucky that Faker's TP got cancelled by Perfect there, because if he makes it over and he ults after them, could have been a whole lot worse. Owner also picks up the crab, and T1 setting himself up for the 2 Drake lead.
Well, fortunately, Deft, his flash is coming up soon, so they can burn more flashes trying to dive bot lane after this, because it feels like that's been the theme this game. Go bot, try and dive, everyone flash, leave. But it does give over the Dragon Crash to T1, and they are hoping it's a good one.
Camtech? What's it going to be? It's Cloud.
I think the Cloud value is decently high here, you know.
That's good.
I think, especially with like Ashe, Talia, Skarner, the movement speed is solid. Maybe would have preferred an Infernal Soul, but they'll take it. It's not Chemtech. That's the lesson. It's not Chemtech.
Yeah. Not Ocean either. I mean, it's not like you're playing against a huge amount of poke on either side. So, another look at this dive.
So, in theory, it makes sense because you have a Poppy. But in practice, all your damage is going to have to come from the Yone, and this is a Jax. So the Counter-Strike getting an absolutely insane amount of value. Carrier also is able to make it back like pretty soon. And again, if that cancel on the TP doesn't come through, I'm pretty sure at least one, possibly two people just end up going down immediately with Faker getting the wall. Barrel.
They're going to get his flash again. They're just collecting flashes.
Honestly, the flashes per minute from KT this game, off the chain. This is record-breaking stuff.
Might be 1 per minute at this point. I mean, it's really fast.
They are just burning them as much as they can. Any opportunity, but Herald up in 20 seconds, and it's definitely T1 who have control. Beryl losing his flash, trying to contest some vision. No actual, but the threat of the Skarn is still very much there.
Also feels like we haven't actually seen a fight where Deft gets to get a meaningful ult off, which is definitely what you pick this comp for. This is the problem, right? Is that Skarn or Braum trying to engage onto that is just it's such a nightmare. So Deus sees an opportunity with Perfect using his Q on the wave, but not really gonna get too much going. Perfect really wants to finish his Roa as soon as possible. Should be able to get it on this back, and both of them have TP available. Might be looking at a Herald fight here. But you see KT, they can't really just walk into the choke point against the amount of CC that's available. So getting control and getting back onto this objective is quite tough. They do have a good amount of mid lane pressure thanks to the EMF.
But I will say, I don't think T1 are too bothered about sort of buying time, because Guma's ult is nearly up and available again. That's such a big tool for them leading a charge in these plays. Death's cleanse is down for like another 20 seconds, but I imagine they'll probably look for someone like Beryl who is flashless, or Yoshik when they try and make the engage.
Just a ton of setup and posturing around the top side of the map, just waiting to see if they get an opportunity at that Rift Herald, but so far, not gonna start it up, so just waiting for that. We have two different kinds of AD carries in mid now, just running waves into each other. It's not Ziggs and Sivir, but they can clear the waves as well, although it is a little bit slower. And not as much action. It really feels like now that we're really on the wire against the wall, both the teams are... You know, KT is definitely throwing themselves in that bot lane very often, but now they've taken a short step back. They're like, wait, maybe we don't have to.
They flashed out instead of flashing in, which is typical.
That was weird.
It goes both ways, because if you're KT, them playing very reserved, I think makes a ton of sense. This is a team that has, I think, throughout this year shown us both the highs and the peaks that you'd expect of both these players and the organization. So might have to hold off.
Very nice angle here from BDD from the pit. Owner in a bit of trouble, taking so much from BDD. You can't block that one, as no Owner gonna have to flash away. And a bunch of damage is being thrown back. They get the cleanse out of death, but really the end result of this is that KT, they don't expend much, and they're gonna get a Rift Herald here.
A BDD sees a Skarner, a champion that thus far has been way too tanky to engage on, that has the Impale and says, "That can't stop me, I'm Yone."
Uh-oh. Faker in a lot of trouble here. He is going to flash, but still gets knocked into the wall. You see Carrion trying desperately to save him. The Poppy doesn't have much damage, but it is enough, especially with piercing around here. And now Carrion is being run. He's not going to get stunned into the wall, but still a nice kill for KT.
So as I was saying, and for T1 on the flip side, they've been in a 2-1 position before against 3 of these players. On the opposite end, Herald.
Oh, what happened there?
Yeah, well, we all know what happened there. That's why Pioshik has that skin. As a bot lane turret is going to get taken with Pioshik charging onward.
And I mean, they're setting up for another one. Carry is not even that healthy, but yeah, not gonna overstay their welcome. Perfect. Okay, he's making a play in mid, and Guma has flash, but he says, "Well, I'm not gonna get out of here." Nearly kills Deft, but it's still a very nice play out of Perfect, and that's exactly what KT need.
Perfect. Super good engage there, and Guma, honestly, in the follow-up play, actually landing a lot of damage, nearly taking down Deft, but unfortunately just not able to do it. But yeah, a good setup from Perfect, kind of reminiscent. But everyone will remember, oh, more action coming.
Well, this is Beryl kind of alone, not the first time we've seen this, and Owner just able to maybe get revenge. No, Beryl just flashing and Nimbus cloaking and trying to get out of here, but Carrier says no.
That's the Q-Max Braum, baby. He's got the damage.
The burst too much, and now Deft in a lot of trouble. Zay is going to get slowed up here by the Make It Rain. We do have Pioshik coming on in, but he's really just for peel. And the arrow. Okay, that's going to hit the Maokai. Does Zeus have enough to chew through the Locket Maokai? The answer is no.
Drake's up, though. Like, T1 is looking at Soul Point, and KT That topside play was great, but they invested a lot and not getting enough, I think, to deny this possible soul point. Although the TP, or rather the Perfect, has been able to shove in that wave in bot.
You know, Valdez, I think they heard you say this game has been a bit quieter, and they really took that personally, because the last couple of minutes has been...
I appreciate that.
Very explosive.
It's
Both
good.
teams jostling, but a lot of summoners now down as a result of that. A lot of ultimates down as well, and you can see KT trying to set up and maintain control of this Baron area.
Yeah.
I think actually KT has all ults, but like the Impale's still down, the Ashara is still down, Zeus still doesn't have his ult.
It's a lot of flashes and cleanses, burned and just not available.
This is a good timing, I think, for KT to capitalize before those ults come available. But the window is short, and it is closing as they look to get mid-prio.
Yeah, looks like they're not going to have the angle, although BDD is always seemingly looking for an angle.
Do have Zeus pushing out that bot wave. And it's really hard, again, to engage on these members of T1. Unless you can just knock someone down, Zeus is going to be spotted here. T1, that's the engage ult.
Yeah, the engaged Braum coming on in, and its owner, who is very tanky, that they engage on. The Impale not going to hit anything. The cast is excellent, and down will go Keria. And owner is left alone as well. KT Roaster pick up 2, but now T1 trying to get something. BDD will have to flash away.
Oh,
he gets over the wall with the Q3, and now he's totally safe. KT are not done yet.
Oh, the health bars are low.
Oh boy.
BDD is on fire on this pick.
All right, I know that they lost one game with it, but I think we had the right idea when we banned BDD's Yone. Because this man will not be stopped. Ends up making it out alive. And now, Soulpone denied, and crucially, a lot of summoners being used by T1 here.
And the engaged Braum doesn't inspire joy, but mostly Goomer is not in a position to follow up. A Breakable comes out to block the MF ult, but the angle means it can't block the Braum, the Gragas ult, which knocks both the Braum and the Skarner into a bad position. And T1 look for the cleanup on the back end, but a great play from BDD means he doesn't even go down. On the frontline guard, there's not much you can do.
Go slow, he says. I feel like maybe that's just the default thing you say on KT. I live. You know, protect me.
The immediate body blocking as well there from Perfect and Barrel, I think, to be like, he's not getting volleyed. We're keeping this man safe.
If you're on KT right now, you're like, okay, if we keep BDD alive, maybe we just win.
And you know, Perfect, the last time these two teams went head-to-head, he honestly got bullied by Zeus. The Vayne Internected, that game was rough. Game 1 of this series, playing the Cassante, you know, blind picking it and getting punished, but he's really started to show up in this game on this Gragas, making some impactful ultimates and just filling the role for the team. In this one of the Rumble game, definitely a good return to form for him.
And we still see he's behind on gold, but this time it's more so that he's just impactful in the fights, right? Given the pedigree of the two players, it makes sense that Zeus should be having a lot of leeway, a lot of space in this lane to showcase his dominance. But as long as Perfect can hit ultimates like that, break up the fight and allow KT to pick off members one at a time and break up that formation with that Braum and Skarner, makes it so much harder to play. And game 5, not yet here. Mid lane turret still standing. No decisive objective lead has been found either way. KTR sitting on a gold lead right now, though. So we do have Perfect pushing out that bot side. I imagine looking for his next item.
Yeah, the pace has picked up quickly. We're starting to see a lot of second items completed. Deft nearly has that Infinity Edge. Got the Cosmic Drive from Perfect for a lot of that ability haste. And the Rowan nearly stacked as well. Lady the Ruin King, Shield Bow, and BDD. Feels like a lot of spikes are coming through. With Baron on the table, we can see teams starting to set up and maybe look for some picks to set up for it. The damage is there to take down a Baron at the opportunity.
They're trying to get in here, and they're just lining up for the Yone once again. Zeus getting pretty low, but he is Jax, and they're engaging onto Jax Braum. That's not the best. Owner trying to get in with the Impale, but Faker gets cast into the team and left alone, and he should be going down. There he goes. Perfect trying to follow up, but he already did his job.
And the minions again favoring KT as he doesn't get the body slam. But now with Faker not there, does KT want to push it? I don't think they have to. And with Owner still being quite healthy, having Flash and having the
Just
ability
being
to get through the wall.
Skarner,
Yeah, he is Skarner. Not going to end up going for more. But again, this Yone, so many of the plays, even that one that felt a little bit scary, ends up working out for KT.
BD just been so good on this pick. Does get stopped by the Ash Shower here, but the setup is there. Getting the Q3 on a 2 into the ult. And so many cooldowns used for the Braum and the Jax immediately to mitigate this. It means they're not in really position to follow up. Faker ends up TPing in a bad spot, and Perfect, that cast was, I guess, perfect.
It was
how
glorious.
I describe it.
It was right after Faker Flash, and it was right before Perfect got impaled. So it was literally perfect timing.
Yeah, this Yone is a problem, guys. I know that Zeus, in theory, should be doing decent, but it makes it just so hard due to the Soul Unbound to actually get the trades that you're looking for.
Well, okay.
You can't hit them all.
Hey!
Good hustle.
Flash,
Good
Flash
hustle.
gone for Perfect as well. And Guma didn't have Flash, so if he gets that...
Oh, it was so free.
You miss every shot you don't take.
And you miss some of the ones that you do.
You do. Yeah, well, you know, it's better that he goes for it than that he sits back and does nothing, right? I guess.
He's calibrating.
Yeah, he's getting ready for the next one. And now we got a fight breaking up for some reason, or breaking out, as Zoner tries to impale. Isn't going to get anyone. Faker just trying to run into Barrel.
Skarner.
And Guma trying to do damage to Deft, as actually Zeus has a very good angle. 3-man stun comes in, and Zeus will get the kill, but down will go Faker. Owner is so low, but T1, they are kiting this one out in a very scrappy fight, as the Ashe and the Jax are going to have big value here. BDD not really finding his angle personally. And T1 kind of settling down here. Barrel.
Secret Agent Barrel.
He can, yeah, I mean.
It's Barrel.
Perry will chase him, that doesn't matter. T1 are going to get the Cloud Drake.
Yep, we'll get them up to that third. And honestly, I think to me, the standout was Zeus, the angle he had on that fight, being able to immediately interrupt Deft. You see, as the fight sort of breaks out, it's very scattered, and KT make the decision to try and pressure towards Faker and Carrier here. Faker going a little bit danger close with that Weaver's Wall. But the other side of the map, look at Guma aggressing on Deft. Deft pops the ult, immediately Zeus capitalizes. And bear in mind, Pyoshik and Perfect, they don't have any cooldowns available to peel. The MF goes down, and then with the Braum Ash, Perfect can't get away.
And crucially, we see the lack of damage that BDD offers because they were off on the other side of the fight. Did end up getting Faker, but end up paying for it pretty heavily. Now Deft is the one without sums. Guma did use his flash in that one. Right now, that is something that maybe KT can use as they are just starting it up. I know Maokai has great objective control, but that's a little scary. There also isn't anyone in side lane, so it's not like you're going to get a TP.
Yeah, it looks, it's like they're banging their head into a wall, but as you mentioned, their turn is fantastic, right? With the Maokai, the Gragas, the Poppy.
Yeah.
So many different ways to find a target and kill target.
As well, when you have a jungler with Warmogs, they don't really lose anything for starting it up if they can just disengage. Yoshi can heal up the damage with the Warmog, so just clearing the vision, testing T1. Really, and now they're going a little bit more committal onto it. They're dragging Zeus over. We'll see what they make of this play.
BDD shouldn't be tanking it, though. That is one thing. Has taken a little bit of damage. Doesn't care. Finds Owner. Gets on in. The combo's there. Macaria stands in front, but Owner is dead. Down he will go. Now the front line. A massive cask again. And Zeus is on the backside. He's alone, and he will be taken down. KT. They find the angle once again.
Once again, BDD, the one to set it up, the one to lead the charge, the confidence to go into the Skarner, and now KT going to move back to the Baron. A lot of sustain between these champs, so the low health bar is not too much of a concern. No jungler, but T1 going to try and contest.
Barrel is looking, I think, for a back. Not going to be able to have the time. Does have TP available, but crucially, it's only damage. There's no jungler here, and it looks like T1 not going to be able to make it through. KT, they want to bring this to a game number 5.
We'll get the replay immediately, and again, BDD stacks up the Q3 on Baron, looks for Owner, gets the ult in, Pyoshik's there with the follow-up, and so Carrier, he does his job, he interrupts the MF ball, he blocks it, but he's at an angle where he can't cover the Maokai 2, and then the cast of Perfect heal, the commit on the Zeus. Really well played.
Also means that Guma can't do deep any damage, right? Faker is on the other end of the fight. The Ashe isn't actually in a position. And right now, KT, Rebel Baron power play, sitting at a 3K gold lead. And it would be so fitting for this telecom war, for the final spot at Worlds between these two teams. So many storylines, both from an organizational perspective, from an ex-teammate perspective, right? Deft and Keria, way back in 2020, DRX, Beryl, who's been a thorn in Keria's side for so long, Faker and Deft, even Faker and BDD. These guys have been fighting, right, for the mid lane in the LCK for so long. And I gotta calm down, because otherwise we're not getting a game 5. We all know how this works.
Yeah,
so I will
chill out, Mao.
I will
Yeah,
relax.
come on.
It's a
not
big
get
advantage.
I want to
carried
watch
away.
game 5.
I'm sorry. You guys take it away. I'll chill for a little bit.
Perfect posing the threat here, trying to get some pressure down and get this mid tier 1. Obviously getting the Baron is huge, but looking to capitalize a bit more if possible. But Guma and Carry able to defend there.
There's no door. I mean, the arrow has to be used, but Guma's super low, so...
That's tower, and
Nice.
maybe even could push for a tier 2 here.
Yeah.
Like, Guma has to reset. They don't really have the wave clear. The next wave is coming up soon.
It's a very nice call from Def, just understanding the cooldowns. They do have a cannon here as well, and there's really no way to clear that out. Okay, finally Owner's going to get a rock in, but there's another one that comes in with another cannon wave. But they're not going to overstay. They're going to wait and get some backs in, because there is a Cloud Drake coming up in 45 seconds. See that perfect also does go to top, stop the push of Zeus.
So I think getting the mid tier 1 is pretty big, but not getting as much as maybe they'd hoped to on the back of the Baron. The gold lead is substantial, but at this point of the game, it's not unbeatable. I think the major thing is looking at sort of item spikes. The major thing for me is that Faker, 2 rods in the inventory, no Rabadons. That feels really bad going into a fight over Dragon. I can actually see a scenario where
Just
you
let it go.
Let it go, yeah.
You don't have death cap. You don't need to take this dragon. Like, yes, you can get soul, but you could also lose the game if you take a fight that you're not ready for. You have 0 map control, still 20 seconds on this Baron, which means that KT still get to use the shove. I think T1 should just let this one go.
Yep, the question is, can they let it go and defend their base? And we'll lose that bot tier 2, so KT kind of reading the map, seeing the fact that Fake is top, know they'll get this dragon uncontested. They'll take the time to get that tier 2 bot, push out the gold, extend the gold lead a bit more, and then pick up the dragon. So they will have 2, still behind on T1 with 3, but definitely get a decent amount of value from that Baron. More than just that mid-tier 1 they got initially.
Yeah, it feels, you know, it's not really exactly like Game 2, but they are in a similar spot where they don't get the first 2 Drakes, but now they're beginning to stack up Cloud Drakes, and they're just going to be sprinting around the map and be able to find so many angles to make plays, which their comp does so incredibly well. And T1, you know, from behind, down 5,000 gold, it does feel like KT are in kind of a vice grip on this game number 4. We'll see what the next Baron looks like. That's definitely going to be the big one, especially with no Elder spawning here just yet. As item spikes are finally being hit, even Zeus trying to go for his own Zhonya's.
Yeah, Rabadons comes through, and there is a big gold lead between KT's mid and bot lane and T1's. But at this point, when both of them are on 3 items, BDD and Deft have 3 items to bit, it feels less bad. It's when it's the difference between a completed item and 3+ components, that's when it feels worse. So T1 definitely in a point where the lead doesn't feel as severe right now. They are trying to set up for something, potentially get some vision on the top side, but KT's still the ones firmly in control.
I've calmed down. I'm
Welcome
ready,
back, Chronicler.
Yeah, I'm ready to continue. Want to highlight as
No calming down. Faker, he's caught. He's up against the wall. The knockout comes in, but BDD's out of there very quickly. It will take a while to go down, and finally they do get him as the flash underneath the turret. Pyosik going deep, as now Honor trying desperately to get that finish off, but he will not be able to. It's a kill on a Faker for 44 seconds, but he will have TP, and Baron will not be up just yet.
That's the big thing. Pyosik does have Warmog, so if the objective was there, could have been a thing. Looked like Faker was going to go down immediately, but actually getting a good amount of value from that Seraph shield. Also, Keria buying a lot of time. What I want to highlight, though, is that BDD actually going, which I do love given how this game has played out so far, for full damage. We've seen a lot of Yones also go for shield bow and then blade and then just go into Jack Show. More of a utility build with a lot more sticking power. As very fitting that Barrel was the one to just go in straight, but BDD, because he had to cross such a large amount of time, or a distance rather, he's not actually able to get the damage down.
And I'll also say, I don't think that was a particularly hard Poppy eat a flash, but I think holding the flash is the right call, because there's nothing really to pick up from that. So now Faker still has a summoner for the next fight. It's a trade of jungle bot lane summoners, which are definitely less important than the summoners for Faker and Guma. I think if you lose two Faker Guma summoners going into like a Baron or a Dragon fight, it immediately reduces your chances of winning that fight drastically. So, you know, whether it was him not reacting or him choosing to save it, I think it's the best outcome for T1.
Take a look at this fight, and once again, Keria, this time he's gonna be the target, and down he goes, just like that, right as the Baron spawns. And they say, okay, we'll just kill the support. Keria, no flash himself, just gets taken out, and not much he can do about that.
Decimated, you know, even the Unbreakable not really doing too much there to mitigate the damage, and now you don't have your support, but fortunately they have that ward in the pit, so they have eyes on the help. No flash on Owner, he can get over the wall, but it does make it more difficult, especially with BDD setting up those Q3s.
And Barrel and Perfect also should be looking to play.
They don't know. Oh! He's in the pit, and it goes to Pyosik anyway. Oh, that was looking so disastrous, but Pyosik quick on to the trigger, and he gets that one down. Zeus is in here as well, and well, he's not very long for this one, as BDD is also coming on over. Barrel gets over the wall. Zeus gets denied from jumping over the wall, and KT have Baron here in game number 4.
And a memory comes to mind from way back, 2022, the DRX run. I remember, I don't know if it was an interview, if it was the comms, but Barrel talking about if we get to game 5. But back then it was against Liv Sandbox. We're not worried. We got this in the bag. I mean, a lot of the players on this team have been known to make some magic happen, and we are about to go to silver scrapes in this telecom war.
Got to maintain the pressure there up against T1, forcing them back, and just the base getting kind of mangled right now. T1 are going to respawn. Not really going to be enough to do anything though.
Yeah, I mean at this point T1 basically just maybe even thinking about game 5. As, yeah, somebody has to go in, I guess. And it's Keria, and he just dies. The amount of turn and damage they have with this comp is just so much.
Super control Baron.
Yeah. Not even close.
Not even close. Just have faith in Yoshik to secure it. And fortunately, the rest of the team were kind of in position to follow up. Zeus on a flank angle also goes down. So the impact pretty huge. T1 looking like they don't have too many chances to get back to
They got a fight. They're trying to get Pyosik here, but he is just so tanky. Knew they have the damage. The knockup comes in. The cast to save his life. And now we're kiting out KT though. Owner gets in. Jax gets in. They're looking for Death. Death's in a bit of trouble, but the clutch comes in. He's okay. BDD! BDD gets into that back line and decimates the rest of T1. Keria will be taken down, and we are going to silver scrapes 100%.
T1 trying to deny it with a pick on Yoshik, but BDD does not miss on this Yone. Gets the ult, gets both carries, and we're going to a game 5.
The defending world champions are going to be pushed to the brink. The Nexus surely to fall. No one standing for T1.
And there it is. The Alpaca Treant coming in. And we do have a game number 5 on our hands, as we knew. And the crowd is going wild for KT as they want to see them at Worlds.
And you know, this has been a series where Blue Side has won every single game. But T1, when the pressure is on, they have struggled in these 5-game series. They won Worlds with the 3-0 finals, but often when it's come to the 5 games, we saw MSI against RNG, we saw Worlds against DRX, the pressure has gotten to them.
On the flip side, there were some Game 5s they won last year in the summer finals, and that was against KT. That's what got them to where they ended up, making it despite everything that happened. And how fitting that we do indeed go for maximum hype on a telecom war. The final game that will be played in LoL Park this entire year.
And all I'm going to say is there won't be a Yone in that game.
Oh no!
They are not letting me get that pick again. BDD, you you know, we talked a lot about how much he stepped up later in the summer, really been on form, but his Yone in this series has just been unbeatable.
Another Silver Scrapes to be cast here at Wall Park, and for this summer season, we are not done yet. It's one game to decide who gets that 4th seed to Worlds. We will be right back after the break to bring you game number 5.
이거? 야 얘네 포지션 많이 갈렸어. 잘 봐주라. 천천히. 천천히 봐. 텔 탔어. 날렸어. 한 명 날렸어.
애쉬 정화 빠지고 애쉬 풀리지.
텔 봐줘. 나 스킬 없어. 내 스킬 없어.
나도 뺐어.
아 이거 속도 못 쫓아주겠다 사람은. 야 안에 잭스 다 잭스 잡았어. 아 끝난 거 믿어 가자. 오빠 가야지. 이번에 이기자. 야 이거 아래 스커너 있어. 그냥 봐. 뭐 무시해. 저 스커너 10마리여도 못 끝. 아니 뭐 찌를까? 스커너 이 없어. 스커너 이 없어.
죽여버려 그냥. 불러대.
야 일로 와.
정갈구이.
맛있게 드세요. 내꺼 까비. 내꺼 복각 가자. 노래 틀어. 또 들어 이거를. 맨날 들어 맨날.
Get your phones out, everyone. You already know what time it is. You knew it was going to 5. I knew it was going to 5. It deserves all 5. Back in 2022, it was said that the movie is over, but no, the movie is still going on, as it is the final possible game of the League of Legends regular season 2024. It all comes down to this: T1 and KT, after KT control game number 4 and push it over the edge. And now it's just one game left between us and Worlds. Who will it be, T1 or KT? Let's get into the draft here, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, look, the draft here was pretty smart from KT. I like this adaptation a lot more. BDD is able to get his hands on the Yone again, and Perfect pulls out the Gragas. And even though the lane swaps didn't really favor him and he fell behind early, a Gragas from behind gets two things: great engages, and also the Rod of Ages picked up late with a low econ. Gragas actually gives you that big boost. He went from level 14 to 15, tons of XP there. Was a huge pick here for the side of KT Rolster.
And also T1 not having the value pick, either like getting mid or AD, like they were having 2 prayer lanes, which means that they have no late game insurance. So it was kind of rough when they kind of fell behind in the mid game. So it was really rough from the draft. But also, as you mentioned, I think Gragas was really impactful.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of the highlights here. At 19 minutes, early on, it was a lot of focus on the bot lane. KT had a couple dives that didn't go well, but this is the moment here where they take control of this game.
I mean, I think T1 got the mid prior before they walk into the Drake, but I feel like Carrier kind of misplayed this time around because he kind of walked around and like leave Ashe and Scanner on the mid lane, so that kind of made T1 into the really bad position.
It gave KT so many opportunities, and Gumo was completely zoned out. Zeus gets a flash out of BDD, but the fight is already won. BDD then gets over the wall with his Yone and then takes Guma's flash away. So incredible plays from the solo laners here, top and mid, for the side of KT Rolster. And this was a huge turning point because leading up until this moment, it looked like T1 had a ton of control. However, a clutch team fight, really nice wraparound there, or deny of the wraparound from T1 from KT, puts them back in the lead.
Yeah, and this whole series, when there's been success, BDD has been at the heart of it. This is exactly the same here. 26 minutes at Baron. BDD on the Yone makes the play happen to start off this fight.
Man, it's crazy. Like, he engages, he deals the damage, he curses the Scanner E and dodges Scanner ulti into his body, and he survives, man. He does everything.
And then he's just like ready to keep going. He's ready to keep pushing this fight. Zeus is isolated, and T1 once again caught on the right side of the team fight, not able to actually close the gap. Faker trying to push in and set up some rocks, up some engage, potentially leaning to some chain CC. They've got a lot of it in this composition, but BDD snap punishes with the Yone. He has been by far, I feel like, out of our 10 players today, individually the best performing player.
Yeah, I feel like they need to deal with BDD's Yone. Either you pick it or ban it. I feel like BDD, when he's on Yone, he's just some kind of different player.
All right, storyline time, guys. This is the longest standing roster currently in League of Legends, is the T1 roster, the ZOF LCK roster. On the opposite side, you can go up and down KT's roster and the trials and tribulations that they have had over the last year and honestly 2 years since their run at DRX. Perfect coming on up for Keen and doing a great job on the top side of the map as a rookie. And BDD, we've talked about him all series long, has been a rock on this team. No matter whoever wins, whoever loses is going to be devastated as well.
I think you really hit it on the nail on the head there, Wadid, though. The Yone needs to be taken care of. I want to mention something that probably will freak out a lot of T1 fans as well. Game 5s for this organization, one of the longest standing organizations in League of Legends history. Game 5s have not been kind to T1. Losing to Genji in Game 5, right? Everyone knows the story of losing to 3 of these players in the World Championship in 2022. They need to have a good draft read here. At least they do have side selection for this one, but it's the mental game here that KT now has in their court.
And most recently, just a couple days ago against D+ in Game 5 with side selection, lost to them. D+ go on through. Showmaker is at Worlds. Which one of these teams will make it on through? All right, Wadid, final thoughts here before we toss back to the casters.
I mean, guys, I'm sweating. Like, imagine the players. It's last spot for the Worlds, and also this might be your last chance to prove yourself for this year. Because if you lose this game, you're not able to play for the next year. So,
Wolf?
I mean, I really feel like going into this one, really, really huge win for both these teams. It might be what defines what your roster looks like next year, what team you're on, everything on this moment.
All right, guys, I know all of you at home, T1 fans, KT fans, pull for your squads. If you're just a fan of League of Legends, get your phone out and sit back and enjoy the most intense series of the regular season. Comes down to this, Game 5, T1, KT for a spot at Worlds. On the call, it's Chronicler, Valdez, and Ox.
Thank you, Digon, Wadid, and Wolf, as we are getting ready for game number 5. We've had so many close back and forth series, so many game 5s, as the space was talking about. Speaker's going for a reboot, as he oftentimes does, trying to calm himself down before this very important game 5. He doesn't want to look at the records, what has happened. He wants to redefine it for this best of 5 right here.
How fitting is it as well that you see the DRX players and they're having a good time. They're giggling. Beryl just looking like Beryl always does, unfazed throughout it all.
Yeah. By the way, the KT fans just going insane. The cheers that the players got when they walked out on stage before it even came to us were like louder than some of the things that were happening in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we are on KT side, but I don't think I've ever heard fans be this loud in Park. They are just constantly cheering, showing their support. This team obviously had some struggles throughout the season, but this is their last chance. And they've brought T1 to a Game 5 to try and fight that final spot for Worlds. But for the reigning champs, not to make it would be massive, but it'd be so fitting for this KT lineup to be the ones to deny them.
Will the dance last, or are we going to see this T1 roster, been together for so long, have made it to so many tournaments, never lower it from the top of my head than a 3rd place throughout the last couple of years? Is it going to happen again, or is this final hurdle, particularly that man in the mid lane with his wry smile, he's not getting Yone, but he has still, as I think was echoed by the space, been individually absolutely outstanding. And I want to go back to 2021 because it was that man that dragged a very up and down Gen G to only being a single game away from winning, or rather from getting to a Worlds Finals, right? They lost to EDG. EDG ended up winning up the whole thing. But BDD, that tournament was absolutely insane. And seeing him have the performance that he's having right now, after some of the years, the Nongshim year in 2022, the bounce back last year, and now this, how fitting it would be if he makes it back to Worlds.
A lot of back and forth in the draft. Some drafts definitely lackluster, you know, from both sides. Going into Game 5, T1 with the edge being on blue side, we're undoubtedly going to see that Yone banned. We'll see what else they decide to take away. The pressure's always on red side, having to ban the likes of the Rumble, kind of locked in. The Smolder often being a red side ban as well, although there has been sometimes has actually been banned mostly by T1 so far, not really comfortable to pick it themselves. So I imagine they'll continue with that. They ban on blue side. See, Yone, presumably that third ban for T1.
I hope for their sakes that it is.
Yone is definitely that third ban for T1, so we'll see it come through now. And then KT, you know, banning the Azir Rumble again. Could look for the Vi, has been something they banned. Could look for the Ziggs. It's something T1 banned last game. A lot of discussion to just say Yone.
I mean, the only other angle is you take it yourself, but that doesn't feel like a good blue side first pick.
Wow.
If a Jax ban.
You know what? I'm going to say it. I don't agree with this. It might surprise you.
Bold statement. Take it away.
Well, the thing is as well
no
is
thoughts?
if they want to deny the Yone and first pick it, like you give over things like the Ziggs, well, Ziggs is going to get banned away, so you have to be concerned about that.
Like, BDD deserves his respect. I know they won game number 1, but this is non-negotiable, and Faker has not looked even close to any of the other free seeds that we're sending, right? And we'll have to see.
You know, it's unlikely. Not really something you'd blind pick first pick, but they do have another Yone player on the roster. Perhaps they can send it up that way, but it will be bit of flexing. It will be KT to deny Sejuani. I think giving over Sejuani, Yone would absolutely be a mistake, so it makes sense there. And there's still good options for Owner on the other side. Lilia, Vi, Skarner, all available. Question is, what do KT want to pair this with?
Is it Tristana? Not the best synergy with the Sejuani, but getting BDD a powerful pick, I think, is huge.
You know, the only other thing he's played so far has been Corki.
Yeah, we don't want that.
So I don't think it's gonna be that. But we'll see. We'll see if they feel okay with it. But a Sejuani MF, so immediately a lot of burst damage. You've got the setup with the Sejuani. You take it away from Owner.
Yeah, and I imagine it's probably going to be jungle AD pick in this rotation. You could take the Leona if you wanted that to deny the MFL, but we haven't really seen teams lean into that too much. They are going to opt for that Lilia. Owner drew bans for that pick in playoffs, but actually start with the Jhin. So, you know, we didn't see the Jhin picked into the Ziggs, but now Ziggs is banned. We'll see the Jhin come out. But it does mean you can operate a safe distance. When your team's going in with the likes of that Yone, you can follow up from afar.
Saying no, yeah, I think he's saying Lilia.
Lilia makes sense for them, provides the AP that they do need in the composition. Playing into a tank jungler as well feels good. And now over to KT. Could potentially, I mean, I expect it's a mid lane pick for BDD here. They have to secure if they're going anything that they expect to get banned away, which is most of the picks we're seeing in the meta right now. But instead, they're opting to take a leaf out of the T1 book and go for the Camille. They will secure a confident play here from Perfect. Synergize with the Sejuani has that setup for the team.
And in the first couple of games, sometimes by his own fault, sometimes just by the way that KT's been played, Perfect has not been able to stand up to Zeus. But the last game, the Gragas at a crucial point, he did come through. We're not going to see that again. I'm wondering if there's a world where we ever see it flex, but obviously very unlikely. The Jax already being banned away does mean that KT can pick this. Not only do you combine it with the Sejuani, but also it basically frees up a ban.
Makes it a lot easier. They're banning supports now, not feeling the pressure to have to ban top as much. With Bard gone, they could ban a top laner in this situation if they want to continue to deny, and they'll go for the Gwen. Not something we've seen too much of recently, but definitely a big side lane threat. And I'm just wondering what Zeus is going to bring out in this situation. Obviously, a lot of his range picks, there's the threat of being jumped on by the Camille and the Sejuani. A lot of danger there.
Do they ban Leona here? Could leave it open. Most likely, KT's going to pick it up, and then we will have the Alistar, most likely, on the opposite end. It's going to be the Poppy. Does, to me, I really hope. Can also go for the Alistar, that's also fun. We've seen that happen a lot as well, and being okay with the Leona going over. I do still really love taking the Leona so that DMF gets the ult, but
this is dangerous. I mean, we do often see the lane swaps come on the series, and KT are good at navigating that, but picking Alistar blind into carrier always feels a little bit cautious. I feel like there's a lot of other supports in the league who would go, well, I just pick Leona, that's the matchup, but carrier is always one who's want to pick a stronger prio lane, and it looks like we might be getting the flex.
Looking very likely, and it might be with a Corki. And the Corki gets locked in for T1. And I know a lot of people will not be very happy with that, but we'll see how it goes. As Corki gets locked in, there's the Leona. So we're not taking any chances there either. We are just accepting the matchup.
There is the chance that this is still going to be the Corki top, right? Like they could theoretically flex it around.
Corki mid's been losing. Maybe
yeah, right. What about Corki top? We've seen that before.
It's a Camille Sejuani. And now Tristana goes over to BDD potentially, but they might want the AP, so toying with some other options.
Oh!
The confidence pick! And the thing with LeBlanc is so hard to pin down. You know, there's a lot of lockdown on T1, but I feel like it's going to be hard to actually connect onto this LeBlanc pick. So much threat onto things like the Corki, like the Jin from the flank. We will get to see where this mid-top is going. I think based on the player's proficiency, I imagine it might end up being that Yone top.
Would have to be. This happened in the previous match between T1 and DK. Game 5. BDD ended up, or Showmaker rather, ended up getting, turning around one of the strangest TPs that I have seen into a pick on the Gumayushi. And that was a really big point in that series. T1 with a pick that no one has been able to win with him. What was it, 10, 12 games in total now?
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Again, 2022. And the lines you can draw to that roster, not just in the players, but what has happened this year and what has happened for DRX 2022. In spring, in summer, so many of the numbers are exactly the same. It is uncanny. But as I said before, Faker will look to, alongside of his roster here, try to rewrite history and make new history here in this best of 5, in this game 5. And BDD, who's only getting more and more confident, pulls out the R5 LeBlanc. Let's see how it goes as we hop into the rift for game number 5.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
I keep thinking there's no higher gear,
미니언 생성까지
and they keep
30초
going
남았습니다.
up and up.
KT fans extremely hype right now, and I think it's justified. And I love the confidence in a game 5 for KT to bring out the Camille for perfect. I definitely think confident issues have been a thing with him going up against Zeus, but willing to bring that out with a Sejuani, BDD with a LeBlanc. On the other side, though, the fact that they wanted to deny the Yone and trust Zeus to take it top lane, but the Corki on a heavy loss streak, sorry, definitely not a win streak, heavy loss streak right now. I will say some of the comps he has lost with, it was low damage comps, trying to rely on the Corki. There is a lot of other damage threats here, but we have seen this pick struggle endlessly.
Outside of the Corki pick, though, I do actually really like the T1 composition. There is so much long-range engage as...
Level 1 hook shot coming on in. Do a little bit of harass coming in there, but Keria is here. Trade a little bit back on a perfect. And actually a decent amount more than just a little bit. I mean, Ignite coming down here as well. Keria really bullying both of them in the mid lane, just really using the Shield of Daybreak to essentially say, you will not stay here.
This would be the perfect time to get one of those graphics where it shows damage dealt and Keria's just like miles above everyone else. Getting those autos off, getting the value there, and forces perfect away. It is once again going to be a swap coming out, so we see Deft and Beryl in the top lane. And last game, we saw T1 punish that with a dive towards... Oh,
there it is. Level 2 comes in. Keria trying to make it play, but it's still LeBlanc, and BDD was very ready for it.
Yeah, that's a reaction tester. You know, I think sometimes Game 5 little reaction tester can go a long way. I think BDD's reactions are pretty on point. I could have told you that before we saw that, but you know, I respect the Keria trying to find an angle, and he does unlock Hex Flash.
That he does. BDD now the one looking for this, but Keria is still here. Not too surprising, but at least able to get a decent amount of poke on in. Beryl also looking for the angle himself.
Faker doesn't have Valkyrie.
There it is. Valkyrie is down. Level, or not down, it's just not taken. BDD gonna find a Leona, but now Beryl is going to try to get some damage on in. It's very tense here in the mid lane between these two duos.
Right from the get-go, you can even see Gumayushi immediately running to mid, right? He's not wanting to take any risks in these early skirmishes. Does mean that Perfect just gets to catch this wave without any issues. Still has TP available.
He's looking for a play here on Aguma, cleansing the slow rather. And he's going to get away, but yeah, obviously Perfect does have TP up to the top side. He misses the cannon.
Was it weird?
Try to make that play.
This is still a really big improvement over a lot of the CS numbers that we've seen for this top laner in the
Yeah, I mean,
series.
definitely an improvement over the 0 at 4 minutes that we saw in game 1. But, you know. Yeah, I mean, he picks up this wave. Obviously, missing the cannon's a bit sad, but overall, not faring too badly. And it's going to be one of those shorter swaps, not seeing the lengthy one from before. Now, Faker's going to clear up some of this farm, but is definitely feeling the pain. Despite the help from Carrier, is in a bit of a deficit in the mid lane already. And particularly with the changes we had to execute earlier this season, a lot more early game focused damage. The burst there is pretty obnoxious, and if you're frequently proccing it, you can really bully someone out of lane.
Yeah, you definitely can. I feel like LeBlanc has really been on the edge outside of Showmaker picking it up time to time in the regular season. Obviously, as you guys mentioned, he pulled it out in Game 5 up against T1 just earlier this week, a couple of days ago. And BDD says, well, I can play that too. And his confidence is skyrocketing. It's definitely something that can, you know, kind of live or die based on how you're feeling. The chains are going to connect here. Faker's in a lot of trouble. Auto comes in. And Faker says, no, I'm not in trouble. I'm totally fine. I'm going to sit here and CS. And BDD does not have the range, actually, to do much else.
Yeah, didn't really have the cooldowns. The level up comes in, but that chain from BDD was real slick there. The hitbox of Corki just past the minion. Faker thought he was behind, but just showing the dangers of this lane. And this is a level 5 LeBlanc. As soon as level 6 is hit, that kill pressure increases massively.
Big moment is going to be when we see Perfect and Pioshik actually link up. With the Q, have the ability to very rapidly set up that permafrost, try and burst the target down, and that's going to be the KT game plan, right? Especially with this LeBlanc as well. Go in as aggressively as possible on a single target, blow them up in a second. Do note that BDD still has TP available, so any trade he can find onto Faker actually going to be really beneficial here. As Faker backing for Tyr, and a very early piece of magic resist as Perfect has ult.
On Vision was the Sejuani, but yeah, as you mentioned, you're not getting away from this one. Zeus trying his best. He's going to flash. He's going to try to ult away, but you cannot get away from the Camille. Do they have the damage to take down Zeus? Is the real question, as one will do it, and they take him down, and first blood goes to Perfect.
Beautifully played there by Perfect. Zeus tries the fancy moves to disengage, but Perfect doesn't go for Zeus himself, goes to where the soul was unbound from, sits patiently, finds the ult. The cleanup is there, and a 1-0 stop for the Camille. Definitely what you want in a Game 5.
Perfect has struggled a ton in this series. The Gragas, a big show of confidence from his team. Big turnaround after what was, again, Zeus really getting the upper hand. But this time it feels like it's Zeus that was, because of the previous games, forced in an uncomfortable position. Right? Faker hasn't looked great on the Yone, so Zeus effectively, just to make sure that they were able to take it away, happy to take that into the top side of the map. But it looks like at least early on that 1-2 of the Camille combined with the Sejuani is working out. BDD a little careful there as Carrier shows, but does come just up a fresh back, right? So does have the lost chapter. And now KT trying to look for a play on this dragon. Want to try and turn the tide on these early dragons that have been taken by T1.
This is dangerous from Ona because Faker can move in and threaten. So he does go for the little golden ball, but it's actually enough to scare KT away. Perhaps the fact that Guma has ult, and Pioshik was getting a little bit low. Don't want to risk like the gen ult coming in, but will be forced away. So T1 obviously got those grubs, no trade back, but this is the replay of that setup. So goes for Zeus, and Zeus obviously unbound soul, but you know, you have to come back to eventually. But he gets level 6 of the minions, flash ult, and Perfect follows it up. And it looks close, but this final flash at the end, combined with Pioshik's W, does secure the kill, and Perfect the one who gets it.
It's best case scenario. Camille can really take over a lot of these carry matchups if she does get accelerated. Quite strong early, really strong when combined with the Sejuani, but can really struggle in longer trades, which obviously Yone doesn't have an issue setting those up. Can continuously trade with his sustain as well, so Adding a little bit more oomph for Perfect very early on the Sheen now. Going to be feeling really good. On the flip side, T1 trying to maintain some pressure here. Carry out.
Oh, trying to make a play here on a Deft. Barrel getting in front of that, but he's level 4. Alistair has to flash away, and now trying to open up. The first shot is going to hit as Deft desperate to try to block them, and he will block that 4th shot, but they don't get any kills, but T1's bottom lane still pressuring the bottom side of the map and getting some plates.
Yeah, they find the pressure.
Ult available here.
Might look for the other side. Perfect's
Just
low, though.
He is pretty low, but he's got Sejuani with him. He's got that shield, and can Zeus do anything? Here comes Owner to try to turn this one around, and with that Sealed Fate, they're just going to hop away. But now Owner thinking about it a little bit more, just trying to put his face in it. Not going to amount to too much.
If Perfect doesn't sidestep that, could definitely have been a really big turn for T1. Opportunity to get some gold onto their Yone. Because despite everything, especially with that play not working out, we do see again the CS lead for Zeus building. And Yone is one of those champions where even if you do fall behind in lane, let alone not enough to really dissuade you from having an impact later on.
Oh man, everybody is here.
They knew.
Great bait from Zeus there. Perfect also missing the cannon when he looked at that hook shot. So even though there was that early kill, even though the gang setup is good, the 1v1 pressure is there for Zeus, the confidence he has on this pick. We see in the mid lane some heavy trades as well. BDD, he goes in, will get like a chain, but then the Phosphorus bomb comes out in return. It's like, well, you know, if I stay here, then I just lose the trade. So he has to play it a bit more defensively. Both teams kind of prodding and poking. I'd say the significant thing is we're about to get a second spawn of grubs. It's 10 minutes and there still hasn't been a dragon. We've seen really quick dragons in this series, but the fact that T1 pushed KT off it earlier means it is going to be quite late in this game.
Yeah, definitely could be a big factor in this one, especially depending on the soul. We've seen a lot of clouds in this one, and we're going to start off with the Cloud Drake. And at this point in time, I mean, it feels like both of these teams very evenly matched. The Grubs did go over to T1, but the First Blood went over to KT, so feels like each side got a little piece of something, as now KT gonna try to go for the second set of Grubs, although T1 on the map are moving over to try to challenge. That's one Grub taken and immediate abandonment of that pit.
Barrow has level 6 available, as does Keria. Again, the burst is the big thing here for KT. They want to try and isolate a member and take them down immediately.
Rotations. Rotate back into the pit.
Deft is running, but Guma does have a lot of range with his R. Both the AD carries still here.
It really just comes down to the smite, and it goes over to Owner, and now Barrel's going to go in looking for something extra. That's two people that are going to be slept up, but BDD finds Faker, trying to bait Zeus in as well, and that's a massive bullet time, but in goes Zeus, finds BDD. The first one to go down will be Owner, and now we've got Zeus caught in the pit amongst four of them. Is going to dash away as Guma finally makes his way over. Keria going to be caught by BDD as well, and KT rolls to pick up 2 more kills.
Very hectic fight, but a lot of T1's tools been up front. They couldn't finish off BDD, and in the re-engage, KT come out strong. We'll see the replay now, and it is a mismite here from Yoshik, but Beryl looks for the engage, and we see the sleep burn by Oni here, but no follow-up to come through. You can see Beryl even considering holding his ult. BDD though gets caught by the roots, but his clone blocks the Jin shot, able to dash away, and then all your tools are being burned, and KT are there to pick up the pieces.
Additionally, Beryl denying Zeus access to BDD. That could have been a really big kill for the Yone. And then the ultimate from Deft actually completely closing off that quadrant. No one for T1 could make it through. And we know that the gold, it's about 400 or 500, right? Very minor at this point in the game. Even though getting kills onto your Camille, onto your LeBlanc obviously is going to feel great. But again, being a player, everything on the line in this final best of one. Make like 3 bad plays back to back, and that's it. Your year is over. There's no going the Worlds, no continuation, no chance in case of T1 of extending their title. And for KT, obviously, another dance would be something that, when you say it in hindsight, would make sense. But if you'd said it right after they lost to... Actually, you know what? No, right after they lost to Bro probably is when you most likely...
I think some of us were saying we'll see KT at Worlds, right? Like,
okay, but how much of that was
the way
a
it
joke,
is.
Feldes? Actually, Atlas
it's
never
a
doubted
joke
Barrel.
with Atlas. Now we got Zeus, very similar spot. This time it's in the bottom lane. He gets the ult off, and it's really good timing right when the Permafrost comes in as well, so the damage not quite there. Meanwhile, a Jhin ult in the top side.
Yeah, good flash coming out from Zeus there to avoid the Sejuani ult. You can see the setup there, but they're doing a decent job of navigating that. Carrier now here to threaten.
They will know.
Yeah, not subtle with that one. And looks like BDD took a bad trade there into Faker. You know, the kill on LeBlanc is big, but I feel like this pick really needs to be the one that gets the ball rolling for KT. If it has a lead, the difference is massive now.
Oh, ult's on Perfect. A lot of damage going down into this turret.
Yeah, I mean, Perfect's just going to stick around. He's trying to get that kill, and now we got a TP coming in. And here comes BDD behind them all as Keria is going to find the LeBlanc and give them some time. Damage is done, though, to Zeus. Oh, Perfect! He will live! And BDD is still here. He's looking for more. He wants more. And he's not going to have it. He's going to dash away. Pilsik as well does his job, just puts his body on the line. So many low health bars, and KT get another.
So close to being 2 kills for T1, but both Perfect and BDD use their health bars so well there. Managing to disengage, managing to get the kill. And shit, Onus on the top side getting a Herald. Is he getting a Herald? I don't think Def can scare him off, but Dragon will now be secured for KT. And 4-0 in terms of kills. Decent start for them.
Big thing here, though, is that T1 still got the turret. So because of that first turret blot, they end up in a gold positive trade as Perfect. He is no longer afraid. Maybe he should be.
Maybe a little afraid.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
I mean, there was a chance, but with Pilsik not there, I mean, you don't really have to send it in. And it's Cloud Drake into Chemtech Drake. The first Drake goes down at 15 minutes into the game, so it's going to take a while until we really get into the soul, but it's probably going to be a good one.
Yeah, very likely to be fitting in a situation like this. We'll get a replay of this fight, so this is dangerous with Perfect overstaying, but look at the minimap. He knows that there's a TP coming in, and Carrier tries to immediately shut down BDD, and does a good job getting on top of the LeBlanc, but the distortion back into the chains, Perfect getting the shield and the hook shot to disengage, and then here, BDD even going in for a heavy trade, but still has the ult to get away at the end. A little bit dangerous with that one.
Uh-oh. We've seen this before. This time it's BDD alongside of it. But I always get nervous when Jonah Strong turns off the lights and doesn't really show us what's going on. Perfect's in the top lane, and actually he's alone right now. Could try to do some damage to that turret, but he's just going to back off. His owner's up there.
This is very telling that Zeus is still ahead in gold, despite everything that happened. And again, the kill score in favor of KT, but we don't really know which way this game is going to go until we actually see a big fight. Because again, I think for KT, they're the ones that are going to have to pull the trigger, right? They're the ones that are going to have to actually make the action happen. They can't just sit back. I think T1 can just sit there, poke with Jhin, poke with Corki, throw Lilia, orbs, throw those bowling balls as many times as you'd like to try and whittle down KT's front line. Mercs here, obviously mega high value into the opponents. Leona is always very sad when you buy Mercs.
You see T1 trying to make an aggressive play here, but there's a lot of KT members in return.
Barrel just trying to throw himself into it and bait them into this fight as Ingo's perfect. Keeps Zeus around, but he dodges. That Sejuani ultimate lines up too. He's still alive, but down he goes. Trade of top laners as now BDD is coming up. Trying to punish Keria here, and it looks like T1 are just going to let it go. That's another kill over to BDD's LeBlanc. He is now 3-0.
Running!
A lot of running and skipping and hopping, and it's Deft who gets away. Meanwhile, Faker's just taking a turret.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2-for-1 in favor of KT, but if Faker gets this entire tier 2 bot tower, then they'll take that trade any day of the week. BDD going to try and pressure here, but...
Is he okay? I mean, the chains are going to land, and now he's barely going to stay alive.
He's fine. He's got, like, 80 health spare. Yeah. It's called using your health bar, right?
Health is a resource, Valdez. Get it together.
Sorry, I forgot.
It's okay. This series has really had it all. I don't think we're quite done. Again, kill score, don't be fooled by it.
We aren't done. There's a whole... This game is the last one.
Yeah, the Nexus didn't explode yet, so we're not done. Let's take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, so we see Perfect going in onto Zeus, but he's very early, leading the charge, so the follow-up isn't quite there. Zeus with a good dodge off the Sejuani ult, but does eventually go down. But at this point, they know BDD's coming, they know Deft is coming. Sacrifice is carrier, but they just have Faker pushing in a side lane, so they're pretty fine with that trade. The KDAs suffer, but in terms of gold, they're still ahead.
Biggest thing for me with KT, though, is that BDD is the one getting the most kills. BDD is the one getting monstrously fed. And it makes itemization on the T1 side a lot harder, right? We have had a lot of full AD compositions, but a LeBlanc that just gets to basically do whatever she wants and deal effective true damage to everyone that is within her range is a really big deal.
And the other person who's also getting the gold.
Well, we're ulting the wave as in he goes, trying to clear it out and make sure that he's safe on the dive. There's the Q3, trying to dodge it, flashes away from Pyoshik. Pyoshik taking a huge amount of damage, but in comes Deft to try to trade it back, and they will get the kill, but man, Zeus made it pretty difficult as, once again, Faker's just taking a turret amongst all the action.
Yeah, about
again.
15 tower hits tank there, feels like by Pyoshik, but T1 are just playing for the objectives, and it's working.
All right, well, this is a Lilia. Can they actually get him down? Nice catch by Barrel Owner. In a lot of trouble. Just going to accept his fate and just try to hit the turret, I suppose. Does a little bit of damage, but Deft will be fed over a kill.
Working somewhat, we'll say. Still getting towers, getting structures. The mid tower now low, easy to threaten that one. It's a 3-tower to 0 lead. So T1 are ahead in gold still, but it does mean that if KT get a bigger edge, a bigger team fight win, there's a lot of standing gold for them to take.
The Jin just like hitting a 4th shot on an F and he barely gets the shield. This is about as well played by Zeus as you can, right? Like you're in again, a really rough dive situation, gets the Q free, then flashes away from the damage from Pyoshik and also gets the Q as the knock-up on the Sejuani is enough. But then Barrel on Alistar has always been a thing. The
2019 vibe?
Yeah, 2019 vibe, 2020.
I just love that he finds the exact spot, the angle from Owner hitting the tower, and just that he knows. He knows.
I also, Owner could definitely have just let the Herald charge and not gone in.
Yeah, but then you don't get to do the cool driving, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you were already...
Essential.
You were fine on the crossbow. Again, T1 is 2k gold up, despite everything that's happened, just because they've been able to get
Infernal
so many
Soul.
waves. Oh, boy.
That's a pretty big one for a lot of these champs.
Can you explain why?
So it adds a lot of burst to the champions.
Yes.
The Infernal Soul, and there's a lot of champions already have a lot of burst. So if you're wondering, there's the explanation for you.
I really appreciate it.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
But
Infernal
also,
Soul going... okay.
It's this, is it the Drift? Rift? Or
We call this Drift.
Yeah, and we have the Jin, you know? We have the MF as well.
Oh, yeah.
We've got 2 80 carries, the fastest 80 carries in the West.
That are
well, in the East, I guess.
Drift in honor of Viper when he was on Jin and literally ran for like a full minute and just kept picking up Cinder.
Through the enemy base.
Through the enemy base with these items and Swifties. And then the next patch, I think, I don't know which one of the two it was, but the movement speed on those items was nerfed. And I'd like to think that it was because of that escape.
Because they hate fun.
The Cinders are still in the game.
And they, one of the best maps, honestly.
Cinder's very important. Zeus, beginning to take some aggressive trades here against Perfect. Perfect running at him and saying, I will not be deterred. And you better play it safe, otherwise you'd never know who's in my jungle. Yeah. As many times it has been Zeus like, oh, I want to go for trades, but then there's Sejuani, MF, it's LeBlanc sometimes. As an ult comes in, this is an Alistar, who does have Unbreakable Will. Barrel's going to use it, try to get away. Creative ult says, once again, Faker's hitting a turret.
That was really nice, like Pyoshik and Barrel to interrupt carry. Oh my, that's a lot of damage.
He's going to get away for now, and he has Flash. Can he get out is really the question. They'd have to go very deep to try to get Faker at this point. And yeah, KT just not going to get him.
Also, Pyoshik throwing the ult over the wall. It was kind of the angle where it's like, it might hit me if I don't flash, but Faker flashes in the direction that doesn't connect onto him, but could have been a bit close. BDD's damage, definitely scary. Those 2 items in pocket, adding a lot of burst, as we've seen from Ziggs gameplay. So, a lot of threat there. And even though T1 have that gold lead, it does not feel like this game is at all stable for them right now.
So you have Zeus, who definitely is winning in the side lane. Actually going for Stride Breaker this time around, so very different from the Yones that we've seen.
It's the counter the drift rift, you know?
Yeah.
It actually will have a
ankle
ton of
breaker.
value, right? Giving you even more sticking power. Also, do note that this time around, Keria outside of Zeus is their only form of engage. So having the Yone be a bit beefier definitely going to help.
I mean, BDD was able to provide all the engage that KT needed
by murdering them
in Game 4.
Yeah,
Oh,
just be BDD.
that's true.
It's that easy.
Yeah, just Q3, find the perfect target, and then ult follow up, and your teammates will follow. It's very obvious, the engage.
I think it's a bit harder into the composition that KT have. A lot of mobile targets and then deft. But he does walk fast.
And we all know walking is the best skill in League of Legends.
Top strategy.
It's very
Top
important.
He's not just walking fast, but he also has access to drift rift.
And he has one Cloud Drake. I love how Faker this entire game, he took some trades with BDD. Yes, he did interact a little bit. But then after that, he was like, I'm just going to be in a side lane and push.
I
That's
swear,
it. That's my job.
We've seen so many Corki games in his long loss streak where it's been, oh my god, this Corki's so fed, unchallenged. What's he going to do? And then they just lose.
Well, like, how does he actually do damage in a fight when BDD is around, though? Because BDD does the same amount of burst, but in a very short time frame.
We're ulting a Sejuani in the jungle, and now TPs are coming in. They're trying to keep him around for a very long period, at least.
Turn?
But yeah, Zeus going to have to unbound out of that one. And KT thinking about it, thinking about the engage. Barely going to go in. The big MF ultimate is just going to get the flash. And it's not too committal just yet. Owner only going to hit the front line. There's the sleep. It goes in onto the one. Oh! The ultimate catches 3, but immediately goes back. Perfect. He followed. And that might be the end of him. As KT are in a lot of trouble. In goes Owner, looking for a bit more. Beryl is caught out. Down will go BDD. T1. They find the angle in the fight, and Def gets roped into it as well. And Pioshik, the only one to get out here.
As it turns out, it was just needing the Yone to be an engaged tool. As you see the hesitation from KT, and it turns out that hesitation was well founded as Zeus, off of the sleep of Owner, gets a multi-man engaged. That's Nash. That's another inner, unless, oh, Pioshik.
I mean, there is vision.
Smite.
Yeah, he doesn't have smite.
There's no way.
Well, they're going to send him away anyway, just in case. That's the Baron over to T1. And it was very close up until this very moment.
Yeah, Keria trying to body block Pioshik so he can't Q over the wall, forced to flash here. And then we see Zeus comes out, immediately unbound souls. He has the ult ready, but saves it. When he snaps back, Beryl goes in, he flashes out, but they don't get anyone with the ult. Keria's the only one, and he disengages. Ona gets the passive on a perfect, goes for the sleep, and when Beryl and Pioshik play bodyguard, it sets up for the triple ult. Doesn't stay in there because he's on top of 2 tanks, but he drags perfect back. The root on a BDD, the cleanup is clean, and T1 are looking on form.
And the rest of it is just cleanup. Zeus lines it up, and it's going to net them not only 4 kills, but the Baron, the first Infernal Drake, and now almost 7,000 gold to lead. As I said before, it was close. You know, KT were having angles. They had BDD was very fed, but now at this point, I don't know if they've got it in them, especially from behind when you have this much damage, and the enemy team is just getting tankier and tankier. I don't know.
This could be it. This could be the moment where Corki wins a game. Unprecedented.
Well, it's a big one to win. And maybe he was just waiting for this moment.
Has not happened in a long time. T1, our defending world champions, want to make it back so desperately. And look at the vision control here as well, not opening themselves up. This Yone was such a big thorn in their side. Zeus is the one that ends up taking it. Top wave, gonna get shoved in.
Yeah, so a little bit of solar flare poke on a def there.
Just a bit.
Doesn't break the shield, but I kind of feel like T1 this game have been fishing for engages, and they'll be willing to throw them out without committing too heavily and just waiting for the moment to strike. And it's given them advantages in this game on the back of that previous fight, but still down in kills, but a 7,000 gold lead. KT know how rough the game feels right now, and with that tower being taken, no structures outside their base. It's 6 towers to 0 right now.
So what you're saying is they just need to win one fight, and then there's a lot of standing gold on the map.
It's free. It's that simple. Objective bounties as well. I mean, I think ultimately the problem right now is that no one can match up well into Zeus. BDD just isn't strong enough to hold up against him. Perfect has had issues all game, especially with the gold deficit now. If they could get some side lane pressure going, you know, you look at the top and bot tower, that's a lot of gold with the objective bounties and the low HP, but they're just not being given the opportunity angle. Faker's just camped in a side lane, and right now he's on 3 items. He's very strong. Zeus has been a consistent problem, so KT do have pick potential. They definitely have that, and they need a window where they can capitalize on it. But when you look at the goal difference across the board, the smallest goal difference between, I mean, excluding supports, is 1,100 between mid laners. The rest is even more. And with Zeus picking up this 3rd item, he is going to be very difficult to deal with.
The one saving grace for KT is the fact that they got that early Cloud Drake. Means that the game is not going to be done in 2.5 minutes, although if the Baron ends up falling and the base starts crumbling, might still be the case. But the fact that they will not be playing up against an Infernal Soul, that definitely is a big deal. Is that alone enough?
And you see BD trying to set up. That tower is so low, but just being denied again and again. And now we're about 2 minutes away from the next Baron, the next Dragon, and this is where it gets difficult because on the side of T1, everyone has flashes, so it's not like there's something like that to easily capitalize on. You haven't been able to cash in on the standing gold. We have BDD with 2 rods in the inventory, but no Rabadons. Ideally, he gets that before we go towards those objectives, but I don't know if there's going to be time. KT need to do some problem solving the next couple of minutes, because if T1 get the next Dragon and the next Baron, I don't think this game's recoverable.
Yeah, as you're saying, you have to be proactive. You can't just sit back and wait for T1 to set up and essentially control objectives, especially with the lead that they have. So for KT, you know, trying to use some of their side laning, they have LeBlanc and Camille, maybe that's enough, but for now, they're kind of stuck back on their side of the map.
Guma is up 2 items.
Yeah, look at the items he has as well. So he has the IE, which goes really well with the range rapid fire cannon, but also the shield bow. So BDD's going to have a far harder time picking him, bursting him, and that's kind of the benefit of being so far ahead is you have the luxury to go for more defensive items and still outdamage your opponent.
That's the big thing. You have double shield though. Owner was just sitting on an arm guard, has actually finished it now, and has gotten himself the Zhonya's. The one win condition, the one opening for KT, if they do want to make this, frankly, miraculous run to Worlds, is getting a pick on a single target. That or a Baron steal. But look at the vision control that's there for T1. They know as well. Right now we're in very firm control of the game. We have a lot of safety inside. Well, the map control, as long as we don't take a big gamble, we should be fine. BDD should be getting his death cap after that cannon. I wonder if they're gonna give up this Drake and maybe make a play towards that Nash. Try and friend, but like, again, look, T1's gonna know before KT can even think of it.
Yeah. Does feel like this Baron, it could be huge for the side of T1 if they can utilize that to end the game.
They could just have Zeus solo the Dragon, honestly. Or it looks like they're sending Guma to do it, maybe. But they really don't need to commit members to the Dragon. They can keep presence around the Baron area. Guma is just going to solo out the Dragon pretty quick enough. Actually going to get some help from Zeus.
It's a lot of them.
And they're still maintaining vision on the top side. They are giving no windows to KT, no opportunities to let them back in the game.
Yeah. You don't really get to utilize any of your side lane pressure. Nobody can really deal with Zeus still, unless they're going to drop both LeBlanc and Camille there. And so it's another Infernal Drake that goes to T1, but more importantly, as you guys have been mentioning, they're just setting up supreme vision around the most important objective right now, which is the Baron buff.
Do have both Death Cap done, as well as Mortal Reminder for Deft. So there are some minor spikes here for KT. Is that enough to go up against the might and money of T1? I don't know. That's going to help a little bit.
Trying to catch Barrel. They really want to get him to use his ult. And now we got a potential sleep coming in here as there goes in Keria looking for a bit more. Oh! Sniped by Guma! And that might just do it. It's 2 kills to the Jhin. And look at this. BDD's going to go down as well. It's 3 kills just like that. And Faker once more. But already it is such a huge win to the side of T1 as they look to group in mid.
Pings are coming in. They do have the Misfortune ultimate to clear the wave. But T1 might try and interrupt, might try and just look for the pressure, look for the end here.
Looking like it. I mean, KT, they already lost 3 members. What can they do?
10 seconds on Barrel. Is that going to be enough? Perfect. He goes in trying to stall, but the Nexus turrets are falling.
Def can't get the angle.
They're just trying to do it. T1, they want to go to Worlds. Will they be able to? All they got to do is take down the Nexus, and they will get the job done. You will be seeing T1 at Worlds. You will have Faker there for the 9th time.
It goes to the last game possible, the last chance to get into Worlds. But the reigning champs will not be denied. They will stare down 3 of the members from the 2022 DRX roster, and they will get their revenge.
What goes up must go down. And at the final station, the roller coaster doesn't make it over the finish. Then one fight at Baron ended up deciding the game. And your 2023 World Champions will in fact be back as the 4th seed. Again, 4th seed of the LCK.
It's not what you would expect, but they do get there. And I think that in terms of, you can see he is so relieved. It's only relief. And I mean, it's not any huge reactions from the side of T1 as well, because they know like, whoa, we did it. Man, that was close.
And look, was it clean? Was it pretty? No, it was a struggle, but they got here, and we are seeing big meta shifts. The death of lane swaps. They have a new lease. They have the opportunity to adapt to a new meta, to refine the issues, to get there. T1, they made it. And they have their opportunity to once again try and defend their title.
This might very well be the moment that the dance is over. Deft not making it to Worlds. Barrow in an even year, not going to be there. KT after what was a wonderful 2023, not actually going to make it. And you can see heartbroken are the members of this team. Heartbroken, I'm sure, are the fans. And that man right there fought his very hardest, fought valiantly, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to feel sad for the players who aren't going to make it on this KT roster, but BDD in particular, this latter end of the split, but this series in particular did everything he could to try and get them over the line, and it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah. Felt kind of bad there at the end as well. I mean, some of those team fights weren't even very close, right? It was so close in this game. It was like a 2,000, 1,000 goal difference, and it really felt like KT were still in it, and then all of a sudden T1 got one team fight win, and the game was broken open. It was kind of over from there, as KT were never given an opportunity to come back.
And you know, this is such a high-pressure game. It's a Game 5. It's an area where T1, this roster, has struggled. They have crumbled under the pressure, but they held strong, and it felt like this game was so controlled from them. Even when members were going down, it was always a win for T1 on the map. There was never a point where you looked at the gold and went, oh man, that looks rough for T1. Zeus going down, 4 deaths at one point pretty early on in the game, but it just didn't matter because T1 were relentless at taking these structures, getting these advantages, and eventually it all just blew up this
Here it
plague.
is.
This is the point that broke the game. The 3-man engage, perfect, going back in. And that alone, I think maybe they could have come back from, but then the decision to go for the re-engage ends up being hugely detrimental there for KT. Thought that they could burst down Faker and go from there. Instead, the chase down comes through. And T1 punch another ticket to Worlds.
Well, it wasn't easy for them. They lost to DK, they almost lost to KT here, and T1 is an org, and it's got players on it that you would always expect to be there. And, you know, this entire story of them actually making it to Worlds will follow them there. I am very, very curious to see how they will develop going into that very important tournament, because yes, they make it, but what kind of T1 will we see there? I can't wait to see.
Well, hopefully with lane stops dead, I want to see more of Zeus and carries. Camille, Yone, fantastic performances from him. I don't want to see him on Cassante. I don't want to see him on Ornn. Even things like the Kennen didn't really inspire joy, but him on picks like this is just an absolute monster.
They're just saying, hit the tower. Yeah, like owners begging them.
That face from Keria.
Yeah.
Owner immediately head in hand.
It's a different kind of emotion.
It really is. And Corky gets his win, which
He was
maybe
just waiting.
Yeah, he was so due.
He was scaling.
he was just waiting for the right opportunity. The AD carry mid meta. We'll see if it's still there around Worlds. I would have said no, but then, you know, some of the changes on patch point 19.
You know,
there's a lot of chaos.
Our pro teams are resilient. You try and push them. No. We still want to play Corki. No, really, it's been nerfed in the ground. Well, you know, they
We'll
might
see
still.
about that.
He's just so safe. Yeah. Either way, guys, that was another fun banger. It did go to 5 games once again. We've just had so many 5 gamers. Hamalife versus Gen G. We had DK versus T1 earlier in the regional qualifiers, and we have one here as well for the final game to decide that T1 gets to go instead of KT. We're going to be hearing from the entire team in an interview after the space, but let's throw it over to the space right now to break down this series.
What an absolute treat. It goes all the way to 5 games, but it is T1 that come out on top here in the telecom war for the slot at Worlds 2024. They will be your 4th seed, but they're just happy to go in general. You could see the relief on Owner's face, and everyone across that roster know that it's another step towards protecting their title. On the opposite side, KT fall just 1 game short in 2024. With that win, though, it means it's Faker's 9th time. Look at all the legends on the opposite side. Core JJ, Deft, Doublelift, Impact, Jensen, Maple, Xiaohu. But one stands alone. It's Faker, his 9th Worlds, guys.
Crazy. I mean, the guy has been the myth, the legend, right? And he quietly had a very impactful Game 5 because KT's strategy was kill champions. Faker's strategy was play the side lane, kill structures. Was a great shot caller, I feel like, with how they played the map in that 5th game. And it felt like a big return to form in terms of macro here for the old telecom squad.
And also, coming into the draft, T1 kind of needed some DPS from the mid lane, but as you know, they didn't really want to play Corki, but at the end, as you know, like Faker kind of decided to play Corki by himself, and I think that kind of made a T1 game really easily, even though their early game was kind of rough. Like they still had the value, they still had the insurance for the late game, so that's the reason why T1 could actually win against KT right here.
And they didn't ban the Yone, which for me made me very stressed out for them going into the end of this draft, banning the Jax instead, but they had first pick. When the pick was locked in, I think a lot of people might have been like, oh, but Faker's Yone has been very suspect, right? It hasn't been that great this year. He's played it very few times in his career, but I think the T1 fans and the T1 veterans who were watching this squad since Yone's release knew that it was always going into Zeus' hands, and he made such a huge impact on this pick. They denied it from BDD. That was great draft tech here from T1.
Yep, no one beats Corki 10 times in a row here in the LCK. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here. On the top side of the map, T1 corralling around the grubs, and then a fight on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, early game for the KT was really great, especially from BDD's LeBlanc. He was kind of just chilling out a little bit on the Yone ulti, but blocking Jin's ulti with his clone as well, like surviving with 1 HP. And all those kind of early game skirmishes from KT was kind of collected, and that's the reason why maybe KT could win out this series. But I think, yeah, also the bot lane play was really kind of pre-planned as well. Also, it was really nice play out right there.
Yeah, I think that KT had a really good read on what T1 wanted to do early and how to set up for the punishes, and they had some prepared teleports, so it was really well played. Part of why I wanted to keep these highlights, even though KT Rolster ends up losing, is to showcase their power in this early game, but also to remind everyone that this early game was not T1's. This early game was absolutely looking T1's way. We've seen so many, or sorry, KT's way, we've seen so many T1 series where they actually go to that 5th game, fall apart in the mental game, fall apart in the draft, and lose the early game and get absolutely smashed. And it's a tragedy, and we see the T1 fans going home in tears. But they were able to stick together, be resilient in this game, play the map, not get discouraged. And that's a good look for a team that you're sending to a world championship.
Absolutely. Again, the early game was KT's way in terms of team fights, but they still had the gold lead, did T1, through playing through macro. It was 4 towers to 0, and so that gold lead led into this fight here at Baron. The decisive moment after a long series, a long season here for T1.
Yeah, I mean, after the early game, I think KT kind of tried to force on Zeus's Yone a lot on the side lane, but I think it didn't work out pretty well. Like, Yone always took on the kill, and also the side lane, he got all the pressure, and that kind of leads into this team fight because Yone was online still. Even though he got a lot of ganked by Sejuani, which is Pyoshik, like still Yone was on point, and also Faker was farming side lane. Everything that it impresses me is that like T1 is known as the early pressure team, that he can actually get the win out of it, but still like they win out of the late game, so that's kind of impresses me.
I think one of the things about this fight to me too is when you consider the leads that T1 built up from the map plays, taking those turrets off the map, I felt like KT realized they were on a bit of a timer in this game because they were losing more and more map control and their engage options were pretty low. They really only had the LeBlanc. And so in this fight, even though it looked like it could have been salvageable for KT, they doubled down on trying to win it because they knew if we end up giving this Baron here, we're probably never getting a window back into this game. So, but if it choked from KT, I think how they played out the fight. But ultimately, T1, better setup, better reads on the map, more vision control on that Baron. Trademark T1 Baron moment is what brings it home for them.
All right, and with that victory, you know, T1 does end up going to Worlds. It also means the end for this KT roster, the reunion of the core of the 2022 World Champs in the DRX players, the promotion of Perfect to the top side. And again, you saw it all playoffs long, and the end of the season, BDD's rise into just being an absolute force. It's an absolute shame that he won't be able to go, but is T1 making it through? What are your thoughts here on KT's season?
I mean, I think it was a good year for them. Remember, this team was considered at best a side grade from the roster that they had last year. You know, at worst, a pretty significant downgrade. There were strong pieces here from 2022, but when you look at current year, the roster didn't have high expectations. We weren't expecting this team to win an LCK necessarily. The fact that they were able to keep it together, grow as a team so much throughout the year, and then bring it this close to actually going to Worlds against an elite team like T1, I think it's a year to be proud of for KT roster for sure.
Yeah, I mean, especially today, I was kind of expecting like kind of easy game for T1 coming into today's series because of the yesterday performance, but like, it was really impressive. They almost made out to the Worlds, but yeah.
All right, well, that closes the chapter on 2024 for KT, but T1 continue on, and we have them standing by right now. On the interview translations is Deer.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the post-match team interview translation, joined by players of T1 who managed to get a 3-2 victory in the LCK regional qualifiers and securing LCK 4th seed. Congratulations!
네, 팬분들께서 정말 크게 박수를 보내주시고 계신데요. 제우스 선수 먼저
the fans are
이야기
so
나누도록
loud today.
제우스 선수 풀세트 접전이었습니다. 그 경기 끝에 단 한 장남은
It was a 5-game series, and you secured the last Worlds ticket. How do you feel?
지난 디플러스 기아전에서 뭔가
Today,
제가
for
실수를
sure.
너무 많이 해가지고 좋은 기회를
After
많이
making so
놓쳤던
many
것 같아서
mistakes from the
마음이 너무 안
match against D plus
좋았었는데
Kia,
결국에는 또 이렇게
I
진출하게
wasn't really
돼서
feeling
너무
that
다행인 것
great,
같아요.
but just being
너무
able
힘든
to
것 같습니다.
advance to Worlds, I'm just so
솔직한
relieved, and it was just so hard today.
오늘 만약에 패배를 했을 경우에는 2024년에
So a defeat today meant an end to your 2024 season, making today's match so crucial. So what mindset did you come to
사실
the stage
디플러스
with
기아전 할
today?
때는 정말 뭔가 지면 안
Against D plus
된다는
Kia?
압박을 개인적으로 너무 심하게
Now, I
생각했던 것 같아요.
felt
그래서
so
오늘은
much pressure and
어떻게 보면
extreme
좀
pressure to
그냥
not
좀
lose.
어느 정도 내려놓고
And
마음
for today, I
편하게
think
임해서
I
좀
just really just
집중을
let
좀 잘할 수
everything
있을 것
down,
같습니다.
and I really allowed myself to focus and concentrate in the game today. The last Worlds, you were the glorious finals MVP, and many people are looking forward to seeing you at this Worlds. So
일단
what
저희가
can we
정말
expect from you in
어떻게 보면
Europe?
떨어질 수도 있는 상황이었는데 결국에 이렇게
You know, we were
기회를
really
잡았다는 건
on
사실 이제
the edge of the
다른
cliff
팀들과
and
어떻게
being
보면
able
되게
to
동등한
really
위치에
grasp
다시
that
올라왔다고
opportunity.
생각하기 때문에
It just means that we're at the same level as all the teams that made it to Worlds. So we will make sure that we're able to showcase a great performance at Worlds.
이어서 오너 선수 만나보겠습니다. 오너 선수 정말
Next up, let's talk to Owner.
T1이 승리를 했는데요.
After
소감 먼저
such an
들어보겠습니다.
intense battle, T1 came out on top. How do you feel? It was such a rough battle today. Really wanted to win today. And just, I'm just feeling so relieved and so happy that we're able to win a 3-2 victory. So, after the win-loss, game 5 was a very rough start for you. So what was the game plan? Yeah, we actually took a lot of loss in the early game, but we were pretty confident in terms of late game and team fight, so I think we just remained confident and we really remained focused in during team fights. So at which moment were you sure that you would win? We had a team fight at Baron and we won big in team fight. And after winning that team fight, I just thought, okay, this is such a winnable game. Since 2022, you made it to Worlds 3 times in a row. And you once said, the most beautiful flower blooms in adversity. So what do you think this year's World will be like? Every time we go to Worlds, it's never a very comfortable experience. It's not very easy. And I feel like it's going to be the same, but I want to make sure that we are able to come out strong at Worlds, and I'm just expecting it to be a good run this year. Baker, with your 9th qualification at Worlds, you have become the player with the most Worlds appearance. How do you feel? You know, we were in a situation where we might not be able to make it to Worlds, but being able to be given that chance, I'm just very grateful, and I want to make sure that we make the most out of it. And with the Mapo High School Derby storyline against Steph, how did it feel to face him in such a high-stakes battle? You know, I met him at the World's Finals in 2022, and just being against him at the very last regional qualifiers and the finals, again, it just left me with such mixed emotions. And being able to face him and, you know, even though I won against him and he was defeated, I feel like I'm not exactly feeling too happy for him, but I feel a little bad, but I think this is just what competition is about. And you are the only one with 9 appearances and 4 titles at Worlds. So what are your goals at this year's Worlds? You know, we're going to try to make the most out of this year's Worlds, and I think last year's Worlds, I'm sure a lot of fans are expecting us and looking forward to a similar run from last year, and I want to make sure that we really repay everyone's support. And Gumayushi, you secured the last ticket to Worlds. How do you feel? You know, I had no idea that we would be able to make it to Worlds after such a rough run. And I'm just also feeling very relieved that we did make it at the same time. And you were against Steph, who had always shown consistent performance at qualifiers. So what was the main point of the bot matchup? You know, he did really well against BNK Fear and today I just came with the thought that, you know, I just have to play better than him. I just thought to myself, I just have to play better than my opponent. Anything you're looking forward to at Worlds in Europe? You know, being able to perform and compete in Europe in different cities is something that I'm really excited about. And you know, I think last year we were able to showcase a lot of good sides of our team, so I hope that we can do the same this year as well. I'm looking forward to that as well. And any message to the 80 carries you'll meet at Worlds? Gumayushi is coming, you guys. Keria, with today's victory, this is your 5th Worlds in a row since debut. How do you feel? You know, up until this year, going to Worlds, I think it was just more obvious that we would make it, but this year, I feel like the pressure was just so much more immense, so I'm just feeling really grateful that we were able to make it. So before Game 5, the camera caught you, and it looked like you were full of thoughts. So how were you feeling back then? Before Game 5 started,
당연히 어떻게 할지 생각을 하는 도중에 올라와가지고
Of course, we were thinking about how we're going to play, so I think I was just still thinking about that.
뭐하지라는 생각을 좀 했던 것 같습니다.
And I also thought to myself, what would I do if we got eliminated today? And then after the win, as the victory ceremony, you were holding your chest, so what were you really
되게
doing?
다행이라는 생각도 들었고 그리고
You know, it was just
이제 온몸이
basically,
되게
I was
며칠
just
동안
so
긴장을 되게 많이
full
해서
of
그런지
relief.
이제
And
갑자기 몸이
I
힘이
think
확
in the past few
풀려가지고
days, I had
이렇게
been so
또 그렇게
uptight
됐던
and just
이렇게
feeling
어렵게
that
어제
relief
진출하게 됐습니다. 어떤 모습
with
보여주고
my whole
싶으신지
body.
각오
It's just
마지막으로
that's just the ceremony that came out naturally.
작년에 월주로
So what do you think is going to be different about this world? Although we won the world championship last year, I think this year I do believe that we can obviously do better and be able to showcase and display really good sides and performance this year as well. So I hope that we can do that.
자, 그럼 마지막으로 2023 월즈 우승의 영광을 안았던 제오
And
페르테가
lastly,
다시 한번 월즈 무대에 나서게
The
되는데요.
2023 World Champion roster, Zeus owner Faker Guma Kiriya get to run it back at Worlds, and this will be a third year in a row with the same roster. So any shout out to your fans?
네, 이번 월즈가 되게 도전자 입장으로 또 사시드로 가게 됐는데
So as a
이런
competitor
경우는 저도
in
이제
Worlds,
굉장히 좀 좋은 경험, 굉장히
I
처음이라서
feel like
네, 좋은 경험일 거라고
it's
좋은
just
경험일 거라고
been
생각하고요.
such a
팬분들도 많이
rough journey, but I
네,
believe
월즈
that it's
때
going to be a really good
많이
experience for
응원해주시고
us. And for all the fans that have been supporting us up until this point, and all the fans that will be supporting our Worlds run, thank you so much.
응원하겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Let's give it up for T1, and that's the end of the interview from T1 and back to the space. Thank you.
There you have it. It is a 3-2 victory for T1 over KT. They secure the final spot at Worlds, the 4th seed here in the LCK with a all blue side victory series here. T1 finish up the final regular season match in the 2024 calendar. And here are your 4 representatives from the LCK. Hanwha Life Esports, the summer split champ, your number 1 seed. Gen G, your number 2 seed, D plus Kia. And it is the world champs T1 with the opportunity to defend their crown. Thoughts here, Wolf?
I mean, it's a great lineup of teams. I'm really proud of the representatives that we are sending to this roster. Of course, Worlds will be starting on the 25th. We're doing play-ins first, so it'll be, Mad Lions versus Vikings, PSG versus Pain Gaming. And we got the whole crew here because it's the end of our year of LCK, and I'm really kind of bittersweet about it.
Also, it is birthday for Mr. Brendan Valdez. It's a Brendo birthday, everyone. Happy birthday! Y'all, it has been just an amazing, amazing year of LCK, and we are just so grateful that all of you have spent time with us. On behalf of myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys at Worlds, and we'll see you next year for more LCK.